Good morning, 97.1. We got a lot still to get into this morning. 9 o'clock hour. Tigers have won a couple in a row, back up to 500. What do they need to do to avoid being sellers? MLB trade deadline tiers from The Athletic. If you want to avoid being sellers, what do they have to do? And a little Lions football. Explain the gap. 9:35. John, we didn't get to it yesterday. It was everywhere in sports media. Mm-hmm. The WNBA. Not who won or who lost. Not the standings update. Playoff chase, MVP award. The drama around Caitlin Clark. She's brought more attention, more eyeballs, more fans,
more money.
But there seems to be some jealousy among players in the ranks, John. And maybe it's more than jealousy, but what's your read? And we'll go through all of what took place over the weekend and a little bit of what happened yesterday. Where are you at with this?
To me, this looks like basically rookie hazing in a very public forum. Instead of it happening, within the team and, carrying bags, whatever they do, in the WNBA, now all of a sudden it has been every opponent that wants to, make Caitlin Clark aware that she's a rookie. She hasn't earned anything at this level, and they're trying to just put her in her place. That's the appearance I get. Now, I think it's interesting because the WNBA, and everybody's all up in arms about, well, they don't make as much as NBA players and they don't make as much as other professional athletes. Well, they don't bring in enough money to support their own league. It's supported by the NBA, which, okay, that's the business model that they've all decided to go with. That's fine. But this is an individual who has brought great awareness to women's basketball, obviously at the collegiate level. And now the draft, she was the number 1 overall pick. It's now brought much more awareness to the WNBA. It's ticket sales, it's viewers on TV. And they're not, setting unbelievable records, but it is bringing in more awareness of their game, more eyeballs to their game. And to me, it seems like petty jealousy of, we're going to put you in your place and make sure you know where you belong, versus, and I don't expect them to say thank you for bringing this to our game. We've been doing this for a decade, sometimes longer for some of these ladies, and they're great players too. And I'm sorry that the awareness wasn't there 10 years ago or 5 years ago or last year. It's there now, and why don't you just be a part of taking it to the next level?
Yeah, attendance goes up when Caitlin Clark plays in your city. It does.
Yeah.
She drew 19,000 people in Los Angeles, more than Laker games. So she clearly has provided the league a boost. There are people who can't name another WNBA player, but they know Caitlin Clark. What she did with the college game, TV ratings spiked. It's still early in the WNBA, but it's clear that she has put more attention on the product than anybody else has, right or wrong, earned or unearned attention. Yeah. It's there because of her. So then the incident that everybody circles back to from the weekend, Kennedy Carter, a player who's been effectively kicked off of 2 different WNBA teams, takes a cheap shot. Not a basketball play. Hip check. And it eventually got upgraded to, in the foul scale. Flagrant. Yeah. But then after the game, she said, I'm not going to answer any Caitlin Clark questions. It's like, well, what do you mean? You're not going to answer for what happened in the game? This was Kennedy Carter after the game. But then later on social media had no issue talking smack to Caitlin Clark and said, besides three-point shooting, what does she bring to the table? Well, good passer, good shooter, good scorer. How about eyeballs, money, and attention? Yeah. She brings that to the table, which is good for you and the game. John, it's not the only person who's come out. It's going to be hard for Kate. Of course it's going to be hard for her. It's hard for any rookie. And of course some of this is the you said rookie hazing. Some of this is rite of passage for young players. Paying your dues. She's going to get hard screens. She's going to get pushed around. But that wasn't a basketball play. That to me was a Bush League play. Should have been called out. You should answer for it. And if you're not going to answer for it, don't get Twitter fingers later in the day and start talking smack about it later. You're someone who's been effectively kicked off 2 different teams.
Yeah, so she's got a track record of
conduct detrimental. She was suspended at least one team, and then the other team just said, we're done with you. But this has become kind of a theme here that Caitlin Clark has been a target. So 248-539-9797. What have you guys seen? And then the fact that this media storm continued into yesterday. John, I know we both brought up what Pat McAfee had to say.
Oh, I know. I couldn't believe what I heard in terms of Pat McAfee. And this is you got to take the context, and I'll set it up before we hear from it. He is ultimately trying to defend Caitlin Clark and all of the good things that she brings to the game. But the way that he described her, I honestly was shocked. But here's Pat McAfee.
So he brought race into it. He's not the first person to bring race into it.
Well, it was race, but it was. He called her a bitch.
Well, he said it complimentary.
Are you really trying to defend that?
No, I got to be careful.
I hope there's some irony in that, or sarcasm.
I got to be a little careful with this. But if you say someone is that bitch or a bad bitch, that's a compliment, right? Culturally, yes. So the context does matter with that word.
I was Heather, when you heard it, what were your thoughts?
I don't love it. I know he was defending her. Like he was saying positive things about her. I just don't think you ever really need to use that word. I don't. There's other ways. It was unnecessary.
Way,
I didn't like it. But
he didn't use it derogatory. Listen, he apologized for it, and I know he didn't mean it. Okay.
But it doesn't come across as complimentary.
Yeah,
I don't hear it. Not to me. No, I heard it and I was like, oh, really? You had. Why even reference her? I don't like the term in general. I know what you're saying, but like,
But if he was like, she's a bad bitch. Look what she does. She dribbled between her legs and shot a three. She's a baddie. That would be okay?
No, I don't think you should even use it. I'm saying, why even use it?
Oh, okay.
There's other ways you can describe somebody than.
Yeah, you can call her a baddie. I don't.
Okay.
I just think that it's. I don't like it.
Well, that is
personally.
Anyway.
But
my interpretation of this was he was speaking in character of her detractors.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he was essentially speaking how they refer to her.
Yes.
He has apologized.
It didn't come across that way to me, but I could understand it more.
It didn't
if
come
that
across
was
that way to me either. It was to me. It came across as this is just how he refers to women.
Yeah, I don't care for it. I don't care for the term in general.
So there's more to the story. It's not just Caitlin Clark, then it's the fallout on Monday. So we didn't hit it yesterday, and there's even more to wade into today. 248-539-9797. There's also Angel Reese, who is linked to her forever because of the you can't see me gesture, which I defended Angel Reese at the time.
Same here.
Hey, listen, you win, you talk your talk, you win. Angel Reese, though, is someone who clearly is dripping with jealousy. If you heard what she had to say yesterday, Greg, can we play that for people? Because she thinks, hey, it's not just Caitlin Clark, it's me too. I don't think people are watching because of Angel Reese. Doesn't mean she's a bad player. She's a good rebounder and needs to probably finish around the rim better if we want to have a basketball conversation. But I don't think people are watching because of Angel Reese. I think they're watching because of Caitlin Clark. It's not like the LSU games consistently rated well. The Iowa games did. It's not like Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky are selling out arenas. Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever are. I mean, she's
right,
wrong.
But I think if you are to ask most people, like, when you said this, people who know Caitlin Clark's name, could they name another NBA player? I think Angel Reese would be one of them that they would name. And so she is having an impact. And you could say, okay, she needs to finish at the basket better. She needs to play better.
35%, John. Come on now.
I don't care. She is just like Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is going to get better. Is she playing as good at the WNBA level as she did at the collegiate level? No. But she's a rookie. She's going to get better. Same thing with Angel Reese. I just think that there's a lot of people, especially because of the rivalry that they had in the NCAA tournament the last 2 years. And let's not forget, they had it when Angel Reese was at Maryland. It was a rivalry at that point between the two. It's going to continue into the WNBA.
248-539-9797. Is it jealousy? Is it something else? Your take on how Caitlin Clark has been treated and how all this has been covered. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, work with you to build a financial plan that fits your exact situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools, and they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live, it's where they work, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Well, all right. Good morning. 97.1. That's Kennedy Carter. We took the cheap shot on Caitlin Clark. Didn't want to talk about it after the game. Did have plenty to say on social media, and it's become the latest flashpoint moment in the WNBA. We don't talk about the games, the scores, the teams. We talk about Caitlin Clark and the way she's treated. So the question was, do you think this is as simple as jealousy? Is there more? Pat McAfee brought up race. Other people have brought up sexual orientation. Clearly, it has to be a microcosm of society. I don't know that I would go that far, but that's what people are trying to turn this into. How do you feel about her, the way she's treated, and the way this is covered? 248-539-9797. It might be just as simple as she has more money than they do, she's more popular than they are, and she hasn't paid her dues, so they're giving her a tough time.
I think that's what it is. I do. And I think there's some other underlying things here potentially, but for now, this is, in some ways, this is like the Jordan freeze out back in the day. When Jordan became big and was getting the endorsement money that he probably hadn't earned yet, but it was based on projections by Nike of what he would be, and they were true, by the way, or they were accurate on that. But when they froze Jordan out of the All-Star game, all the stars were basically like, we're gonna kind of embarrass him. We're not gonna, and this is I think a more vicious way of doing it. Yeah. The funny thing about Jordan is the very next game he scored 49 points against the Pistons. And that's where the whole Isaiah Jordan thing started. The thing was orchestrated by Isaiah, who was Chicago native. They were all envious, maybe not, and that's a different word than jealous, of the money that he was getting based on what he was going to become. And I think that's true here. I mean, the money that Caitlin Clark is getting, I don't know the details. It's got to be astronomical compared to other WNBA players endorsement-wise.
Well, we're talking shoe deals. I mean, Heather's had it in her news. I mean, she's been taken care of in a way that no one else is.
I asked John as a
but
former
it's all
athlete,
marketability.
Isn't that almost a natural emotion as a teammate, even, or even a professional athlete that this person didn't earn yet what they're getting?
There is, it's human nature. There's always some of that, but it has been that discrepancy has always been there in the NFL, in basketball, baseball. It's always been there. This is something that is relatively new to the WNBA. Who else has had a shoe contract worth $20 million?
Right.
And so it's a new era for the WNBA. And so just like Caitlin Clark is trying to figure out how to be a WNBA player, they're all trying to figure out, how do we treat this new individual who hasn't done anything at our level? I've been paying my dues for 10 years, sometimes 12 years, yet I'm not getting the same love as she's getting, and she hasn't done anything here.
Right.
I understand it.
We finally had our flights upgraded, and it's only because the princess is now in the league. Like, I'm sure there's some resentment and jealousy. I'd have no issue with setting hard screens, hard fouls, making her earn it when she gets in the lane. That, to me, feels legitimate. Taking cheap shots that are not basketball plays, that to me is making it personal and crossing the line.
I mean,
and the way she's talked about publicly, too, from some of these resentful players, she's making you all more money. It's one thing if you want to make her earn it on the floor. She's making you guys more money off of it. And I don't think that's being talked about that way.
Here's the other thing that I'm surprised, and maybe it's I'm not sitting down and watching a full WNBA game. I'm more aware of what's going on. And a lot of that is because of this rookie class that has come in. I was more aware of what was going on last year in college basketball. It's translated to the WNBA. But where's the teammate that is returning the favor?
But this isn't hockey. You don't expect someone to come over and drop the glove.
Oh, they do this in basketball. No, you got your enforcer come in.
Did you not watch the Bad Boys? Oh,
I was not alive, but I've seen.
Oh, that's right. You were.
Yes, alive. But that's not the game anymore. There's a lot of hold me back. Sure, should there have been a hold me back?
It's not the game in the NBA.
Well, I don't think
it can still sometimes is the game in the WNBA.
It's not rock'em sock'em. I mean, that's not how sports
but
are
where's the teammate to her defense when that happens? Like I would, like a guy
just
would
step to her, just to, hey, I've got your back.
Like I would say right now that somebody like a Rudy Gobert would do it for Anthony Edwards if he took a hit like that in a game.
I get what you're saying, not like square up and fight, but just say, hey, what you did is not okay.
It's not going to happen.
You take a shot on my running back, and I'm going to make sure that I'm there cleaning up the pile the rest of the game, and you're going to know that what you just did was unprofessional and uncalled for, and I'm going to make you pay for it for the next remainder of the game.
The biggest reason why I think it's envy more than anything is because Diana Taurasi a few weeks ago made a kind of negative comment about her.
It was before she got in the league, yeah.
And I bet that is Taurasi saying, I think some of it's like, well, that probably could have been me. and because she came at a different time.
Right.
In a different place.
I sometimes have some of the same reaction when I see some of the contracts that are given out to lesser offensive linemen, but it's simply because of where the salary cap is now, where the game has gone versus what I made when I played. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, let's be clear. Men do this too. There's old heads in basketball that hate on the next generation.
Sure.
They're not as good. This is not exclusive to women. But this is the first time the WNBA is being talked about this way, so it's all coming up now.
I think part of the destruction of Baker Mayfield in Cleveland is this stuff. He got the progressive deal. Yep. He had to make a killing on that. And I bet there were because he wasn't a superstar. No. He still isn't. He proved that he wasn't that bad in Cleveland by what he did last year. But there were guys on that, I think probably like OBJ, they were probably like, how's this guy making all this money on this and he plays this way?
Because he's marketable.
That's normal.
Right, I know. And the resentment is, but call it what it is. Marvin and Warren, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, I think resentment has a little bit to do with it, but I think what we're seeing is more a function of what I call the 3 through 10 problem. The WNBA up to this point is more analogous to the 80s and 90s of the NBA. And when Jordan came in, Jordan saw a lot of that. And I can't remember who brought up Jordan, but it's a really apt comparison.
Yep.
Not saying that Caitlin Clark is the female Michael Jordan, but the effect is very similar. The 3 through 10 problem that the WNBA has is that they have superstars. They have very skilled players, 1 to 2 on each team. But the roster spots from 3 to 10 are not as skilled as they should be, and therefore you get that style of play. We're just seeing it. Well, the world is just seeing it because they're just now starting to pay really close attention. But it is rock'em sock'em because there isn't that big of a skill gap in the 3 through 10 positions on each team. They don't have the skill yet to space the floor, to shoot high percentages, to get out and run and play with pace at a level that would prohibit the type of fouls that we saw in the 80s and 90s of the NBA. You can't play that way now in the NBA. You'll get ran off the court.
Right. So it's the evolution of the game. It's interesting.
Yes. We're looking at the beginning of the evolution of what women's basketball will be. And so I don't think that it's as much of the jealousy as we think it is. Maybe it manifests itself in jealousy, but it's really just the inability to compete at a high level.
It's an interesting theory. It's expanding on what Tom had said. We want to get some calls and texts in, then we're going to switch to the Tigers. On a couple in a row here. What they got to do to avoid selling, keep you invested. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Jake Rogers was the hero of the Tigers offense last night in the Texas opener. 2 solo home runs in front of family and friends who drove hours to see him in his home state. Detroit needed both of those runs in a 2-1 victory after Tarek Skubal and Bo Brisky kept the Rangers offense at bay. As for Spencer Torkelson, who will be in Toledo to play every day to solve his hitting issues, AJ Hinch would not use the term overhaul when referring to his swing, but believes the best place for him to improve his all-around game, which is what he needs, is at AAA. Personal rivalries are forming and continuing in the WNBA as the Chicago Sky were criticized for hard fouls against Caitlin Clark this week. Her college foil Angel Reese spoke to the media about her role in bringing eyes to the league, which stemmed from her villain role in the national championship 2 seasons ago. Meanwhile, Clark's Indiana Fever are 2-9 with her averaging 15.5 points and 5.5 turnovers a game. From the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning. We're going to be getting into Tiger baseball this hour. What do they got to do to keep from selling at the deadline? Stay in the fight. They've won a couple in a row. They are now 500, 30-30 after Scooble's performance yesterday and a pair of home runs from Jake Rogers. 9:35. Explain the gap. A Lions question. John, we got a comment from Twitch. And reminder, we are live on Twitch all show long, all morning long. John, what was the comment?
Well, there's some great feedback. One from FBG25 says Clark needs her Probert. Oh. And the follow-up to that by J-Pop says, agreed, if Clark is going to be Steph, she needs a Draymond.
That was your question about where are her teammates.
Yeah, where were her teammates, where if you're going to have somebody on the opposite team, and clearly, Kennedy Carter is this type of player because of her history.
Her background, yeah. Then
if this happens, where is one of her teammates to return the favor or to even step up and just, and get in her face and say, you're not going to do that again. And there's got to be a price to pay.
Let's get to the phones. Lloyd in Dundee, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Lloyd.
Hey, everybody. You guys brought up Jordan when he came into the league and everything, but I go a little further back. For the last few years, the WNBA has been where the NBA was back in the 70s. You had Jordan, or you had Magic and Bird come in and took it to another level. And then later on, you had Jordan come in to take it to an even higher level. That's what Caitlin Clark is doing right now. She's taking that to a higher level. And what the players need to do is sit back and say, now, wait a minute. She's putting fans in the seats. Our paychecks are going to be higher. And as far as her playing goes, John, you're the perfect one to answer this one. Comment on this. My comment is when you move from college to pros, things are different. It takes a little while to get used to it.
It's a completely different game.
Jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's a whole different game once you go from college to pros. That's what I think. That's what I think. They're not seeing the big picture to where people like Bird, Magic, Jordan, all those guys saw the big picture.
Yeah,
and saw later on down the road.
Yeah, and it was how do we market the NBA, because what's good for the league is obviously going to be good for is going to be even better for Magic, for Bird, for all of the big names that we continue to talk about now.
It turns into giant media rights deals. Turns into huge contracts.
And this is only going to accelerate. Caitlin Clark is it right now. But there was a freshman at USC, Juju Watkins, who is on pace to break Caitlin Clark's records. Now, I don't know if she's going to stay for all 4 years or what her plans are going to be, but this is the development of women's basketball, and there's going to be somebody next who is better. We talk about this all the time in regards to, LeBron and Jordan. It's going to happen with the WNBA that the players are going to continue to get better and better and more highly skilled and more trained, and it's the progress of a young league.
No, this is true. Ticket Texture says, so the players are supposed to be soft on her because she's bringing money and attention to the league? That's not how it works.
No, not be soft, but not take cheap shots.
Yeah, again, hard fouls, set screens.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, that's hey, welcome to the league, Rook, and that happens in all sports. It's away from the ball, away from the play, non-basketball plays, and then it's the public, like the chatter around her. It's like we should be doing this in all sports, celebrating the great young players. We talked about it for years in baseball. Was baseball doing enough to market these great young players? Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you Valenti's whole thing? Can you tell Mike Trout if he delivered a pizza to your house? Like, are they marketing these guys enough? There's clearly identifying Caitlin Clark for the average person. They know who she is. She is someone they root for or root against, whatever the case may be. That's a good thing for your game. We talk in the NHL. Do they market their stars enough? It's a good thing if your stars become marketable. The NBA has done a great job marketing stars for years. If the WNBA has success with Clark and, to your point, John, others, this is a good thing. No, you can still set hard fouls and screens and make her earn it. That's part of sports. It's like, I'll give you an example. The White Sox and Brewers over the weekend. There's a play at the plate, 1-run game. Tommy Pham comes sliding in. He's thrown out. It gets a little chippy. They're barking at each other. That's sports.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's a baseball play. Now, if you're doing stuff outside of the bounds of the game, you get called out for it. And if you don't want to answer questions about it after the game, that's weak. And that should be called out. Not that many people care about Kennedy Carter, but she's part of the story here too.
Right. And people are talking about, whether or not Caitlin Clark is making enough as a star female athlete. Other WNBA players, Caitlin Clark is obviously making money outside, but when you're talking about, everything is, it's all within reason, within context. I think the fine for Kennedy was $1,000. That happens in the NBA. That fine's probably $100,000.
Just a quick clarifier, unless I missed something. Kennedy Carter not fined because she did show up to media availability.
Right.
Angel Reese did not, because she was seen clapping on the bench after her teammate delivered a cheap shot, fulfilling the villain role that she wants to fulfill.
But just imagine
she didn't do her
if
media.
Draymond was the one that had that foul, he might have even been suspended.
Yeah, well, his antics have gone overboard.
Yeah.
Couple texts, couple calls, and we'll get to the Tigers. Bill, you're on 97.1. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Long time listening, going back to the AM. So, I'm gonna start at the end. I heard Jansen mention about the contracts when he played, about knowing that he was a better lineman than guys prior, like currently now, right?
Some, not all.
Well, right.
Yeah. Penei Sewell is worth every penny they're paying him.
No, I got you. Hey, listen, absolutely. So, what I'm saying is, a level of progression can be a level of regression. Media, no disrespect to you guys, but media hype and all that stuff. I'm a few years younger than you, John. So I remember the old days back before we even had cell phones, right? We had beepers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now this current era of things is highlighting stuff so profoundly to where there is people don't have time to process information the way that the game is whether it's baseball, basketball, whatever, to where they see what they see and process it right in the heat of the moment and don't take a moment to psychoanalyze things. That foul was dirty, but that's basketball. Now, bear with me here. It was still wrong. Now, there's division, right, with Caitlin Clark, and it is a racial element. Let's keep it real, right? I'm a black man.
To some people, there is.
Element in division even within my race. You know what I mean? I'm a light-skinned black guy, and I used to dunk on people. But, there is division when it comes to all of that, and it has to do with also being opinionated. And a lot of people don't take time to really, like I said, psychoanalyze, break everything down.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack, Bill. You're no doubt about it, Bill. There's a lot that people are unpacking with this, right? I mean, you say that you sense an element of race. I know that's been brought up before. Part of what McAfee was doing, I think, was trying to call out that that's how people view her, right?
Yeah.
He was acknowledging that element of it too.
Particularly care how he did it, but yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, a ticket texter, just to wrap on the McAfee thing, says, disappointed in your remark regarding McAfee, John. Quote, I think that's the way he views women. Pat is a married man who constantly praises his wife and has a daughter. If you paid attention to the media's comments regarding Clark, you would understand he was angry at them and the way they were bringing race into her success, hence the white bitch comment. McAfee was right. Media nowadays, it was distasteful. McAfee is right with media nowadays. The comment was distasteful. Be better. Mike and Trenton, he's saying your comment was distasteful?
No, I think McAfee's comment was just distasteful. I get what he was trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is all lost in how he led with it. The point of him trying to defend Caitlin Clark for all the good things that she has brought to women's basketball at the college level and now at the pro level. A lot of that was lost because of how the shock effect of saying what he said.
But I think he did it for effect. I think that was the point of it, right? And he did apologize for it and said, I was trying to be complimentary and within the context. Here's what he said. I shouldn't have used white bitch as a descriptor of Caitlin Clark. No matter the context, even when we're talking about race for being a reason for some of the stuff happening, I have too much respect for her and for women to put that into the universe. My intentions when saying it were to be complimentary, just like the entire segment, but a lot of folks are saying it certainly wasn't at all, and that's 100% on me, and for that I apologize. I've sent an apology to Caitlin as well, Everything else I said is all facts. That was his response afterwards.
Nice response.
Yeah, I think he tied it up nicely.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, the Tigers won a couple in a row, back up to 500. MLB trade deadline tiers from The Athletic. Where do the Tigers fit in, and what do they have to do to change their fate? It's 97.1.
Hey, the summer driving season is upon us. Once again, the combination of increased traffic, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction all contribute to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. If you are injured in an accident, injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. And David will never take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
First of 2 home runs for Jake Rogers. Tarek Skubal pitched 6 innings. Got a couple punch-outs in a rocky 6th inning. And the Tigers win 30-30 now on the season.
What was more impressive, the punch-outs in the 6th or recovering from giving up the leadoff homer to Simeon?
Well, he recovered. He didn't have his best stuff, though. And that's why I think the 6th inning is more impressive, because it's when you're at the end of the line. That's an inning that could have gone south in a hurry. You got a couple guys on to start the inning. I thought that was more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have his best stuff yet. And he started off the game giving up the home run, could take a shot in the confidence, but then pitched another, 6 innings of scoreless ball.
The C word, confidence. This is an ace. When he takes the bump, you expect to win. They're 9-3 in games he starts. I think his record is 7-1. Without him,
talk about jealousy. How about the jealousy that Reese Olson must have?
They only gave him 2 runs, but they've done a better job supporting him than Reese for the season. But that's the thing. Without Skubal, they would be a below 500 baseball team. They'd be 21-27 if you just took him off the team. But they are with Tarek Skubal. He is as valuable a pitcher as there is in baseball. And I don't want to say they're in the hunt, John, but at 30-30, they're in a position where if they could go on a run, we could view them very differently. But we've been waiting for them to go on this run for 60 games, and they haven't yet. So I was looking at The Athletic. They have an article about the tiers of MLB teams as we get closer to the deadline at the end of July, right? We're starting to get into that conversation. Are you buyers? Are you sellers? The Tigers, unsurprising, ranked 18th in baseball in a tier where you're in between buyers and sellers. Now, in between is not a way to do business. When you get to July, you will do one of two. You will either be buying or selling. They're in between. And it was listed, the Tigers need to improve their lineup, starting rotation, and bullpen depth if they want to remain in the hunt for a playoff spot. That seems like a lot to have to add to stay in the hunt. So it is my belief that they are sellers until they become buyers.
Yeah.
So my question to you, John, is what do they have to do?
They're in the purgatory. They're in that nobody wants to be in that space in between.
But I don't think they're in between right now. They're in 4th place in their division, 9 games back. They're not in the wild card. They're
3.5 back of the wild card.
In a jumbled up bunch of teams. They have to do more to me, otherwise they're selling. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
So what is the more? Is what I'm saying.
What is it that we're trying to figure out in terms of Scott Harris's development of this team? Is he going to be of the mindset that, hey, we're not really going for it? So even if, let's say, August 1st rolls around and they're still 3 games back of the wild card spot, would you, if you were the general manager or the president of baseball operations, say, I want to go for it? I want to try and get into the playoffs.
No.
What if you were tied for a wild card spot? Because you're only talking about 3 games.
But it matters. If you're in versus if you're out, that makes a difference.
It does, but you're just barely out. And if you get a bat, you could be in.
Yeah. All right, well, that's
okay. So that's the question.
Going back to the start of the season is if they had a bat or 2, are they 4 or 5 wins better? They're 3 back. They're in then. Then they're in, and then we are talking about them very differently. So what do they have to do to change the conversation? Get in. They probably got to go on a 5-game win streak at some point in the month of June, right? To make up the ground in a hurry.
Sure.
Because July's going to be tough. They play the Guardians. They play the Dodgers. Reality's going to set in. They need a real win streak this month. Otherwise, the right thing to do is going to be take phone calls on Jack Flaherty. And I know he's pitched out of his mind. That's more of the reason that you'll get something for him.
And the disappointing part is he's on a 1-year deal, and Maeda is on a 2-year deal.
I know.
And so all of those things play a factor. But the question is, I think we would be closer to saying, let's find a way to go for it, versus I think Scott Harris is of the mindset of, I'm going to hold pat.
Almost no matter what.
Yeah.
What if they were...
if they're way out of it, if they're 6 games out of the wild card spot,
obvious.
Then it's obvious. I think you and I would both say, okay, let's sell some pieces and get some bats, because there's going to be somebody at that time. And we've already seen it. I think Baltimore had a couple of pitchers go down. Would they be one that might want to look at a Flaherty to say, I need another arm, even if it's the 5th arm in a rotation, to get into the postseason with a much more dominant, pitching staff? And they're a team that has done a great job of developing bats. Could you pick off a couple of their top bats?
Scratch your back.
Yeah, I mean that's and so it really comes down to who has an urgent need, the best need, and will they put together a deal that says, yes, this is something that we should do. We're not going to be in the playoffs. Flaherty is going to be up after the season, so let's get something for him.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much resigned that they're going to sell. I don't think they're going to go on some run. I think we've talked about this. They're about a 500 baseball team. You wake up this morning, they're a 500 baseball team. What I'm simply asking, is there a way that they shake the mold? How would they get out of this like purgatory space? They will either be buyers or sellers. Most likely they will be sellers. My question is just what changes that? And maybe the answer, John, that you're giving me is nothing is going to. I mean, shy of a ridiculous 10-2 run where they reimagine their baseball team and all the hitting. No more Torkelson in the lineup, and there's
Justin
one more
Henry
good
Malloy
bat.
finds a bat.
Okay. Shy of that, though, it does feel like they're selling. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would agree. I'm not going to sit here and overestimate what we've seen to this point from the Tigers. They're at best a 500 team.
And to your point, it's a mentality, too. They are not a team that has shown that they're going to go out and make a big trade to add a proven bat right now.
Well, Scott Harris told us that before the season even started.
Well, I know, but my question is, as the season plays out, does anything change? Like, can you change your team's mind if you keep winning?
Well, I mean, that winning changes everything.
Yeah. But we say this to say they're not there yet.
No, they're not there yet. And the month of June is going to be a very important month for them, because right now the Texas Rangers are a team that they're in contention with directly for that wild card spot. They're going to play the Brewers. They're going to play Washington, and talk about a team that traded a player and found a way to get enough in return to stay relevant. That's Washington with the Soto trade. But then they're at Houston. They're at Atlanta. Now, Atlanta has had a couple of major injuries, but they're a team that is a quality organization, and they've found ways in the past to get over some of those injuries.
Phillies in there too. There's good teams.
Phillies, yeah. Los Angeles, Minnesota. We're starting to get into the month of July, but the only division opponent I think they have left in June is Chicago, and those should be 3 wins.
Yep, gotta be. They're terrible. 248-539-9797. 9:35. We're going to talk Lions football. Explain the gap. First, Heather with the news.
Oh, well, this is a cute story. 24 baby turtles have been released back into their natural habitat after being rescued by Consumers Energy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so the turtles were discovered when construction began on Consumers' Mid-Michigan pipeline projects. Experts removed dozens of turtles and turtle eggs from the path of the construction project, and last month they were released into wetlands in rural Ingham County. So that's exactly what I thought of when I read this. I was reading turtles in that voice. And that's kind of how my daughter says turtles right now too. It's really cute. Yeah, we went to the zoo and she loved the turtles. Yes.
Those are her favorite animal?
I don't think so, but she was really, I don't know, when I kept asking her what she's excited to see, she said turtles in water. So we saw turtles in water at the zoo, and that's all she needed. Yes. Workers at a Southfield law firm arrived Monday morning, and they found that their building had been vandalized with multiple phrases associated with the pro-Palestine movement. So Goodman Acker law firm said that it was vandalized early Monday morning. There was red paint on their sign, red handprints on the glass door, different phrases kind of written all over the building and on the sidewalk in front of it. And a lot of them, there was multiple F words was directed at Jordan Acker. The law firm says that attack is anti-Semitic in nature and called it appalling. Police are now involved and they are searching for the suspects.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. This is wild. I've heard these stories and it's almost hard to believe that this could actually happen. There was a woman who was pronounced dead and then a couple hours later came back to life at the funeral home she was at in Nebraska. Happened on Monday morning. Woman was 74 years old. She was pronounced dead 9:45 a.m. at the nursing home she was at, right? The staff members pronounced her dead. They were expecting her to pass away. She was in hospice care, and they transported her over to the funeral home. Well, literally just a couple hours later, 11:43,
somebody saw her breathing.
Somebody saw her breathing and called 911, taken to the hospital, and as of Monday afternoon, she was still alive.
That's so crazy.
Can you imagine that? You're getting ready for this woman's funeral. You're getting her into, I don't know what.
You've just been told that your mother, your grandma, or whoever it is has passed, and now you get the phone call. Oh wait, she's alive.
Roller coaster of emotions.
It's way more jarring for the family than the person. They don't know any different.
Yeah, way more jarring for the family member. That person probably didn't even realize that she was actually pronounced dead or had died, and then.
But then imagine after the fact learning, we were about to put you in the ground. What?
Crazy. Have you heard about North Korea and South Korea and their
I did hear about
battles?
this.
I said there's a war.
Oh, well, yeah, there's battle been going on for a while.
Well, with their poop balloon battles?
No.
Oh, you haven't heard about the poop balloons?
I missed that in history class.
Okay.
No, it's not in history class.
This is new?
This is modern history.
So North Korea just sent their second wave of these poop balloons into South Korea.
Yeah.
And the latest round of these flying, you could call them like stink bombs, just came within a week after their first launch. And the first launch had about 260 of these balloons. They're filled with poop. They're filled with garbage. They're filled with,
yes,
cigarette butts. They're filled with all sorts of trash and just nasty things, right? And they just send them up in the air and wait for the wind to carry them on over the border. And then they drop and they poop bombs
feces everywhere.
Yeah. So far, they haven't caused any injury or destruction to any buildings, but just creating a big stink.
Yes, a big mess. I mean, who comes up with these ideas, and where do they collect it? How do they fill?
All right,
the
John,
balloon?
your turn.
Yeah.
Here's a bucket.
Serve your country.
Yeah, hold the balloon open a little wider, please.
And then how do you get the proper aim? Not for the poop. Not when you're pooping in the balloon, but like
for the aerial
aim.
assault.
Yes. If you're filling it by yourself, I mean,
Yes, the wind is heading south. Release the balloons.
Yes.
Like, what do you
We need
do?
some volunteers. Yeah, we'll give you about a month. Please fill this.
And to be clear, this is not going back and forth. This is just north
it's
to
just
this is a
south.
one
Yes,
way.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no retaliatory
No, not
poop
yet.
balloons.
Not yet.
At least not as
Can
of
you
today.
imagine that? Anyway.
I didn't think I could imagine it, but I learned about it today. That's Heather with the news. Lions.
Well done, Greg.
This is beautifully done. Lions, Super Bowl, explain the gap, the betting market, and more. Perception versus reality. We talk football on 97.1.
Hey, I've got some big news from Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. Aesthetic Everything just named him the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest and one of the top aesthetic doctors in America. It's pretty incredible, and it's incredible that he is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, get in now and look younger and feel more confident with a thicker head of hair by summer. Also, you want to go see him as soon as you can, because the sooner you go, the more options you have. Dr. B does so much more than just hair transplants. That can be a little scary, right? Well, he has the most up-to-date, well-researched medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B takes the time to create a custom plan that's just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call Michigan Hair Restoration and speak to Maria. Mention 97.1 and you're going to receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation, and that's valued at $1,000. For more information and to schedule a consult with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Did a little bit of everything. 2 home runs. His 7th inning was just expert pitch framing, stealing strikes, helping Brisky out early. He may have even worked the grounds crew later. I don't know. He did everything for the Tigers yesterday outside of pitching 6 one-run innings, which is what Tarek Skubal did.
Would have been impressive if he did pitch
and frame
and catch. Yeah.
It'd be unbelievable. Anyway, Tigers won. They're 30-30. We've been here before. Stop me if you've heard this. The Tigers are a 500 baseball team. We brought up, okay, now what? Either go on a run or it's just going to be the same old, same old.
Yeah. I mean, we want them to continue to battle. And, I mean, to think that they're going to go on a 5 or 6 game tear is probably unlikely, but keep winning series. That's really what you can do right now, and add them all up at the end and see where you're at. I don't think anybody has – not many people have the belief that they're going to be anything more than, 81-81 by the end of the season?
As mid as you could be.
I mean, that's 60 games in, they're 30-30.
Oh, I know. Hey, that's the best.
And they've been a couple above, they've been a couple below.
I'll give you the stat. The best they've been through 60 games since 2016. 2016, they made the playoffs. I get it. I've seen it. I have a hard time getting emotionally wrapped up into it unless they go on a run. If they're just going to teeter-totter around 500, I'm not going to get too carried away. And I think you're of the same belief.
Yeah, but again, I don't know that this team is going to go off and win 5 in a row, but can you win 4 of 6 on a consistent basis? Can you find a way to inch above that 500 mark so you're, 32-31, and then you're 35-33, and then you're, 37-34. Like, consistently gain a little bit of ground throughout the rest of the season.
Stay in the fight long enough to get us to football season, maybe? Let's talk about the Lions. Super Bowl odds out right now. And you pass this along. The Niners are the betting favorite at plus 550. Followed by Kansas City at plus 600. Then there's a drop-off. Baltimore at 950. Then another little drop-off. Detroit and Cincinnati at plus 1,300.
Along with Buffalo.
Why the gap between the Niners at plus 550 and the Lions at plus 1,300? Betting markets are a mix of perception and reality. People are betting what they think. It's a reflection of the market, but the lines move in conjunction with what risk the book is willing to take on. Either they are very confident in the Niners, or no one's betting the Lions, or a combination. Explain the gap. 248-539-9797. Because the two teams played in the NFC title last year. Lions kicked their ass in the first half, lost it in the second half, but went toe-to-toe with San Francisco in their house. Explain the gap being as large as it is right now.
I've thought a lot about this, and I don't know, maybe they're just giving you a great opportunity right now. I know you love value.
Value!
And maybe they're just giving you great value in picking the Lions right now at plus 1,300. But I think the Lions go toe-to-toe with them in terms of their roster. And I might even give the edge to the Lions right now. And having said that, if that's what I think, and everybody thinks that they're right there toe-to-toe at the very least, what's the difference? What's the difference maker? Yeah. It's got to be the coaching staff. And whether you or I believe it or not, Kyle Shanahan has been to the Super Bowl twice. He has proven that he can at least get there. He's been there another time as a coordinator, lost all 3 times. So he hasn't proven that he can get over the hump and actually win the Super Bowl.
Blown leads in all 3 of them.
Yeah. But in terms of getting there, and I'm curious as to, do the gamblers not like a gambler? I mean, the irony in that is very thick. So is it the fact that they don't like it, that to win some games or to put some games away, Dan Campbell's been willing to take some gambles and step outside the norm of traditional, hey, it's 4th and 3, we're going to punt, or, and whether it's a fake punt and they convert, or it's 4th and 2, you go for it, but you don't because a guy dropped the ball. It wasn't the coach's call. It was the fact that it was not executed. Like, there's a lot of different ways you spin this, but the fact of the matter is Dan Campbell does take some gambles. And it may be backed up by analytics.
But does it make you uneasy?
And I got to believe
you
it
being
is.
the average sports bettor who's
Right.
moving this markets or the books that's setting the numbers. Maybe I just view it so differently that I don't think of it that way. I look at Shanahan as a guy who made an all-time gaffe in the Super Bowl with whether or not to take the ball in overtime, give Mahomes the instructions on how to win the game. It felt malpractice. Stoney's ordered to be malfeasance, but it felt like he botched that in the Super Bowl. And I think you could be questioning Dan Campbell's fourth down decisions, but I think they were backed sound logic. Short yardage, catch the effing ball. We got the personnel, the offensive line, the mentality. We convert these fourth and shorts because of the team we are. We're here because of those decisions. Those weren't decisions that I thought cost the Lions the NFC title game. And there will be people that will fight about that till the end of time. But I think Dan Campbell helped a lot more than he hurt. I think Kyle Shanahan in some big spots has clenched up not once, not twice, but 3 different Super Bowls. So I don't view him as that doesn't explain the gap to me. And maybe the gap is we're in Detroit and I'm a Lions fan and I'm excited about my team, but I think they've backed it up. I think they're every bit as good as the Niners are this season, but that's not the way the markets have reflected it. So what's up? 248-539-9797. I mean, is it that the Niners match up better in the Super Bowl? Like the Lions didn't fare well against the Ravens last year. We don't know what the Chiefs rematch would have looked like with Kelsey. We don't know about Burrow with a reimagined offensive line. If you can't get pressure on good quarterbacks and you have to blitz them, will a good quarterback win out in the Super Bowl against the Lions? Is that maybe something, or is that? I'm trying to look for an explanation here, John.
No, I understand you're fishing for it, and it's. I really believe that it comes down to the Niners have proved that they can at least get to the Super Bowl. The Lions haven't. The Lions have only done it for one season in the last 30 years. Some of it's track record, some of it's history. That's got to be a part of it. And in terms of matching up with the other side in the AFC, I think the big question will be in terms of Kansas City. Can they beat Kansas City in the Super Bowl? I don't know. I'd really like to see it. They beat them to start the season last year. Can they beat Baltimore in that position? I don't know, because they got rolled by Baltimore last year in Baltimore. Cincinnati, that's kind of the one where I'm looking at going, do I think that the Lions have a better roster? Sure. But can they actually do it when it matters most? That's going to be the big question. And it's, yes, they have improved. The Lions have improved being able to defend the pass, we think.
Yeah.
On paper, the additions that they've made in the secondary, the development of some young players. I think Aiden Hutchinson is going to continue to improve. Can they get pressure aside from him? Do they have to blitz to get pressure? All of those different things. But I think the big thing is going to be the big question that needs to be answered, and it's going to have to answered in division, but also with some of the quarterbacks they play. Can they defend a mobile quarterback?
Right. Brock, a couple of those third downs in the NFC title game.
Extended the play.
Yeah, Lamar and then the head-to-head meeting in the regular season.
Yeah, there's no more mobile quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Or a team I think is a real threat, the Eagles with Jalen Hurts. I mean, these are questions they're going to answer. They won't face the Eagles in the regular season, but these are the type of questions that they have to solve to win a Super Bowl.
I'm not that surprised that the Niners have these odds, because I think, they're protecting themselves. If things go right for the Niners and they don't suffer pretty significant injuries, they're going to be really good again.
But everything went right for them last year. They didn't win the Super Bowl.
I know. And then that's the thing about these odds this year. We're in June now. I'm a little surprised how reflective these odds are of last year's standings. The only team that's in it in like the top 8 or 9 that's a little out of place from the standings last year is the Bengals, and we know why. They still went 9-8, and Burrow missed,
7 games.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy to explain why people are high on them. Yeah,
and he's the only guy that's beaten Mahomes in the playoffs that plays in the NFL right now, by the way.
He's beat him a couple times.
Yeah, so, I get that. I just feel like I'm a little surprised the Lions' odds aren't better. It's not that the Niners are where they're at, more so than the Lions are all the way back at 1,300.
Well, and here's the other thing, too, is when you look at the Green Bay Packers at plus 1,900, all right, the Lions are at plus 1,300. That gap is smaller between those two teams than it is between San Francisco and Detroit.
But should it be?
Okay, but then which division is tougher? The North is tougher to John's investigative work there. That may be some of it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, ticket text. We'll jump in. We'll get to it. 97.1.
Ideal You will help you lose weight, and it'll help you lose weight fast. I can tell you this because it worked for me. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. I lost 60 pounds overall. I feel great. I'm just more confident in everything that I wear, even if I get dressed up or dressed down for work. That means you can lose 40 pounds before you got to put the bathing suit on for the first season, 40 pounds before summer really gets going. Sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. And I mentioned it's different than other weight loss programs. It works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, so I had some instant feedback, some encouragement to keep going. I lost 60 overall. And with Ideal You, it's not shakes, bars, or prepackaged foods. You eat real whole foods every single day. And Ideal You works because they teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. You're in contact with your weight loss coach on a daily basis. And third, once you've reached your goal, they're going to teach you how to keep that weight off. Ideal You will help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
All right, I want to get right to the phones because we have Corin in Columbus, and I believe you're our Brad Holmes impersonator. You sound exactly like him, if I remember correctly. We were talking Lions. Explain the gap. The Niners are heavy favorites to win the Super Bowl, plus 550. Much better odds than the Lions at plus 1,300. Explain the gap. Corin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I think where the gap really comes from is you got to think about the way Brock Purdy played at the end of last season. Those last 3 games, coming back against Detroit, leaving the 49ers with the lead against the, number 1, number 2 defense in the league last year really showed that they really think he's going to take a big leap. If you look at his MVP odds, he's 16-1 to win the MVP. Jared Goff is behind Anthony Richardson at 30-1. So they think that he is, twice as likely to win the MVP versus Jared Goff, which means to me that they think that San Francisco is really going to have a great season this year.
Another leap for Brock Purdy in the system. He was coming off an injury last year to start the season. So that would make sense that they think Purdy is that much better than Goff. Now, I disagree with them, but at least that would explain it, right?
I agree. Yeah. I don't agree at all. Honestly, to me, I think the Lions are the best team in the league. If you look at what we have, Kansas City, I know is everybody's favorite, but if you remember, Kansas City last year was not a very good football team, and especially going into the playoffs, there were a lot of questions. I think at week 15, with a couple of different scenarios, they were almost not likely, but they could have missed the playoffs if a couple of things happened. So
yeah, they were the 3 seed.
Losing what they got on defense with L'Jarius Sneed. They've had a very noisy offseason with a couple players getting into trouble. Like, I don't understand it. I mean, I get the Patrick Mahomes rage, but this is a team sport, and I think there's no other complete team that's better than the Detroit Lions. But listen, if they're going to give me 1,300, plus 1,300 to bet on them, then I'll take it.
I'm with you. We talk value on Cash the Ticket. It feels like a value play. I would understand Kansas City as the favorite because Mahomes, or because he's kind of the cheat code. And they had a really good defense last year, which kept them in games for him to put the cape on late and win it. If it was Kansas City, I get it. I don't know that the gap should be that big, though. The fact that it's San Francisco, I question it. And we appreciate the call from...
Does it more just make you mad?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but it shouldn't bother me. I got a good football team. They'll decide it on the field.
Yeah. Here's what Vegas is saying in some ways, and I think this is what bothers me a little bit too, actually, is that it's saying the Lions only would have played that game 2 or 3 times out of 10.
Yeah, and I feel like
in San Francisco versus youth, me and you both feel like they were on a level playing field, and it would have been competitive game in, game out.
You play it 10 times, yeah, could have gone either way all 10 times.
More I think about this, they're protecting themselves. The Purdy thing is total protection. I mean, seriously, the MVP you would think would be ranked on guys who you think would have the best season. I mean, there's people I would put ahead of Purdy on that, but Purdy would win the MVP because he's on the best team, plus he's got some stats that go along with it.
Well, again, this was a huge story last year. Is Purdy the most valuable player on his own offense? No. Probably Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Debo.
Well, it's the same thing with the Lions. Would you say the quarterback's always going to be the most important, but are they always the best? No. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, like for the Niners, you start bumping what Brock Purdy is as a player down the list because you have really good players at some other positions. It's the same thing with the Lions. When you have Penei Sewell, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta,
No, I think they're similar. I think Purdy's a little more mobile. I think Goff maybe a little more accurate.
Yeah, he can run.
But my point is they're both the trigger guy in a really well-designed offense with fun chess pieces that great offensive minds manipulate. So the idea that one is significantly better, an MVP and Brock Purdy, but Goff would. I get that that's at least a market explanation. I disagree with the reasoning. I do. I think the Lions are better than the San Francisco 49ers. I think they should be the ahead of them in terms of the betting odds to win the Super Bowl.
And I think the Lions have more weapons. When you're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, when you're talking about Laporta, and you throw J-Mo in there, I know that the expectations for him are going to go way through the roof this year. Now, can he live up to them or not? That's going to be the measure. But it's also Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield. We heard from you guys probably talked about it last week, the expectations for Ben's offense and what he expects from Jahmyr Gibbs, not just on the ground, but through the air. And we heard that last year. Like, we're going to use him in so creative ways that you've never thought of before. I didn't necessarily see those, but it is getting him the ball in space not just handing him the ball, but throwing him the ball where he can take up a lot or can gain more production.
And again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I appreciate people who are trying to come up with a theory because I just wanted explained why the gap is as large as it is.
Well, we're buying into, all of us are, that this team has so many young players that can still get so much better.
Right.
Especially last year's 4 rookies that contributed. I mean, Jack Campbell could take a humongous leap this year. I thought he was the worst of the 4. I don't think that's saying anything, earth-shattering. But Gibbs, maybe he has his bust-out Kamara-type Marshall Faulk type season. I'm not going to say he's going to be completely to that level, but if he takes a step towards that, do you know the impact that's going to have on the offense?
Well, look at him at the end of the year compared to the beginning of the year, forecasted over a whole season, and then if you told me he got the workload, which again, Montgomery allows them to keep him fresh, but if you gave him the workload, could he have one of those statistical seasons like those guys? Yeah, absolutely, I see that. I do.
I mean, Laporta, and then you throw in Branch, who I think will have a significant improvement. What if Kirby Joseph bounces back a little bit this year?
Yeah. Some ticket text on their theories. It says the answer is obvious. It's the division. Green Bay is in our division. The Vikings and the Bears are more dangerous. The San Francisco division is much weaker, especially at the bottom. Another ticket texter says, I got to think part of it is the Lions' inexperience against a first-place schedule, Terrence and Warren, so more risk that they drop off than the more stable 49ers. The Niners window is closing, reads a ticket texter. They'll do anything to win a Super Bowl before it's closed. They have this year and maybe next year. The Lions are building. So the explanation might be that San Francisco is more willing to give capital up at the deadline and put themselves over the top as opposed to the Lions, who are more methodical.
They're already built.
This one says it's because Jared Goff is overrated and isn't that good. Chad in St. Clair Shores. Listen, he's physically limited, but I think he quieted a lot of the critics. And in this offense, they can absolutely score enough points to win the games.
Yes, he showed that last year.
This one says, Jim, you're a Kool-Aid drinker. That's why you feel this way. Well, okay, maybe that's truth to that. And people are convinced that last caller was, in fact, Brad Holmes.
I know.
Says
we get that every time.
Burner Brad, Gilly at work. Never convinced me otherwise. Maybe Doug has a theory. We were talking about the betting market. This is summertime. Niners plus 550 to win the Super Bowl. Lions plus 1,300 to win the Super Bowl. Why? How do you explain that gap? What's the perception that we're...
Okay, so anytime I get worried about any betting lines, I have to remember that the money drives it, right?
Right, yeah. So why are people betting that way would be my question.
Because the Niners were better last year, I guess. I don't know.
They won the game.
Yeah, that's it. And so that's what's driving it, right?
Gator, who is it?
Just that.
Spam.
Oh.
So anyway,
sorry.
Deep fried?
No, I'm more interested in the call now. Sorry, Doug. I was looking over at Gator.
Yeah,
maybe it's just as easy to say why they won the game last year. But I would have thought that game was more of a coin flip, and the odds would reflect that going into the next season. But okay, the brand of San Francisco wins out.
I guess. I don't know.
What do you guys got coming up?
We got some Lions stuff with mini camp starting, which is awesome.
Exciting.
Out there. This is where you start to get some rumblings. So we'll get into that. Trade deadline talk. It feels like more and more people are writing about it at the major league level. And we've got that purgatory team that's right in between, hasn't defined itself. So which direction that will go. And, there's some stuff from last night's game that's certainly worth talking about. So all that coming up.
I saw the Scooble stat.
Yes.
Oh, it's a great stat.
Yeah, he's a hell of a pitcher. Hell of a pitcher.
Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Back in our studios today after spending yesterday out at Oakland Hills. Tons of people from our station were there. We were the only two that didn't golf, but we did the show while they played. Yeah. Which is fine. You know, it's funny. This shift has some real benefits.
It does.
Yeah, I really like. I've had a wonderful opportunity. I get to see my kids in the morning. I get to see almost all their games after school. I do enjoy that. The morning show. I mean, if you work that morning show, you got to get up in the middle of the night to come in. That's a tough deal. Afternoon show, you do get to sleep in, but you got to work a little bit later. But it's a pretty good shift. Those are the marquee shows. We are just merely the midday show. Just us, middle of the day.
Just merely the midday show.
Merely the midday show. But we miss a lot of stuff. Almost every Lions practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they got mini camp going on. We don't get to go to that stuff.
Don't get to go.
And things like golf outings. So, alas, here we sit. Still like the job. Not complaining. How are you today? Anything good yesterday?
Yeah, it was just beautiful. So when I got home after the show, I sat out in my backyard.
Did you follow through on the plan? You had invited me. It was a very generous offer, but I could not make it.
I mean, I did not have the shandy. I sat in my chair right next to the pond.
Yep.
And dog in my lap and just watched the fish swim and the dog, panting contently.
Yeah. You were just hanging out?
Yeah, it was great. Did that for an hour and a half or so, and then did some stuff around the house and went for a long walk, and then watched the Tigers.
Gotcha.
On my computer.
Yeah, so did I. And
getting tired of it.
I am too. I had some problems with pixelation during Sunday's game. And I'm like, I'm not even going to complain because I know if I bring this publicly, it's all if somebody goes, well, you got to get better internet or something.
Oh,
it's all going to come back to me. My fault. But.
Right. And that's the thing that I wonder if that's it with my issues as well. I mean, for the most part, the game works fine on the app, but every once in a while you'll start to spin.
Yep.
And either it'll correct itself or I'll have to go in and refresh the screen. What I haven't had to do, which was a huge complaint of people earlier, is that I have not had to re-log in.
No.
You remember people were saying that? You have to do it a couple times during each game. I'm like, I haven't had to do it once.
Nobody wants that.
No, nobody wants that. So I think they've improved the app. But I just think it's a Wi-Fi issue in my house.
Yeah.
That I'm going to have to figure out a way to improve. I know there are ways to do it, so might have to do that.
He's on it, people. Yeah. He's on it. So anything else exciting? That was the night?
Yeah, that was really kind of it.
Pretty much it. Yeah. I mean, look, the Tigers won the game, and it's when they win Scooble games, and look, there were kind of three stories, right? Scooble, Brisky, and Jake Rogers. I mean, there's other stuff that we will talk about, but those were the big stories. That's what really, really worked well. When they win Scooble games, it feels to me like an earned victory. It feels to me like it's deserved, like it's part of the plan. Here's our guy. Good luck trying to beat our guy. This is our cornerstone piece. This is the guy that we get to march out there every fifth day and expect to win. And when he goes and performs the way we expect, and I mean, even yesterday, I think he gave up 7 hits, walked 2. Was it 6 hits, walked 2, 7 hits, walked 2?
7 hits and walked 2.
Okay. Over 6 innings. I mean, it wasn't dominant. He gave up a leadoff home run, but he kept them off the board. And when he did get in trouble, he got out of trouble. He was damn good. His ERA has now dropped even again. And
below 2 now.
This is a deserved win. This is part of the plan. This isn't a fluke. This is when he goes out there and starts, they have the air of a playoff team. They have the air of an above 500 team. They look the part because they got that guy that they get to pitch every fifth day. And then they spend the other 4 days kind of messing around and scrambling, just trying to find a way to win a game. So when Scoob goes out and pitch, here's the script. Here's what's going to happen. The team follows the script, and the Tigers win.
Well, and yet Tigers have 30 wins on the year. Skubal has 7.
Yes, but you know how many of his starts they have won?
I'm guessing the vast majority of them.
Yeah, he's had 12 starts. They've won 9 of them. So
okay, so
he's got about a third of their wins.
Yeah, almost there, and a third and a third. It's fun to see that they've got that guy who's almost automatic. That now you have the expectation. Yeah, yep. I expect him to go out and pitch 6-7 innings, give up 2 or 3 runs, and that's it, and the team to win.
Yep.
Everybody else, it is a battle, and yet they've won more games with the other pitchers than they have with him, as it should be. Because my God, you have 4 other guys. Let's get it done here. But we're seeing it with Reese Olson. He's just pitched really well for the most part of this year, and no run support. And it's stark contrast to what happens when Skubal pitches.
Yep.
And then you get Flaherty out there, and he looks ultra dominant at times with his strikeout stuff, and he doesn't walk anybody, or compared to strikeouts, it's a 9-to-1 ratio and all this, and he looks like he's great. And then you kind of cobble things together after that. Maeda, Mize, Manning, whoever gets the next start, it's not an ideal staff at all, and yet this team is 500 right now through 60 games.
Yep.
They're 3.5 games out of the wild card. They just won another one on the road against their best pitcher. It's a pretty good baseball team, the Rangers are, despite the fact that their record is now 2 games below 500. Their lineup is still formidable. They just haven't figured it out yet. And let them figure it out after the Tigers leave.
Sure.
But right now with this team, the Tigers just they keep you entertained to a point, I guess. The lineup isn't really entertaining. It's individuals that are entertaining, right? You're watching to see Riley Green develop. You're watching, okay, last night Justin Henry Malloy gets his first major league action. Want to see that. You're watching because Tarek Skubal's outstanding.
First pitch, Justin Henry Malloy gave it a ride.
Sure did. Yeah, but
not close enough.
Deep right center field, and it was caught. But that's unfortunately what this team is there's individuals. It's not this team concept that you need to win and get to the playoffs just yet. They're still trying to cobble it together. They've had times where in sections of the season where it's been that way, where the bullpen was great, the starting pitching was great, there was no hitting. There's been no hitting all season long.
Yep.
And it's going to be tough to find. Your best hitter on the team is out indefinitely with a stress fracture in his back, which does not sound good.
Nope.
You just sent down the guy who hit 31 home runs a year ago because he can't hit, at least not right now. We'll see. Hopefully he's able to come back. It's been kind of a disappointing year for Riley Green. Batting average wise, he's bringing it back up. Now he's bringing it back up. I mean, for a while there, he's like in the 230s. Now he's back up to 249, which is nice. But it's just there's not a lot there with the lineup, which has you going, okay, if they're going to get better, how are they going to get better? It has to be through the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it either comes from some players returning to form and guys that we could kind of see, like Riley Green, guys that we can't see, like Javi Baez, and maybe from a minor league call-up, like a Justin Henry Malloy, which seems like a bit of a stretch, or a Jace Young, which feels like it might have a chance. Continued development with Colt Keith, but there's a lot of ifs in there. It doesn't feel like a formula that's going to provide much more offense, reliable offense the rest of the way, because there's some hope and a prayer mixed in here. But I mean, they could justify a trade deadline move, and it seems like everybody started to write about the trade deadline, and everybody's saying the same thing about the Tigers. They're a tweener. They haven't defined themselves, which means Scott Harris may have to define them. This might be one of those deals where I'm going to go shopping and I'm going to go selling. And if I get a great deal either way, I'm pulling the trigger. Yeah. And that might be what it comes down to. I've already speculated on teams and deals.
Oh, I've looked.
Yeah.
I was looking this morning.
We will get to that coming up. Also, this happened again. I wonder if each league will go through it once. We'll explain today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, listen, if you want to have great service, I'm going to tell you about great customer service. The great folks over at Precision Garage Door know what they're doing. I called them over a year ago and said, look, I'm having problems with my garage door. They came out, took a look at it, and said, look, down the road, you're going to have to replace it. But for right now, we can help you out until you really have to replace it. So they gave me a bunch of different options. We went through. I talked with Jeff, the technician. He walked through everything. And we said, here we go. Let's get this done. The team came out. They did the job. It was easy as could be. I'm so glad that I called Precision. That's why I'm talking about them. I want you guys to give them a call, too. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today. Telephone number is 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. You can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Story broke yesterday, and I kind of feel like we're going to see this in every league at least once. And I kind of hope it's only once, but it probably won't be. Tucupito Mercado, a Padre infielder who last year was with Pittsburgh, he had torn an ACL last year and was out. But Major League Baseball has discovered that he allegedly placed some bets on the Pirates. And according to MLB Rule 21, it explicitly states that a player who bets on games involving his own team is subject to a lifetime ban.
So he's with the Padres now, but he was with the Pirates when he was alleged to have made the bets.
Yes. There are also 4 minor leaguers that are getting looked at. And I immediately go, okay, I hope none of them are Detroit Tiger minor leaguers. And I hope even more that even if they are, hopefully they are not any consequential
right.
Detroit Tiger minor leaguers. Is this going to happen once in every league? that a player's going to get busted and banned and everybody will learn? Will there be a cycle that like this happens every 5 years and another generation of players will join in and learn a lesson the hard way? Or is this the kind of thing that because sports gambling is so prominent, so easy, it can be done on your phone and just such a so new that we're going to see this once in every league and then everybody will learn their lesson?
I don't know if it's going to be once. I think you're going to find that this happens. What you don't want this to lead to is beyond just, I was betting on the game. You don't want, I was throwing the game. Yeah, you don't want to hear that the game was compromised because this guy was doing things to make the spread come through or the over-under totals, whatever it is. You don't want to hear about that stuff. If this guy just went out and I bet the Pirates to beat the Phillies, whatever, it's still bad because you're part of it and you have inside information that others don't have, and you're not supposed to do that, and it's against the rules, and obviously you have this harsh consequence to it. But that doesn't necessarily compromise the integrity of the game, like if you were throwing it.
Yep.
So that's the bigger concern that I have. I think this is always going to be there. The specter is always going to be there because of how easy it is to gamble, how easy it is to bet on sports right now. Although as it gets easy and easier, there are going to be more and more trackers and more ways to find if you've done something that you shouldn't.
It's going to be easier to track down those that are breaking the rules. I mean, the thing about it is, I've said this before, and I've realized. So we brought it up with the NBA guy, the dude in Toronto that was throwing games, and I said it, a month ago, whenever that story broke. It never crosses my mind when I'm watching a game that a player that I'm watching has bet on the game. Never crosses my mind. I never even let it seep in. I thought, okay, maybe it will with that NBA story. And then I realized I went back to watching games in I guess, blissful ignorance, as some people might say. But I just didn't, it doesn't cross my mind. I don't ever have that thought. I never go there. When a game is over, I don't think a player threw a game. It just isn't even on my radar. And I wonder if more and more stories like this come out, if it will become something on my radar. Is it ever on your radar?
It gets, I'm going to say, yeah, occasionally. But
interesting.
But in football, and it's probably, and I think it's unfair. And I'm admitting this right up in front. I think it's unfair because football has plays that have great consequence. Every play is a make or break play. So if somebody throws a terrible pick six, or they fumble the ball or whatever, or they drop a pass, it's not fair. But yeah, occasionally my mind will go to, is that point shaving? Well, what happened there? That's ridiculous. You can't possibly make that decision.
Yeah, I guess
I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's crossed my mind. It's not a prevailing thought, but I can't sit here and tell you that I've never thought of it.
I never think of it. But let me ask you this though, because, all right, so a guy who is a fringe player in the league to compete in Marcano is busted. The dude with the Raptors was busted. But you know who wasn't busted? Shohei Ohtani wasn't busted. But there was the specter of that. There's like the league certainly would never want a player of Shohei Ohtani's magnitude to be busted.
No, but they got Pete Rose.
They did get Pete Rose. Now, Pete Rose was no longer a player when they got Pete Rose.
No, but nonetheless, he was the hit king.
But there's no way the league wants to have to levy a lifetime ban on a player like Shohei. And they don't seem to blink an eye at Marcano getting busted. But that's one of those deals where you're like, okay, if ever a major star gets wrapped up in something like this and they have to ban him for life because that's what the rules state and that's what they've done to others, would they really go through with it?
They'd have to. And yet, I don't know if they will or won't. What's the old joke about, with college athletics? If a big program gets, if there's an investigation, some small program's going to get nailed.
Yep.
I mean, is it the same type of thing? Maybe. Look, I don't think this is something that happens all the time. I don't go into a game watching and waiting for the play to happen that's going to make me say point shaving. That's not how it is. I'm just telling you, in the past couple of years, I've watched some games and I've seen some things happen where it crossed my mind. Maybe not enough where I'm going to, call it out on the air and say that's definitely it. I think there have been some.
Hold on, just to be fair too, we can't. Okay, if we think, all right.
Yeah.
And if you and I see something and I got on the air and I go, I got to wonder if he was shaving points, that's going to have consequences. We can't make those kinds of accusations. We get calls, we get texts.
I think there have been some interesting coaching decisions that have been made.
You've thought about it with coaching decisions?
Oh, when it comes to like totals of games?
There was a weird field goal last year, wasn't there? Was it James Franklin?
There's some stuff.
I need to stop. I shouldn't say anybody's name. Scratch that from the record. I didn't say that.
Well, I'll say it this way. There have been some questionable things that have happened when it results in the total points in the game where a coaching decision has directly played a role in that. Now, I'm not saying that coach did it intentionally and that I'm making the accusation that he's shaving points or whatever, or he's fixing, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the way that the results have played out, it can give that look that you'd have to want to do an investigation.
One of my first thoughts is, does Marcano have a translator?
Well, there's that. The other thing is with because of portal and NIL and all that, does that give maybe a little bit more of a net for coaches if they're making decisions at the end of games? When coaches throw a guy in there and he starts throwing passes, and then he's like, well, I just want to get him ready. Like you're running up the score, things like that. Now do you legitimately have the reason to say, well, I'm trying to hang on to this kid, so I'm giving him opportunity to play late in the game and throw the ball around, even though we're up by 35 with 4 minutes to go. I'm trying to make sure he doesn't enter the portal at the end of the season because I want to give him some reps.
I hadn't given that some thought, but I would think a part of being a college coach now is always recruiting your own roster. How do I keep this kid? I want to keep this kid. How do I keep this kid?
Yeah, but if you pull on this little thread of this inconsequential San Diego Padres player who, when he was a Pittsburgh Pirate, alleged to have bet on some games, you start tugging at that thread, you look over, and next thing you know, you've got a whole storm of things that are coming, and this is what they have to do. They have to investigate it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We got stuff coming in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get back to some Tiger stuff coming up a little bit later on. We are discussing a little bit here the story about another professional athlete wrapped up in a gambling scandal. It's a relatively inconsequential player from the San Diego Padres, but he did it when he was with the Pirates last year. He is being investigated. There are 4 minor leaguers that are also apparently being investigated, and Major League Baseball's rules call for lifetime bans, which is incredibly short-sighted for the individuals involved. They probably think, well, I'll never get caught. And then they do, and then they're out of the league. I guess there are other leagues around the world you can go play in, but not this one. So and I say as someone who's, consumes a ton of sports, it never crosses my mind that a player has bet on a game. It crosses your mind in football, and it crosses your mind with some coaching decisions. And I'm not saying I choose to ignore it. I'm saying I don't think I've ever organically had the thought that somebody's gambling on a game.
Well, I guess there's 2 different things. From one side is where you're having an effect on the outcome of the game, which has absolutely crossed my mind. It's not often it happens, but there are plays and things that happen. I'm like, if I just think about, do I think the players are gambling on games? I think it's widespread. I really do.
On games in their sports, or because you're allowed to gamble on other sports.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're gambling on their own sport. Yes. Do I think they're gambling on their own games? I'm not sure. I would imagine that the players have found a way, because it's not difficult, you would think, to find a way to get somebody to make bets for you if you want to do it. I would have a hard time believing that every player in every sport is stepping back and saying, oh, no, I will not do that. Because they'll justify in their own mind why they can. Well, I'm not betting on my own team.
Yeah.
And I'm just, kind of giving a little wink over at my buddy over there. Go ahead and make a bet, I think that happens. I think it happens certainly more than you've thought of.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is when like we get on the air the next day and a caller brings it up, or you bring it up, or anybody, it ever comes up later, I might go, but I've realized that I don't have, my mind doesn't go there, and maybe it will. But anyway, from an unnamed texter, go back and watch the EMU versus Buffalo game from November 21st, 2023. The entire Buffalo team was on the take. That's from an unnamed texter. McVay kicked a field goal that covered the spread, said it was for postseason tiebreakers. That's from an unnamed texter. Is he guilty because he has no interpreter? The interpreter, they're those shady interpreters.
Yeah.
It's always the shady interpreter. Somebody else, Doug, I'll say it for you. That one coach you mentioned, he made some questionable decisions that have income the outcomes of bets. That's from Jamie in Ann Arbor. I'm not going to bring the name up again, but yeah, I don't want this to become part of my thinking, because the moment if that becomes a prominent part of my thinking, I think in many ways sports will be ruined for me if it becomes prominent. I suppose the occasional fleeting thought, it won't ruin it for me. But Gator, if I start going, my mind starts going there all the time, I think it'll ruin sports for me.
So you just keep your head in the sand.
Well, maybe that's what it takes.
I will say it does call into question sometimes when a guy makes a random 3 at the end of a game that has no consequence on the game. Like, why did he do it?
Well, Paul, I would say that sometimes they do it for their own stats. That's what I would think. I mean, the weird thing about basketball is because of a shot clock, you do eventually have to shoot it.
This is true. And that's the easy way around it. But
because
when you start looking at totals of games, and then you see, let's say that the spread is 9 points, and you are up by 8. You've got the ball, and you're running the clock out, and you take a shot.
Yeah.
When you're up by that, and there's no reason to, you just dribble out the clock. But if you don't, you take the shot, and all of a sudden you make it. And now you're up by 10 points, and you cover the spread. Red flags are going to go up.
All right, we now have more names at this hour.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Mark Feinsand from MLB.com. MLB announced the following suspensions for unrelated violations of MLB sports betting policy. Padres infielder-outfielder Tucupita Marcano, permanently ineligible. A's right-handed pitcher Michael Kelly, 1 year. Padres left-handed pitcher Jay Groom, 1 year. Phillies infielder Jose Rodriguez, 1 year. Diamondbacks left-handed pitcher Andrew Saalfrank, 1 year. So, I am relieved that there are no consequential Tigers or Tiger minor leaguers on that list.
Yes, that's good news.
Not that I suspected there would be. But thank you. Who posted that? UPS Church on Twitch posted that to our Twitch website. So,
well, let's hope that this serves as a lesson to everybody in baseball and other sports. Don't do it.
Yep.
It's easy enough not to.
All right, back to the Tigers. This coming in from Eric at work. The frustration I feel with Skubal's good outings is replacing the name Skubal with Verlander. At the end of his tenure, we are at the same place we have been since 2016. It's so frustrating. So, it's interesting because I feel like what they're trying to do is build it to avoid, you know what it is? They're building it to avoid the Javi Baez contract. And what I mean by that is, in Javi Baez, it was a free agent signing gone wrong, but those mistakes have massive financial consequences. If Spencer Torkelson was a mistake, it sucks, and it's a wasted resource, but it doesn't have massive financial consequences. If Colt Keith or Parker Meadows, it doesn't work out, Wenzel Perez, they don't come with massive financial consequences. Free agent signings can come with massive consequences. I'm not saying I'm anti-free agent because I'm not, but they are taking a lower risk approach to this rebuild right now. If you look at actually Scott Harris's free agent signings, there's some guys working out. Not all of them. Like Maeda's not working out. Flaherty is.
Urshela.
Right? Urshela. Veerling wasn't it? Was Veerling him? Yeah, last year. Wasn't he? Didn't he acquire Veerling? I have to go back and look. Canna, having some success with Mark Canna.
Trade?
Yeah. So some of these acquisitions are working out, and it's kind of encouraging. None of them are stars, but I guess the question becomes, are they going to get their stars through their own organization and their draft picks?
Yeah, and Veerling was traded back in January 23 to the Tigers for with Nick Maton. Remember Nick Maton?
Yeah, I do remember Nick Maton.
For Cody Clemens and Gregory Soto.
Yep.
So an acquisition, yeah.
So that was a Scott Harris move. Okay, so anyway, the point being, there's some guys here. Not all 500 teams are built the same.
Well, no, but the thing is that the guys that he has added, they're players that are fine. They're not anchors on the lineup, but they haven't got the high-end player yet.
Nope.
So what they've done is built the roster with a bunch of guys that they're definitely major league players.
Yep.
But are they average to anything better than average? I don't think it's anything better than average other than, I guess, maybe, you could say Flaherty is pitching better than average right now. And Veerling is having a better than average season right now, but typically it's just been kind of mid what they've done.
Yep.
And they're hoping to supplement that or really build with it, not supplement, but build the team through the draft, which is those are your guys.
Well, they went into
high end guys.
They went into the season with two kind of established prospects in Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson in terms of everyday players, not in terms of pitchers. One of them is it's back to square one. Or square, whatever. He's back in the minors in Torque. They then also not rolled the dice, but they gave two prospects a chance at an everyday spot, Parker Meadows and Cole Keith. One is back at square one, back in the minors. And then they've had a bit of a surprise in Wenzel Perez. But it also speaks to the hit rate of prospects. Prospects are fun to accumulate. They're fun to think about. Minor league numbers can be gaudy, but the hit rate, we're seeing the hit rate in real time right now with this Tiger team.
Yeah, and even Wenzel Perez stays where he's at right now.
Yeah.
Again, it's average.
Yep.
It's nothing special. Glad that the young man has his opportunity. He's trying to make the most of it, and he's got some skills, but he's not a potential all-star by any means. The team needs those guys. They need to find those guys on other teams, because right now, whatever they have in their own minor league system is going to take a while. So they need to find guys from other teams that are available and hopefully make some moves.
Doug and Gator, thank you for your insight, your realism, and your positivity when discussing the Tigers. You both live in a cup half full attitude. It's refreshing. You make my mid mornings enjoyable. That's from Dave and Pinckney. Dave, you're welcome. Look, I mean, I don't claim to, I don't get mad at people when their glass is half empty, because you have every right to feel the way that you feel. I think, Gator, you and I have kind of laughed and joked about how we always seem to be trying to find the path to success. Well, the realistic path to success.
Yeah, and I think I don't think that's looking at half full. I think, well, maybe that's a definition of half full. I guess I don't want to be misrepresented and think that the team's there.
No.
No.
We're
finding ways, we're looking for ways for the team to get there, to get us excited about a playoff team and have something in a postseason. And they're not far out of it. I'm just being realistic about it. They're 3.5 games out. So how do you get to that point? What can you do? Here's what has to happen. And it's not likely that some of these things happen, but you got to give it a chance to work itself out. Is Colt Keith going to develop the rest of this season and be a guy? Sure hope so. They've invested in him a little bit, and I think he showed last year that he definitely was comfortable through the minors, but Major League Baseball is totally different. But he had a heck of a May, and let's hope that continues on the rest of the way.
248-539-9797. Interesting birthday yesterday. We'll get to that today at 10:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wow. According to Jeff Passan.
Is this a wow?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know how to. I mean, maybe people just don't care. Tucupita Marcano, this Padre infielder that's being banned for life from baseball. According to MLB, he won only 4.3% of the 231 MLB-related bets he placed.
Ooh. That's not going to get you a podcast on Cash the Ticket. So that's not. I don't think Costa and Valeni are looking for a third wheel, so they're okay. Huh. 4% of his bets?
Yeah.
That's not good.
So that is, he made 200, I just did the math on that.
How can you possibly?
He made 231 MLB related bets. He won 10. 10.
Okay. The only way I can see that possibly happening is
parlays.
It's the only way where you can lose.
He went parlay happy.
If you lose 96% of the bets you make, it's because of parlays. Because you're taking it in a way it's a sucker bet.
Yep.
But when they pay off, it's fun because you get odds on them.
Yep.
Right? It's very enticing to put this 10-leg parlay and see that you can get paid, 80 to 1 or whatever it is. I have no idea what the odds are anymore in parlays, but parlays are fun. They're just not the more legs you add to them, the less likely it is to win.
Yep.
4% he won.
Wow. He made 231 MLB related bets and won 10. I mean, it sounds like he should be banned for life from betting.
Yeah, right. We're not going to take away your baseball career.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. What we are going to do is manage your phone.
Yep. We're taking away the app.
We're taking away the app. We're taking away your computer. We're taking away any ability you have to place a bet because you're not good at it. You're horrible at it.
I mean, I don't want to say I feel bad for the guy. I do think that there are probably some players that don't really pay attention to the fine print and read the rules and know the rules, but he wasn't even good at it.
Maybe instead of suspending him, they should let him keep playing, but on the back of his baseball card, they change OBB to overall betting percentage.
I like it. I like it.
Yep. I think Jonte Porter, when he got suspended by the Raptors, he won some bets, but wasn't he covertly betting on his own totals and then making sure the unders hit? Like, so that one, listen to me. Which one of these illegal bettors did it better? Jonte Porter did it way better than Marcano did.
So Marcano, I'm looking at his career stats. He started his career in San Diego.
Okay.
Then went to Pittsburgh, and now he's back with San Diego. And although he's not with a big club, he's in the minors.
Okay, here we go. And now Front Office Sports has come out with all his totals here. You ready?
Yeah.
Total amount bet on baseball, 150,000. Total amount bet on MLB, 87,319. So he was making baseball bets that weren't on Major League Baseball. Can you bet on minor league baseball, other leagues? Average amount per bet, $378. Number of MLB bets, 231. Bets on Pirates games, because this is when he was a Pirate, 25. MLB bets won 4.3%. I mean, he just wasn't any good at it either. What a mess. What a mess.
Wasn't even playing this year. Has he been hurt?
He was hurt last year.
Because he has no minor league stats for 2024. He has no major league stats for 2024.
I think he tore his ACL last year with the Pirates, so a lot of his betting happened while he was on the DL.
This guy.
Oh, I do feel bad because it's a sickness too. I mean, gambling, when you get addicted to something.
Yep.
I don't know if does it sound like he's an addict?
Sounds like he might be, yeah. This is from ESPN story. Rule 21 posted in every clubhouse states betting on any baseball game in which a player, umpire, league official, or team employee has no duty to perform results in a 1-year suspension. Betting on a game in which a player has a duty to perform results in a lifetime ban. And he's been given a lifetime ban. The rest of the other names, one other big leaguers, A's pitcher Michael Kelly, he was declared ineligible for 1 year. So he bet on Major League Baseball, but not his own team. And then minor leaguers, Jay Groom of the Padres, Jose Rodriguez of Philadelphia, banned for 1 year for betting on Major League Baseball games.
So he made 231 bets.
Yep.
What was his average bet?
$378.
$378.
Yeah.
So that's $87,000 worth of bets.
87,319 total amount bet on MLB. Yep. And
he won 4%.
4.3%. He got 10 bets correct. Now, we don't know what these parlays
Right,
were.
we don't know what the parlays paid out. So
they paid out, but dude is banned for life. I mean, I guess relative to the Detroit audience, you probably don't care because none of our guys were involved, and nobody comes.
But we saw what happened here in Detroit in the NFL.
Yeah, well, we did.
And the NFL has changed their policies. They cut down JMO's suspension, and they have reinstated some of the other players.
Yep. Okay. Gator, there is the date of birth was listed on this driver's license as 6/3/1981.
Okay.
6/3/1981, which means yesterday this person turned 43 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It is a fictional movie character in which a driver's license was shown to that fictional movie character, and the date of birth was 6/3/1981. Care to venture a guess as to who it was? And I will tell you, this is the internet. The internet can be a very, very toxic place. This is when the internet does good work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Internet sleuths and Twitter tracked this down. I saw this and I was so excited. This is out of left field.
I know, but I like it. I feel like I need to ask a question or two.
Yeah, go for it.
When was this movie released where this character was in?
Can I look it up? Can you give me a second?
Yeah,
here?
yeah. And then the other thing I would ask is, was the movie a period piece or was it appropriate?
I'm not saying. I said fictional character.
Right.
Did I say movie?
I guess not.
I don't think I did say movie. I'm not saying it's not a movie, but I don't want to. 2007
is when whatever medium this came through.
Yes.
2007.
Yes.
And was it in 2007? Was it actually in 2007, or was this a period piece that is set in the future?
I think it was set in 2007.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in 2007, that character would have been. Help me with the math here on that.
I might get killed for that. I'm not sure. I think. Yeah, it was
26 years old.
25, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. From when the movie, for the purposes of the movie.
Oh, you said movie.
I did. Yeah. Oh, damn it.
Okay.
Gave it away.
Gave it away. McLovin?
Bingo. McLovin yesterday would have turned 43 years old according to his ID.
I would. Okay, here's something. Do you think the actor who played him? Do you know how old he is?
No, I don't.
Do you think he's closer to 21 or closer to? I'm sorry, close. Let's say 17 because a high school kid. Do you think he's closer to 17? Or do you think he's closer to 40? What did you say? 43.
Well, the funny thing is, when in that movie, he looked like he was about 12, and then went out and got a fake ID that said he was 25, which really, really pissed off Evan and Seth.
Right.
Yeah, it was Seth that got really mad at him, right? The movie was super bad, by the way, for people who don't know. I don't know if we stated that. And yes, McLovin's birth date was listed as yesterday, and he would have turned 43 yesterday. I think he's closer to 43.
He is.
Is he?
He's actually 34 years old. The actor's name is Christopher Mintz.
Yeah. Has he been in anything else? I don't see a lot of movies, as you know.
Yeah, he was in the Kick-Ass movies. He's been in a bunch of stuff, actually.
Yeah. Well, good for him.
How to Train Your Dragon.
43. McLovin turned 43 yesterday.
He was in the Kick-Ass movies. That's about all I got.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. All right, Gator. Let's get back to the Tigers. All the trade deadline stuff that's being written about them, because it seems like for some reason the calendar turned, the week started, and ESPN, The Athletic, and everybody start writing about the trade deadline. We are getting close-ish, just under 2 months to go. What will the Tigers do? What could they be looking to get if they sell a piece? Would they actually buy a piece? We'll get to that today at 11:05. Here are Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Honolulu Blue back on the practice fields today, and it will be the entire team as this week's minicamp is mandatory around the NFL. A couple of things to follow include working on those new kickoff rules, which Dan Campbell has notably been a huge fan of and will try to figure it all out. And that was from a couple of months ago. Coach is set to meet with the media in about 30 minutes to set the scene for the week. We'll see how much, if any, work is done by some of the injured players, including rookie corner Ennis Rakestraw, who's coming off surgery this offseason. Elsewhere, a former Lion, Brandon Pettigrew, arrested in Dallas after punching and breaking a glass door in a 7-Eleven while being spoken to by officers early Sunday morning. He was charged with criminal mischief and released. It was actually the third time he's been arrested since retiring with the Lions back in 2016. Tigers-Rangers round 2 tonight in Arlington. Jack Flaherty will try to continue putting up some phenomenal numbers. He had a no-no go into the 7th inning last week and hasn't given up more than 3 earned runs since April 24th. He has an ERA of 2.35 in that span. He gets the nod in the 8:05 start with the play-by-play right here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. Guys, how incredible is A.J. Hinch? How in God's name does he have this team at 500? I honestly think it's the best managerial job in MLB history to have this roster at 500. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but still, it's unbelievable, and we should be thankful. This team under many managers would be 21-39, in my opinion.
I agree to a point with him. I don't know if I'm going to heap that much praise on him, but I do appreciate what he's done with the roster he's been given. I think that's been pretty impressive. The cobble together wins. This team, think about how many wins this team has late in games, where they've just kind of hung around and then they'll put it together in the 8th inning or the 9th inning or in extra innings. They're winning a lot of close games.
I brought up the point that free agency is it's a bit of a mixed bag, and Javi Baez is a prime example of it. How you don't ever want to make a bad signing. When you make a bad draft pick, it doesn't come with huge financial consequences. You make a bad free agent signing, it comes with huge financial. It can come with huge financial consequences, and Baez is an example of that happening. Alan Jackson says, "How is Javi's contract a financial consequences? Financial consequence. We have space and won't spend the money." Well, everybody's got quote unquote space. There is no cap. So there's that. If you think having $100 million hole is not a financial consequence, if you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you. Do you think they're happy with having $100 million sunk into Javi Baez?
No. I think Scott Harris is like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah. You know, we owe this guy this much money. He's terrible. Offensively, he's just abysmal. I'd love to get rid of him, but what can I do?
I mean,
and now Ryan Kreidler and Eddie's Leonard have finally gotten back to Toledo, or at least Kreidler has. Leonard is probably a couple days away.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they're important because those guys are both infielders. They're both shortstops by trade. So one of the reasons that Javi has been able to stay where he's at all season long, I think, is because they have nobody ready to step in. And both of those guys got hurt early in the season, and now they're ready to amp it up again. We'll see how they do, but regardless of how they do, it still feels like this is a full season of Javi Baez before they even think about getting rid of him.
So here's another one. No one was going to give Kenta Maeda 2 years. Still baffled by that signing, giving his injury and low innings history. That's from an unnamed texter. I don't know that no one was going to, but this does not look like a great signing. And I don't mind revisiting how we got here. Is it possible that it goes back to Greenberg's time with the Giants, where they saw the Dodgers a lot early in Maeda's career when he had some of his better seasons? And is it possible that that's what Greenberg saw? Yeah. I mean, the story's not done with Kenta Maeda, but it doesn't look very promising. But because he's now having one of his worst seasons. But I don't know. I think it's a great question for what compelled the Tigers to go after Kenta Maeda when it looked like I thought both he and Flaherty had peaked and were coming down the backside of their careers. Flaherty's rediscovered something. Maeda is not. I mean, if they're both examples of experiments of, I think we can re-tap into something this guy had at one point of his career, one has apparently hit and the other has not.
Yeah, it's Maeda has not. He's made 9 starts, but in 4 of the 9 starts, he's pitched actually well in 4 of the 9 starts where he's given up 1 earned run or less.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's less than half your starts, but those are really good starts that he makes. He's not a number 1 guy, though. Now, I don't think anybody's expecting him to be a number 1 guy, and they have Skubal. They knew that going into it. Maybe what they expected was that Maeda could be the number 2 guy, and he's certainly not a number 2 either. But is he somebody that can eat up innings and be a guy in your roster that, 4 out of 10 games you're counting on to be really good? I mean, I'll take that from a 4 or 5 guy.
The one thing he has done reasonably consistent throughout his career was he held opposing teams to low on-base percentages, which is something I always think of when I think of Scott Harris acquisitions. This year, he's got his career worst ERA at 6.25, his career worst walks and hits per innings pitch at 1.41, and his career worst on-base percentage allowed at 280. Like, and this one could be bad. It's not Baez brutal, but it's bad. Another one here. Tigers need to call up Dylan Dingler, a catcher batting 300 in AAA, needs a chance to get some major league at-bats ASAP. Correct me if I'm wrong. He had a very good May. I'm going to have to go back and look at this. I think Dingler has had a bit of the light come on offensively for him, and it's, but I don't think there's much there. Like, I think it's.
Oh, I think you're right. I think
really good month of
May.
And that's kind of it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the fact is that he is hitting over 300. He's at 301 on the season with an 851 OPS.
Yeah.
Do you have his game log in front of you?
I do. In May, he hit 354.
That's big.
Like, he had 4 doubles, 4 home runs, had a really good offensive May. And so he may get his chance. I mean, the weird thing about catcher, to me, Gator, I think there's 6 major league catchers that are hitting above 250 right now. Everyday catchers. 6. You've also got a catcher that last year, correct me if I'm wrong, this is how I look at the catcher position. If you are good defensively and can check a box offensively, you get walks. You hit for a little average. Maybe provide some power. You don't strike out much. If you do something offense, you just check one box offensively, but you're good defensively, there's a role for you in Major League Baseball. And last year, Jake Rogers hit for that power. He had 21 home runs. Last night, he doubled his home run output on the season, going from 2 to 4. There are only 2 runs they scored were 2 solo shots by Jake Rogers.
Yeah, he's not driving. How many RBIs does he have now?
I'd have to look it up.
It's like 8 or 10.
But you have to check. If you're good defensively and check a box offensively, you can play in the major league.
Yeah, there aren't many great offensive catchers in baseball.
A 5-tool catcher, right?
They just don't exist. And when they do, you're like, oh, can't believe we have this. The Tigers are fortunate to have that with Budge.
Yep.
For a little bit, and that's great. But otherwise, it's generally a position you tank the offense, but you have to you got to be good defensively. And Rogers did an amazing job framing pitches last night.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen occasionally his arm looks really good. It was, he was erratic the other day when he threw the ball in the center field, but he's, I don't know. I don't know what they have with Jake Rogers. I started to write in my show sheet this morning, is it possible that they're getting something finally out of Jake Rogers? But then I started looking at his numbers, and they're just not impressive.
It's an overwhelming no offensively. Like, he frames pitches really well, and last night they were kind of showcasing it on the broadcast. But the fact of the matter is, just check a box offensively, and you can actually be a catcher on a good team.
Well, but it feels like what they've been waiting for is for Dylan Dingler.
Well, if he's hitting now, I'd have to think, given where this organization is, they're still trying to win games, but a call-up like that could be on their radar. He's a Chad Kelly back strain away from being called up, right?
Or Carson Kelly.
Carson Kelly. I've done that like 5 times, called him Chad Kelly. Who the hell's Chad Kelly?
I don't know, but I
gotta get it right. Anyway, he's a Carson Kelly back injury from being called up, and I think we'd all like to see it. Quarterback, Ole Miss.
There you go.
Chad Kelly.
Well, but Dingler's a 250 career hitter in the minors. So you're right. He had a heck of a May. We'll see what he does. I don't think he's ready to, but outside of an injury, he's not ready for a call.
Not after just 1 month. 248-539-9797. Open lines. We said we get to some trade deadline stuff. Let's get to it. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Go to 971theticket.com to check it out. Hey, it's going down tonight at Twin Peaks in Livonia as they are set to showcase They're Miss Twin Peaks contestants from all their local lodges from 5 to 11 tonight. The Miss Twin Peaks in Livonia. That contest will be going on. It'll be rocking the house with a DJ, beautiful Twin Peaks girls in their bikinis. The 5 contestants that will represent the stores at the National Miss Twin Peaks contest in Dallas later this month will be there. Get in early for your chance to meet and mingle with these amazing women. Pair that party up with a scratch kitchen featuring favorites like hand-cut and cooked-to-order boneless wings, house-smoked ribs, handcrafted cocktails like the pool party margarita or Woodford Sour, the teeth-chattering 29-degree draft beer you crave, and the wall-to-wall TVs bringing you all the basketball and hockey finals actions. Plus, you can watch local baseball there. You do not want to miss the party. You can even take advantage of their awesome happy hour specials. Get in from 3 to 6 or 10 to close to enjoy all these favorites at a great price. You get a shot, a beer, an app, and 3 tacos for less than $20. Again, it's going down tonight. Twin Peaks in Livonia. To find the location, get directions, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Tigers win last night to get back to 500, and now they're just going to take off from here, right? A little, just piece together one of those 10 to 15 game winning streaks, and
they'll take it.
Get white hot. Get white hot.
Just one of those little ones.
But
and
you know
then
what?
They'll still trail Cleveland by.
Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. I would start Scooble every game.
So you do. Try to work that out.
Yeah.
and trade for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, exactly. No, the Scuba games, I said earlier in the show, I feel like those are earned, deserved victories. Like, there's no flukes about them. This is our guy. You can't beat him. Aha.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the other 4 games were piecing it together.
Yeah. We only had 2 hits worth a damn. Both solo home runs.
Jedi mind trick stuff. Yes, two solo home runs was enough. Just give that. Yeah, it's Scuba and Brisky. We haven't even talked about Brisky. I was just going to say,
I think it was a 3-headed monster last night for the Tigers. Mm-hmm. Tarek Skubal gives up a leadoff home run to start the game. Gives up a solo shot to Semien. And thinking, does he not have it? Because it looked like I think he got down 2-0, 2-0 on the count to start off and then lose it with a home run. I'm like, maybe he doesn't have his stuff. He gets through it. He goes on, pitches, retires 18 batters, gets 6 full innings of work. In comes Bo Brisky. And Bo Brisky, my God, man, I don't remember Bo Brisky throwing 97, 98 consistently like he was doing last night, and got the long relief work. And A.J. Hinch said, you know what, stay in there. He went 3 full innings out of the bullpen late as the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th in a 1-run game.
Foley and Chafin had thrown in back-to-back games. Vest and somebody else threw on Saturday. I'd have to go back and look.
Holton, I think.
Yeah, their bullpen hadn't been like he could have gone to somebody else, but I think he was like, maybe I can get away with this. I'm sure when they put Brisky in there, and I listened to his postgame and nobody asked, at least I didn't see that part that was available. Was the plan for Brisky to close it out? Because I can't imagine it was. It was like, all right, let's.
I'd love that they let him do it.
Yep.
Because his career high in pitches, I think, had been 50.
It was a little old school, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally old school. That's a Willie Hernandez save from 1984.
Yep.
I think his previous high was 54 pitches. He threw 53 last night, and was still throwing heat at the end. Got out of jams, no problem. We're a Scuba guy out of that jam, I guess. But he located the pitches very well. And then the pitches that were just off, thank you for having Jake Rogers to frame them and bring them back up into the zone and to get the calls for the strikes. It doesn't speak well for the umpire when you get fooled like that, but he was locating pitches very well last night with really good velocity. And this is a guy who was a first-round pick. It feels like a million years ago now, but glad to see him find a role, whatever the role is. It's early. He's pitched 11 innings in the majors this year, and 3 of them came last night. But it's encouraging to see that he does have some stuff, and you can't go to the well all the time, and you feel like the Tigers' bullpen has just been overworked, and I think that's what's happened. They've gone to the well too often, and then the guys get stretched out, and next thing you know, they're giving up runs. I think it's all a product of what baseball is right now, because they're not letting starters go past the 6th inning. You can't get to if you get to 100 pitches, you're done. If you start the inning in the 90s, that's your last inning. If you've thrown 103 pitches, you're not coming out for the next inning. And it's tough to watch like that. And I wonder if maybe if managers are going to have different views on this as this continues to age as to how they use the bullpen. Are they going to go back to saying, you know what, there's no harm in letting the guy go 115 pitches?
Just to be clear, did you say he was a first-round pick?
I thought Bo Brisky was a first round.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't?
No, he wasn't. Sorry.
Not bad.
No, it's quite all right.
It hurts my feelings.
No, it's all right. Look, it happens. There's a lot of guys to keep track of and how it was a 27th round pick.
Bo Brisky was a 27th round pick?
Yeah.
Why am I thinking he was first round?
I don't know.
Was he drafted twice?
I guess that's possible, but I don't. He was a 27th round pick of the 2019 Major League Baseball draft.
That would be
Detroit Tigers. So
yeah, no, look at it right there. Overall pick number 802.
Yeah,
I was wrong.
It's okay. I just brought it.
Who am I thinking of? Maybe I'm thinking of Faedo.
It's all right.
My bad. Faedo was first round.
All right, so trade deadline. It seems like people.
Somewhere Caputo's making fun of me.
Yep. Well, we give him plenty of reason to. Trade deadline stuff. So it seems like people are writing about it. And we'll start with the ESPN story put together by Jeff Passan, where he grouped all the major league teams into 5 categories from their possibility of making a trade, of buying or selling. The bottom category was the unloaders. These are teams that are going to be getting rid of players at the trade deadline. The next one is the hinge group. Then there are the tweeners. Then there's the likely adders, and then there's the definitely adders. The Detroit Tigers are a hinge team. They're on the second tier of teams most likely to make a trade, which is fine. I mean, I think of them as more of a tweener or right in the middle, but who cares where I think of them? I mean, they aren't strongly defined one way or another.
Well, I would imagine the reason that they're in that category is because they have players to trade. They're going to be free agents.
Yep.
When you have Jack Flaherty,
yep,
he's a free agent at the end of the year. You're not likely. Are you likely to re-sign him?
Well, I've talked about how I want them to, because for two reasons. I think the baseball is something worth talking about, and whether or not they need to sit down. And I don't do this today on June 4th. But as we get close to the trade deadline, I would be talking about Jack Flaherty about two things: signing long-term or getting dealt. I do not want to be in the Eduardo Rodriguez camp again.
Right.
That is the, hey, Scott Harris, probably the biggest public pockmark on your record is what happened with Eduardo Rodriguez, that you didn't swing a trade with him last year when it was pretty clear he wasn't going to stay here. And then you went out and it sounds like he had agreed to the trade and then changed his mind. Isn't that exactly what happened?
That's exactly what happened.
That doesn't sound like that's exactly what happened. Anyway, so with that said, you gotta go, but was there a plan B? It doesn't matter. It can't happen again.
No.
So Flaherty either gets a long-term deal or you move him. Now that's assuming there's assuming that there's a market for him, and it sounds like there's a market for him. Passam, when he wrote about the Tigers, said that Flaherty is likely to get traded for the second consecutive year at the trade deadline. And I think he went out, let me see if I got the quote. I thought I cut and pasted the quote. Quote, this time he'll bring back a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last time when he got traded last year, he went from St. Louis to Baltimore. And he got the Cardinals, got the 16th and 18th prospect and a journeyman major leaguer back. Now, the quote is a whole lot more. So does that mean if they decide to move on from Flaherty, that they can get 2 top 10 prospects from another team? Is that possible?
Well, I just want a prospect. Give me the best prospect. I'm not looking for quantity. I think that's been a problem that the Tigers have gone through in the past. I think they've gone for quantity when they really needed to just go for quality. Okay. Instead of asking for 3, like the whole Verlander-Houston trade still bothers.
I get a timeout because that's on the list of things to talk about. But do you think that they could get 2 top 10 prospects for Jack Flaherty from some organization?
He has to continue on the path that he's on right now. Like, he has to have another good start tonight.
Yep.
I'd be skeptical of 2 top 10s.
Okay, because I
would think a top 10 though.
If you would say, so you would, if you can't get 2 top, because they said a lot more than 16 and 18. So I went, all right, 2 top 10s or 1 top 5. Could they get a top 5?
If he continues to pitch as well as he has, and that ERA drops, what is it now, 3.6 or 3.3, whatever he's at right now.
Yep.
If that continues to drop, and is it 3.46 right now? If that is hovering around 3 by 2 weeks before the trade deadline, we're talking middle of July here, second week of July, and he's at 3.1 or less, then I think you can start eyeballing, we're going to get a top 5 prospect from somebody. But you have to understand that, who are you trading him to?
So
there's a small group of teams you're going to be able to trade him to, because you're looking for contenders, and then it becomes. But hopefully, what you have is a bidding war. But right now, I think there's probably several starting pitchers out there that can hit the trade market that are going to be very enticing for teams. And Jack Flaherty's one of them, but he's not. I don't think he's the cream of the crop.
I went and identified a team that I think that would have interest in Jack Flaherty, that the Tigers could maybe swing a deal with. That would make sense for the Tigers as well. And I'm knowing you, I'll give you the team during the commercial break, and you'll probably have a list of prospects that you want from that team coming up in probably about 30 seconds after I tell you. We will get to that at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There's a vast swath of teams that you can make a trade with. But, Gator, I'm going to try and narrow it down for fun. Who the Tigers could be trading with if they decide to be sellers. To be fair, they haven't defined themselves just yet. I think they are slowly defining themselves with each passing week that they don't make up ground or put a little streak together. I think it's the probability of them being sellers increases as we get towards the trade deadline, which is 7.5 weeks away or whatever it is. So there's still time. But I don't want to concede that just yet. I don't know if you're in the mood for conceding that just yet. Probably not, I would suspect.
I don't like concessions.
No. But there was stories in The Athletic, stories on ESPN.com about which teams are most likely to be buyers, which teams are most likely to be sellers. Tigers were in the second tier, just outside of the most likely to sell, but not in the tweeners, which is the middle category. So they got some work to do to even be a tweener, if you will. All right, so what team could they potentially trade with? Before we get to that, your Bo Birsky?
Bo Burrows is what I was thinking of.
Yep. He got his bows mixed up.
Got my bows mixed up.
Yep, it can happen. All right, so my first thought is there is always a chance, a slightly increased chance, but not a slightly increased chance that people from one organization, when they go to another organization, want to get their guys. Scott Harris, background with the Giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looked at the Giants prospects, and the Giants are a team that might be interested in making a trade. They've got a lot of money sunk into this season, and they are right now on the brink of a wild card chase. They're a half game out of a wild card spot. So they might be interested. And yet, when I looked at the Giants system, it struck me that the need is there, as their starter's ERA is 4.45. If they were to shop Flaherty, the Giants probably have interest. All of Giants' top position player prospects, Gator, it feels to me like they're rookie ball, low A. They're far away.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Scott Harris would want to do that. So you start looking at other people that are decision makers amongst the Tigers organization, and who they might be looking at. Jeff Greenberg came from the Cubs, who is technically the GM. Would they go after players with the Cubs? That feels like the Cubs have more alignment. I don't know if they have quite the need. Their starter's ERA is ninth in Major League Baseball, but could they use an arm like Flaherty? And their top prospects seem to be more position players. Now, you're not getting somebody's top prospect most likely, but is there anybody in the 5-6 range, 4-5-6 range? That might make some sense.
Looking at the nothing really stands out. I mean, the guy who stands out is their number 2 prospect, Owen Casey, who's an outfielder.
The Canadian.
Yeah, the Canadian.
I always got my eye on Canadian.
Well, I think it was originally, was he a Padre pick initially?
Might have been. That might be one.
But
doesn't he have he has a weird spelling, right?
Yeah, it's Caissie. I'm assuming it's Casey. I'm not pretending to know. I'm guessing on the pronunciation on it. But he's 21, 6'3", left-handed hitting outfielder whose OPS this year up to 874. Last year was at 917. This year he's at AAA. Last year was spent all year at AA. So
did you say he was their number 2 prospect?
Number 2 prospect.
That feels like it would be a bit lofty to get.
I agree. Flaherty. It would be lofty.
It's funny because I didn't even look at that high.
Well, this is my point, is that you looking in the top 10, there's nothing that stands out. They've got some pitching, but I'm not even paying attention to pitching.
I'm not really either.
So I'm looking at position guys, and they've got, a couple of shortstops that are 19 and 17. Roll those guys out. That's 7 and 8. Then
what level are they at?
They're at the high A ball and rookie ball. So that's no. Then you get to their number 6 prospect, who's a catcher first baseman type. Okay, you know what? With torque, you never know, right? But this guy's 5'7", and he's 20 years old, but he's playing at AA ball. I'm not sure if that's somebody who they would really be looking at, although his numbers aren't terrible. His OPS, 793, 823, 812 in the last 3 years. But his diminutive stature, is that an issue? I don't think there are many 5'7" first basemen that are playing there, so I'm guessing that's probably not somebody, in their realm. They've got a second baseman who's their number 5 prospect in the organization, but he has done very little. His on-base percentage is only 60 points better than his batting average in his career in the minors, and that doesn't strike me as a Scott Harris kind of guy. So I don't look at the Cubs and see a whole lot that I like. I mean,
I'm just looking at the Cubs list
all the way up to number 2, and I like number 2.
I'm looking. What about Matt Shaw, at third baseman? AA.
Yeah,
number 3 prospect. Here's the weird thing about it. I'm looking. They have an inordinate amount. They have an inordinate amount of short prospects. It's a 5'9" third baseman. They got a 5'11" second baseman. This is not that short. They got a 5'7" first baseman. 5'7"?
That's what I'm saying. He's that's the Moises Ballesteros. He's the catcher first baseman. Yep. I'm not really interested.
No,
I'd be looking I'd look elsewhere from the Cubs. Move away from the Cubs.
All right. So who else? Their former the guy in charge of the amateur scouting was with Tampa. Tampa always seems to find guys, right?
Tampa always seems to find guys, and looking at their list, if you get to the top 10, they've got outfielders that are.
Problem is Tampa. Tampa's not likely to be a buyer.
Well, that's a big problem.
Yep,
I think maybe that's what.
Well,
but for a rental, for a run at the end of what's Tampa's record right now?
I think they're behind the Tigers.
Well, then forget it.
Yeah. Tampa
is for a rental, they'd
29 and 31.
Yeah, they could be interested in a rental, but not if they're not contending at this point.
Yep.
So take them off the list.
All right. So no to the Cubs. You don't like the Cubs guys. I mean, I just wonder if. I get that you might not like them. I think the guy that used to work for them might like them more, and Jeff Greenberg. But
again, I'm looking at guys that are going to be exemplifying what it is that Scott Harris wants: the plate discipline, getting on base. Do these guys have that track record? And I do think that if you're a 5'7" or 5'9" infielder, that's not going to bode well unless you play shortstop, and those players are not playing shortstop.
Well, I mean, you can always look to the contenders, right? I mean, you don't have to have a history with a team to make a deal with the team.
No,
I just
don't.
looked at those as likely possibilities.
Are the Yankees looking for pitching? Are the Yankees looking for pitching, I should say?
Well, as you get down to the likely buyers, it seems to me like they are always in that category of likely buyers. And Flaherty feels like a kind of move that they would be. That feels like a kind of move that they would make. And they are deplete the minor leaguers to go get major league talent. And look, the Tigers haven't even defined themselves as sellers yet, and they'll have other pieces to sell. Does Mark Canha get moved?
Right, and I think he could very well get moved. If they find themselves out of it, then yeah, I think you automatically look at the guys who are free agents at the end of the season, like Canha and Flaherty, and say they're gone. I think the Tigers have to entertain trading Flaherty regardless if they're in it or not, just because it's a chip that they have, and somebody that could get somebody pretty good in return that you can control for years, which is what you're looking for.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter: move Flaherty before he gets hurt. You can re-sign him next year. It's a win-win. I gets talked about all the time when people are in contract years. You trade him and then you re-sign him. How often does that actually happen?
It doesn't.
It almost never happens. Whoever they get for Flaherty, keep them away from the Tigers' batting coaches. Another one, I would rather see the Tigers be buyers this deadline. I would too. They have to justify it. They really have to justify it. I think they're in a position where Harris and Greenberg are going to be calling teams both talking about buying and selling.
I'd love to hear them talk about buying, but to get in that discussion, they have to play much better baseball to get into that discussion, because they definitely have assets in the minor leagues that other teams would look at and say, well, what about the Tigers' top five? Yeah, absolutely. And you start looking at, players that are free agents on teams that are finding themselves out of it, they're going to want to move. Can the Tigers jump on that and get a rental that way? Or can they do something even wiser, which is find that young player? These are not easy to find. You find a 25-year-old guy who's just starting his major league career and has monster upside, and that team just sees that maybe there's a log jam, or they got other guys that maybe he's stopping them from moving up the leagues. So there are ways you can do it. I'm not expecting a whole lot of fun movement from the Tigers at the deadline.
If you're Jack Flaherty, there's a couple things that you're considering here. All right. One is, do I want to get traded again at the trade deadline? Some players hate being traded. Two is my best baseball in front of me with Chris Fetter? Is this in part because of what Chris Fetter has done? And I would say it's hard not to credit a guy that gets a credit for a lot of what the Tigers pitching staff has done.
Or is he just healthy?
It could be that. But three is, do I have a commitment from this organization that I'll be on a winning team here? Like, I don't want to pitch for a losing team all the time. He did get a 1-year contract. He is healthy. They've unlocked some stuff, sounds like, with his lower body, and his confidence is back. I mean, when you get in the right situation, you might want to just stay there. a la Ben Johnson. Hey, this is working. I'll be well compensated. Why don't I just stay here?
Well, I don't know if he's got no trade clause in his contract, but he may want to stay here. Maybe that speaks to the, get traded and come back in the offseason.
I would like to think that if I were in his position, I'd be like, okay, this is working with this pitching coach. The thing that would make me not want to sign here long term, well, I would assume the Tigers is, I don't know if it's a safe assumption that they want to re-sign him for big money. I've talked about do it for baseball reasons, but oh, by the way, the owner would get a little PR boost with signing one of their good players long term. Him and Scooble could be signed. But anyway, but I also want a commitment that they would spend money eventually when it's called upon. Hey, we're not being cheap per se by design. We're just not spending the money yet. I would want full conviction behind that. 248-539-9797. Gator, coming up. Got some Lion stuff with mandatory minicamp opening today.
Oh.
I put together what I would call logical prediction with just a dash of hope mixed in.
A little dash.
Yeah, a little dash of hope mixed in. We'll explain in the noon hour. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this NBA playoffs, FanDuel is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to three-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Got a text here, Gator, from the Birchie kid. Kevin Alcantara from the Cubs, 6'6 masher, AA, number 51 overall prospect, MLB pipeline. Their system is deep. Bring that MFer to town. Can you get Kevin Alcantara for Flaherty?
Yeah, I saw him. He was number 4 prospect.
Mm-hmm.
What was it I didn't like about him?
I don't know.
Tall, skinny guy.
Yep. Is there anything? I'll get some of the feedback while you're scouting him. You trade with the Yankees, you want Dominguez or Jones, their top 2 prospects. I don't think you're getting one of their top 2 prospects for Flaherty. Baltimore's absolutely stacked on prospects. We don't get Jackson Holiday, but would they deal Kauser, who's now up, or Basallo, the catching prospect for Flaherty? I'd try. It's from Tom and Flat Rock. So let's take a look here. Basallo's their number 2 prospect. Seems lofty for Flaherty. Kauser, you said he's up now, so he's not in their prospect list. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. If the Baltimore had Flaherty, I don't know. They traded for him last year at the trade deadline, right? Trade him again? Trade for him again? Seems unlikely.
It does seem unlikely.
But forget trading Flaherty. They need to trade Skubal and build the staff around Olsen. Skubal can get them 4 of a team's top 10 bats. I mean, that sounds lofty, but then again, that's the kind of deal it would take for me to say yes to moving on from Skubal. Skubal's that cornerstone piece. Skubal's that guy that they look like a playoff team when he pitches. He's had 12 starts this year. They've won 9 of those games. I mean, I don't think he's so old that he'd be wasted if you keep him. I mean, he's under club control through 2026. I'm shouting from mountaintops, please extend him now. But if you're going to deal him, it would have to be a trade for, like he said, where you just score huge with.
Well, that's the thing with prospects, right? Yep. So if you were to trade him,
yep,
Baltimore's where you go. And you say, okay, you want Skubal? Give me Jackson Holiday and Heston Kjerstad. You know, give me 2. You're number 4 and you're number 1.
Yep.
Because that's what it would. That's how good Tarik Skubal is right now.
Yep.
And how valuable he is because he's still in team control for 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, but are they?
I
don't think they're looking to move Tarik Skubal.
I don't think so either. But at the end of the day, like I said, I think that they're in this weird spot when now people starting to focus on the trade deadline. That seems to be the next thing that all the writers are writing about. Is you get into, all right, what would it take? I'm not shopping him really per se. Although I suppose if you start to fade, maybe you do. But even then, Skubal is he a guy? I don't get reports like the Fulmer thing was all based around injury. Skubal did have an injury in his history, but that seems to be behind him, and he doesn't have a kind of delivery that seems to put undue stress on the arm. So from what I've heard, I mean, it's not my science, but the people that follow this stuff talk about it, and he doesn't seem to be a high risk guy. He's 27 years old. Do I think it's unrealistic that they compete in the next 2-3 years? No. If they make some, if they're right with some of their prospects and they get a couple more moves right, maybe a trade or 2 mixed in, but I don't know. Okay, Gator. We will get to some Lion stuff next hour. Today's a big day. There's 2 days. You know how we do the national this day and national that day?
Right.
I'm going to bring up one here because it seems to have an undercurrent. There's a little bit of this gets mentioned on our show. Today is National Shopping Cart Day. It is a public hit that I took because I told people that I did not return my cart to the cart corral every time because when I worked at Kroger, back when I was in high school, my favorite part of the job was collecting carts from the parking lot. Got me out of the store, walked around. I put on the Walkman and just walked around collecting carts. So I didn't want them all in the cart corral. I wanted to be outside, which some people have interpreted. They think I was smoking pot. I was not. But I was thinking about today being National Shopping Cart Day. There haven't been any real innovations with the shopping cart in our lifetime, has there? There's a chance that when I go to Kroger, I'm pushing around the same cart that I collected 35 years ago.
Probably. The innovation that I have seen, it's not to the cart itself, but it's the way that you can get a cart to a second level of a store.
Oh, with
there's a Target
the cart elevator.
Well, yeah, it's a cart escalator.
Escalator. I'm sorry. Yes.
So they have it. There's a Target in Bloomfield Hills. It is. It's kind of like that. That you had to go upstairs.
Yeah.
And then Menards that I've been to. Menards is the same way. Because they have 2 full floors of wonderfulness.
That's funny.
And that to me might be the only. I think it's it. I think maybe you can start to see some carts have like a cup holder.
Okay.
Because people just can't go anywhere without their coffee, Doug. Got to have my coffee. Got to show everybody I'm carrying my cup of coffee. Those people.
Yeah.
And then there's the Stanley Cup people,
Yep.
But I think the cup holder might be the only innovation.
I was about to, I said there hasn't been a lot.
carts.
I think probably virtually everything else in our lifetime have had more major innovations than shopping carts. But today is also National Cheese Day.
Ooh.
I knew you would like this. National Cheese Day, my friend. So I almost want to carve out some time for you to talk about the role that cheese has played in your life.
Love cheese.
I know you do. I
just, when people say, what's your favorite cheese? It's so hard to answer the question.
Well, we're going to get to that in a minute.
So hard.
Yeah. I'm going to allow you an opportunity to rank your top 3. Your top 3 cheeses. I don't want you to do it just yet, but it's something I want to do. And I also want it from the listeners as well. In fact, let's take 10 texts. We want you to rank your top 3 cheeses. Okay? 1, 2, and 3. Gator, I want you to rank your top 3 cheeses. I'm going to rank my top 3 cheeses. And I feel like I have the least popular food opinions on the station.
Because you do.
Yeah. But I don't know that even I can F this one up. And now there's I do have a use for some off the radar cheese. Cotija on corn is fantastic. I love putting that little Mexican street corn with the cotija cheese, a little bit of butter. I hate mayonnaise, but mayonnaise in that works in that. You mix the mayonnaise with the melted butter, you put it on, then you roll it in cotija cheese, a little paprika on the top, Mexican street corn.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite use of cheese. I think I got that recipe out of a Men's Health magazine like 10 years ago. And I'm like, there's nothing healthy about this with all the stuff we're putting on top of this corn, but damn, it's good. And the Mexican street corn, you see it a lot of different places.
Yeah, elote corn or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
Delicious.
So good. And a lot of people now, you can go to restaurants and it comes like as a dip. Like the corn is taken off the cob, mixed with mayonnaise, butter, cotija cheese, paprika, and you're dipping.
Tortilla chips.
Oh, really, really good. Yeah.
You all right? Something moved there.
Yeah, it's look there. I have a couple of unhealthy vices that if I see Mexican street corn on a menu, I'm in. I am in. But on this National Cheese Day, do you think you can narrow it down to your top 3?
I can try.
Off the top of my head, I know exactly what they are. But we want your 10 texts right now, 248-539-9797. Rank the 3 best cheeses, 1, 2, and 3. We'll see how yours falls in line and how mine falls in line with the 10 texts.
I know. Can you see the wheels turning?
I can. I also know
different utilities.
It was probably unfair to give you basically 5 minutes to put together your top 3.
I have one, and then it's coming up with the other 2.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've got mine written down right here, right now. I'm all set. You're on the clock. We'll get the top 10 for the people. Lions, mandatory mini camp opens. This is the time of year, I feel like, where you first start to hear buzz. More so than OTAs, you start to hear things that are predictive of what's coming up. So I'm gonna pick 2 names, maybe a third, that I expect that we start to hear some buzz about. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so today is National Cheese Day, so we figured we'd have Gator rank his top 3 cheeses. I have got my top 3 cheeses. I'm looking down. I'm assuming everyone that sent them in are going 1, 2, 3, but I'm not sure of that. I will read these 10. Do you have yours ranked?
I can't rank them. I just have 3 cheeses.
Step up.
If you want me to rank them, I'll rank them.
I'm going to make you rank them, yes.
God.
Let's not make this easy. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, Doug.
Okay, all right. Don in Newport, cheddar, Colby Jack, and Swiss. 1, 2, 3. Steve in Baltimore, cheddar, cottage, and cream. Randy in Dearborn actually lists them 3, 2, 1. I'll read them backwards, though. I'll read them 1, 2, 3. Mozzarella 1, feta 2, American 3. Travis in Dansville says Munster 1, Gouda 2, Cotilla 3. Anna in Clawson, cheddar 1, feta 2, Munster 3. Jeff at work, Munster 1, Colby 2, Nacho 3. Marty in Brighton, 1 pepper jack, 2 cheddar, 3 habanero cheddar. Mark in Rochester, 1 super sharp cheddar. I agree. If I'm going cheddar, I'm going super sharp. I like it sharp. 2 Gouda, 3 pepper jack. Zach in Ann Arbor, 1 pepper jack, 2 smoked Swiss, 3 Gouda. Sal in Roseville goes 1 smoked Gouda, 2 dill Havarti, and 3 smoked cheddar. Gator, did any of those come close to matching your top 3?
Not really.
My number 2 wasn't even mentioned.
So why don't you go your top 3?
And my number 3 wasn't mentioned. My number 1 is Swiss. Love Swiss cheese. My number 2 is blue cheese. I think blue cheese is fantastic. Chicken wings, salads. My number 3, Parmesan.
Yeah.
No love for the Parm in any of our 10 texts.
I love Parmesan.
Yep.
Can't have enough of it when it comes to throwing it on pasta.
Okay.
Or pizza, for that matter.
So did I blow this? Is this list controversial, or is this fun?
I think people are going to look at your last 2, and I think everybody loves Parmesan, but they don't think of it because they think of like slice, right? Which is tough because each cheese has different utility.
Yep.
Blue cheese is typically it's a salad cheese, something you throw in there with the crumbles, and even with the blue cheese with the wings, it's usually with the dressing.
Yep.
So it's still not by itself, but I get it. I love them both. They're awesome.
All right, your top 3?
Number 1 is Monterey Jack. Not Cheddar Jack, Monterey Jack. Straight up the white cheese. I love it because it's versatile. It is amazing to melt. It's a great melty cheese. And if you're not using it on a nacho, you're making a mistake. Nacho with I'm not talking Cheddar Jack, just Monterey Jack cheese is the best cheese for a nacho. And it works great for quesadilla too. Number 2, I'm going to go with Baby Swiss.
Okay.
I like Swiss, but I like the baby version of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. It just better texture or whatever. I don't feel like I'm missing out when you take a bite and you got this giant hole. That's not it with Baby Swiss. I feel like I can get my money's worth.
All right.
And number 3 is Colby Longhorn cheese.
Wow.
And it's more of a texture thing with me. I like it. You just kind of cut off a hunk, or you can cut off a thin slice, and you just break it because it breaks apart in your hand. I really like that cheese. All cheese is great. I don't know if there's a cheese that anybody mentioned I was like, ew. They're all great.
No controversy here.
I don't know how you can have a controversial cheese. I mean, I don't.
Not even on my list.
No, because you know what I was thinking of? Like, I love Parmesan cheese. You know what else I like?
What?
Romano.
Okay.
And sometimes I prefer Romano to Parmesan when it comes to throwing it in like spaghetti.
Yep.
Then you can get the blend of them both. Well, of course, it's best of both worlds there. But the Romano is more of like a salty flavor to it. It's all great. It's all great.
All right. Well, everyone out there, enjoy National Cheese Day.
Monster's great.
So, getting a lot of feedback here on the Tigers, including a wild misinterpretation of some of what we said, but I'm glad you sent your text in so it can be clarified. I usually look in the mirror and say, okay, we must not have done a good job explaining that. John McComb says, you guys just said there's no salary cap, and now you're trying to tell us that one bad contract in your team's going to suck until the lifetime of that contract is up? That's ridiculous. There's no salary cap. There's no excuses.
The difference is in baseball compared to the sports that have the salary cap. The sports that have the salary cap, their business models are great. They make money all the time. Yep. You know, the NFL prints money. NBA prints money. NHL has set up their business model so you don't lose money. That's what the salary cap is there for. It's based on revenues. Major League Baseball doesn't do it, and that's why you have the haves and have-nots. A team like the Tigers can operate with a high payroll if they're winning and people are coming through the turnstiles and buying the merchandise and buying the concessions. When people aren't, they lose money.
Well, I'm going to say this
different
John.
than the other sports.
At no point did I say the team is going to suck for the lifetime of Baez's contract. Never said that. And I wouldn't say that because they have the Baez contract, they shouldn't get somebody else. They shouldn't also go after other high-priced free agents. All that was said is if you make a mistake with Torkelson, it doesn't come with a huge financial price. If you make a mistake with Max Clark, it doesn't come with a huge financial consequences. If you make a mistake with a big-time free agent, it comes with huge financial consequences. Full stop. Okay? I think a team probably isn't handcuffed. They're handcuffed significantly less by a missed draft pick than they are a missed big-time free agent signing. That's it.
Yeah, unless you're a team like the Yankees or the Dodgers, where you're spending ridiculous money, and if one of your free agents doesn't perform, it just doesn't matter because you make money hand over fist and you can afford to take the loss. A team like the Tigers
doesn't quite have the leeway.
No,
they could spend more, and I'm not saying they shouldn't. But John, nobody here said, and nobody is trying to tell you that one bad contract means your team is going to suck for the lifetime of that contract. Nope, nobody said that. Quite frankly, the only pitcher I've seen hit harder than Maeda is Joey Wentz. They're both awful. Joey Wentz is going through a rough patch, to say the least. I don't know the last time he's had an outing where he hasn't a lot of run. In games I watch, it's been a while.
Well, the first month of the season, he was lights out.
Yep.
And since then, not so much. That's when is that a product of, the bullpen being overused, or is that just Joey Wentz being Joey Wentz and the first month was kind of a fluke?
People need to stop with the fake Rodgers love fest. He still stinks as a hitter, and Kelly has not been given a chance to play regularly. Dingler is not the answer either. They need to make catcher a draft priority.
I don't think anyone has shown any kind of a love fest for Jake
I don't
Rodgers.
know where that's coming from. I mean, he hit 2 home runs yesterday, and it was awesome, and he's a good defensive catcher. Last year, he checked one offensive box. And in Major League Baseball, it's kind of all it takes to get a shot. If you're good defensively and you can check one offensive box, there's a chance that you'll find a home. A decent chance you'll find a home. But you got to be good defensively.
Yeah. Should the Tigers keep looking? Yep. Keep looking, and maybe Dingler's going to get a shot at some point. It may even come this year.
I believe that if the Tigers can just wait it out another year or two with Javi, that he will start to cheat towards the end of that contract. Going from $25 million a year to $0 is pretty scary. If he can magically start to hit $250 with a little power, then he can string together a couple more one-year contracts to close out his career. I'm not worried about his long-term financial viability.
I mean, I'm on board with dumping him at the end of the season. I think the end of the season is probably the earliest you can start to look at where can you afford to drop this contract where now you're looking at whatever it is, $70-something million after this year, which is a ton of money, right? And even then, you're probably going to give him the first month of the season in 2025 to see if there's anything there. So it depends on what the rest of this plays out. If he finishes the year hitting what he is, which is 186 or something like that, if he finishes at or below the Mendoza line of 200, I don't know how you can look fans in the face and say we're still trying to win and hang on to Javi Baez. The contract is a terrible contract. And at some point, you're going to have to say, we got to wipe our hands clean.
At the end of this year, they'll owe him $73 million.
God, it's a lot of money.
I won't dump him unless there's a in-house replacement.
Well, That's the other thing is if you're looking at, the free agent crop this offseason may not be all that spectacular, particularly when it comes to middle infielders. What do you have?
Yep.
Who do you have that's ready to go? I mean, Zach McKinstry doesn't move the needle.
No.
I don't know if Kreidler or Leonard, if they're going to be guys that get it done. Maybe what you're hoping for is one of these young guys that they have is going to just crank through the minor league system and show that they belong. I doubt that's going to happen, but McGonigal might give it a run with his 350 hitting down at single A Lakeland, but that's the lowest of A ball. What happened? He'll get a promotion soon to West Michigan. I doubt that he's going to soar through the minors, all levels of the minors, so he can play next year.
All right, next up, it is mandatory minicamp. And during mandatory minicamp is where I kind of recall you start to hear rumbles about which young players, what do we have here? I got a prediction, one on offense and one on defense. I might go two on defense. I'm going to mix logic, probability, and a little dash of hope.
A little dash of hope.
And see what we come up with. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So once I knew my garage doors were shot, I have to do something, right? And I'd already had the maintenance done on it, was going to keep them going as long as they could, and eventually the time came where I had to replace them. I called Precision Garage Door, and they took the call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect door for my house, and they got it installed in no time. The whole crew there, John, Jeff, the guys were awesome to deal with. I love this company. They'll come out on weekends, and they're available on weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and every call is answered 24/7. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. That's awesome. You can just do it online. Here's what you do. Give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit the website at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment, because if you want your garage doors done right, you do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today.
You know, Kang is back tomorrow. Paul's sitting in today, doing a fine job. We'll have to tell Kang that I actually ranked. I had a food opinion that wasn't considered like it didn't become the butt of the entire joke. Like it didn't steal the topic. My cheese ranking of cheeses, I did okay. Now that speaks to how deep cheese is as a category. And it feels like there's not a lot of wrong answers here to rank your top 3 cheeses.
I think your most controversial pick was your number 2.
I went 1 Swiss, 2 blue, 3 Parmesan.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think blue cheese is
it's not for everybody.
No, it's not. I don't even know.
But you
it's
think
an
about my
acquired taste
uses.
or if
My
it's-
uses for it are basically twofold.
Well, it's everybody's uses are twofold.
Yeah, I don't know what else it gets used for. but-
Well, I guess it gets used for a sauce that you can put on steak, but we know that's not happening in your world.
No, I eat a lot more salad, and I do chicken wings, and I love the blue cheese dressing, but it's not exactly blue cheese, but I try to get the big chunks of the blue cheese out of
Yeah, the chunky dressing is great.
248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
What's
well, 2 things. Gator, I'm sorry to hear that you got rid of your boat, but God, I couldn't agree with you more. You're better off showing up with a $100 bill, a case of beer, and some food, and you're better off that route.
Hey, man, being a passenger on a boat is fantastic. No
I couldn't
responsibility.
agree more, but you got to remember, and I used to have a boat, and I had one. I'm amazed at guys that show up with a 6-pack and, like, hey, I'm here. And Doug, blue cheese all day, baby, especially on the wings.
There you go.
Well, hey, a couple of things, Dusty Wood. You hear about how Chris Hitledge is so cheap. Wouldn't this be a great way if he went out and did what he did with Verlander, the Tigers, tear up the last 2.5 years of his arbitration, and basically sign Skubal to a 4-year deal, $80 to $100 million, which I think he would do. Why? I mean, this guy's not made a lot of money.
Right.
He'll still be 30 years old when he becomes a free agent. If he's fantastic like he has been, he's going to get that mega contract still. But if he blows his arm out, now he's got the $80 to $100 million. I would do the same thing with Flaherty. He's 28 years old, a little trickier. He's a free agent in 4 months, but you might be able to have him for 3 years, 60 to 80. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he's made a ton of money either.
Well, he's made $30 million in his career, and he's making $14 million this year. I would imagine that his number in
change.
yeah, no, it's not. But I imagine his number in free agency probably starts with a 2 in front of it.
Probably, and he might be harder only because of the fact he's looking at 4 months. I'm a free agent, whereas obviously Skubal is 2.5 years. So you might have to sweeten the pot. But if you did that, you'd have those 2 guys. You'd have Reese Olson, Jackson Jobe, Miser Manning, whichever one turns out to be the 5th starter. I can't believe I'm saying that about those 2 guys.
But you know what? What, Mike, you're bringing up something here that we've talked about quite a bit. There are baseball reasons to do it, but you also have I'm not going to call him an embattled owner, but there's an owner where there's skepticism about his whether or not he would spend. That's a little side effect of doing what might make a ton of sense from a baseball perspective. And I think a strong argument can be made that it makes all the sense in the world from a baseball perspective to try and, again, give it a month and a half, maybe even the full 2 before you lock up Jack Flaherty and Skubal by the end of the year. Extend him, save money long term, but you also give him more money because he's not a free agent until 2027.
Yeah, I mean, which to me, that's why you would do that. And I would think, hopefully, if you did that next year, you now have a pretty good idea of what you have. So maybe you go out and you get your Freddie Freeman because first base is now not what we thought, as an example. Or maybe you go out and get whatever. I mean, I'm hoping, like you guys are, that Chase Chung is the deal at third, what's his face at first or second, some of these outfielders. But, I mean, he's got to stop with going forward after this year saying, hey, we need another year to see what we have. Yep. You kind of know what you have now with position players. You're going to have to go out and get someone, to fill in, again, probably first base. And I hope I'm wrong. God, I hope
by the end of this year, if there isn't telltale signs that Torkelson's turning it around, they need to start. It's all right. Who's next?
Yeah,
and that doesn't mean you're getting rid of Torkelson. You're just making plans for him not being the guy.
No, and it's the easiest position to find somebody.
Yep.
because you can convert outfielders to first baseman. You convert third baseman to first baseman. You got first baseman to play first base. You got catchers to play first
Colt
base.
Keith might be a first baseman.
Right, 100%.
Hell of a play last night. He might be a first baseman. All right, so minicamp. Mandatory minicamp's underway. Now, last year, training camp, which is really the start, that was on July 23rd. They haven't announced this year's training camp, but just for perspective's sake, we are 49 days away, 7 weeks away from training camp. The rookies, they had their rookie mini camp. Then there were OTAs, which are, you get a little bit of buzz out of that, but they're not attended by media members. Most of them aren't. Mandatory mini camp, I feel like, Gator, and I might be wrong on this, but I'm just going with what I've recalled from the last few years. It feels like in the mandatory mini camp was the first time that we heard, this Laporta guy might be pretty good. Like, he might be the guy. Mandatory mini camp might have been where we first started hearing this 6th-round linebacker out of Oklahoma State. This guy might be able to help us. Rodrigo, right? I mean, so Amon-Ra, you first really start to get the feel when it's mandatory, everybody's there, and it's a little bit more like it's going to be where you get to see your guys and your new guys integrating in with the veterans. Now, there's a couple things that we aren't going to see. We aren't going to see Brian Branch. He's coming off an injury. We aren't going to see DJ Reader as he is still recovering.
Quad or whatever.
Yeah, Enos Rakestraw was like on a pitch count during OTAs. I don't know where
they started ramping him up though. He got more and more of a workload as
Okay.
time went on.
So a couple things are going to happen here. Naturally, there is going to be, eyes will be attracted to the quarterback position and what might be a backup battle between Nate Sudfeld and Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker is a intriguing prospect. Where he actually is will probably really be determined over the next few, this 7 to 10 week period, more so than what we've heard that he's got a ways to go to even past Sudfeld. But eyes will naturally be attracted to that and to how all the rookies fit in. Like it was Terrion Arnold getting runs with the first team during OTAs as you continue to prove that he is up to that. That's sort of the backdrop of this thing, and the rookie class always gets a lot of attention. We're kind of up against the break, so I'm gonna push it back. We went a little long with the call. I've got one guy on offense, one guy on defense that I think we might start hearing buzz about this week, using some logic, using some team need, using a little bit of the scouting report and a dash of hope sprinkled in. We will get to that today at 12:31. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. Talked about how this is the time of the year in the calendar where we start to hear some buzz about who might be standing out with the Lions. Mandatory minicamp. It's not going to be on day one, but it feels like this is about where information starts to get out here a little bit. A lot of the rookies have been in town and been working out and doing their own thing, and they've had the OTAs, and now everybody's here, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go with one on offense first. I think the guy that we're going to hear from, and you were the first one that pinpointed it, but I think we're going to start to hear buzz over the next couple of weeks about Isaiah Williams, the wide receiver from Illinois. This is a position where, at this point, they have not upgraded the position with any major resource. They have lost a contributor in Josh Reynolds. The opportunity is there for someone to seize this. This guy seems to be incredibly talented, probably went undrafted because of his size. He's a smaller receiver. I think, unfortunately, this is going to come down to one of those things where he might be forcing out a fan favorite-ish in Tom Kennedy, but I think it's going to be because he will warrant a further role than that. The problem is he's kind of behind Amon-Ra, but Amon-Ra's got some versatility, and Amon-Ra might be split out wide a little bit more, especially if you can justify Isaiah Williams in the slot. If he can push for playing time. But I think Isaiah Williams is the player we're going to start hearing that buzz like we heard about Laporta a year ago. Obviously, Laporta came with a lot higher draft pick. But
well, you can do 4 receiver sets and you have 2 guys in the slot and you can get out there. I'll agree with you on him, obviously, because it's a guy I look at. He's already gotten notice, and I think it was today's Detroit Free Press. It was a story about how he and Jalen Calhoun, another rookie undrafted receiver, are working out together, and both of these guys arrived at the Jugs gun after practice at the same time. And these guys spent a half an hour after practice, working the craft, which is what we see from St. Brown. So already there's a story about him. And knowing how effective he was and kind of prolific he was at Illinois for the last 2 years, I mean, he caught a ton of passes for a school that's not really known for it, even though they have changed their offense. Yep. Still a ton of passes, 68 catches in 2 years or whatever the number is. It's huge. I would agree with you on Isaiah Williams.
On the defensive side of the ball, I was tempted to, but I'm not going to go with this guy. But I'm going to tell you a guy that I'm going to be watching and listening for very closely. And I actually think you are as well. Matthew Betts.
Curious about him. Yeah.
Really intriguing. I don't think the hit rate of CFL guys to the NFL is great. I think we see gaudy stats in the CFL. It's a different type of football, and it's certainly a lower rung of football. But I'm going to keep an eye on that. But that's not the guy I'm really predicting. The guy I'm really predicting is Mekhi Wingo, the defensive tackle from LSU.
Eyes in your own paper.
Yeah, did you same thing?
It's all right. I got another one too, but yeah, Mekhi Wingo, another guy I look at.
We're talking about, first of all, DJ Reader isn't suiting up here, and he's still coming back from that injury. But a player that has, I think, some physical skills that can be really, really indicative of players that take off. He's got incredible quickness and speed. He's going to get an opportunity here early in camp. And it's a position that I also think he's going to get an opportunity because they would love to see. I don't think they're thinking about not extending a Lee McNeil, but you're always kind of got to keep an eye on which players you aren't going to extend. Even if their play is worth it, it's kind of goes back to, okay, his play is worth it, but we can save a little money because they got big ticket items that they've already locked up and others coming in the future. So I think Wingo's got a mixture of physical abilities, great quickness, and opportunity.
Yeah, I think that his pedigree coming from LSU, playing on the defensive line there, playing in the SEC, I think there's a lot to want to unpack and a lot to want to see there. I can't remember if this guy was out during OTAs or not. I'm going to see if I can find a list here, and I do. And he was out of OTAs for a little bit. So I don't know if he's going to be working out in minicamp. Maybe you know the answer to this. But Marcus Davenport, the defensive end whom they picked up in the offseason, had spent time with New Orleans and Minnesota. But when he was in New Orleans, he was there with some of the Lions coaches as well. A guy from San Antonio, UT San Antonio, out of college. I remember, following him a little bit as a name and looking at some of his game highlights and saying this guy could be something. If he can stay healthy, I think it does nothing less than add to the competition. And competition is going to bring out somebody that's going to be pretty good at the left defensive end or the defensive end opposite of Aiden Hutchinson.
Right.
I just think there's a lot of guys competing there. You mentioned the Canadian football guy. Obviously, there's James Houston. But, Marcus Davenport was a guy that they spent some money on in the offseason, identified him as a free agent. They wanted to bring him in. I think there's a reason for that. I think they have some high hopes for him. So when he finally does see the field, I'm going to take a look at it.
I want to follow up on that. In the meantime, let's ask for it right now at 248-539-9797. We want the people to call your shot. Who's going to create some mini camp buzz? Call your shot, 248-539-9797. If you want to follow up on anything that we said, feel free. We would like to know why. But who do you think creates some mini camp buzz? 248-539-9797. Davenport falls into that category to me of, okay, because Brad Holmes wanted you, I'm interested. There's nothing about his career arc that leads me to think that this was a great signing. But our GM is really good. So what is it? Does this go back to when you were scouting him out of UTSA? Does it go back to your guys when he was in New Orleans and had some success? But, at no point was he a great player. He had a good year with nearly double-digit sacks, but...
Well, it's a great year he had, though. It was 2021. He had 9 sacks in only 11 games. Mm-hmm. It's an awful lot like what James Houston did when James Houston was a rookie here. The other thing the Lions have that they seem to really tout and think is elite is the guy who's coaching that defensive line.
Yeah.
Is it Terrell Williams? They really think he's great. If he is, can you unlock the greatness of some of these other players that they have there that have shown the flashes, like Marcus Davenport has shown a flash, like James Houston has shown flashes? Can you get more out of it? Like the kid from the Canadian. Why can't I remember the kid from
Matthew Betts?
Matthew Betts from the Canadian League. I think those are that whole position is interesting because the Lions didn't go all in free agency to get that guy.
No.
To go out and find Danielle Hunter and pay him $25 million a year to be the guy opposite Aiden Hutchinson. They didn't do that.
Nope.
Even though they have money to, they didn't do it.
Nope.
So this is kind of like a known commodity of some sorts with Davenport. And if they feel that the coaching is an upgrade over what he's had, how much of a difference will that make?
Yeah, you can't go big at every position, even if you want to, although they still could because they do have money. That's the most interesting part about it is what's the plan? What's the war chest for? I don't know. But at this point, there's intriguing players at that edge rusher spot. I think in a private moment, who would they think is going to emerge? I'm going to guess it's Davenport that they think is going to be the guy. But where does James Houston fit into the mix? Where does John Kaminsky fit into the mix? Where's Josh Paschal fit into the mix? These are all guys that they either re-signed or used a high draft pick on. So,
well, yeah, and keep in mind, last year at this time, they were starting to work James Houston in as a linebacker, not just the defensive end pass rush guy. That they had him playing, off the ball and being a linebacker.
All right, 248-539-9797. Call your shot. Who is the player right now with a mandatory minicamp opening up that is going to start creating some buzz? This is about where it starts to happen. when everybody's in and they take it a little bit more seriously. The veterans are here. The rookies are here. And these are the known practices. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson here on a Tuesday in Detroit, here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we're kind of calling our shot with Lions mandatory mini camp underway. What players are going to start to create some buzz? 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Doug and Gator, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Good. I'm doing well. I'm a big University of Missouri Tigers fan, so I'll just say I'm biased, but I think Enos Rakestraw is going to have a breakout kind of mini camp and come away and really leave a good sort of opinion with a lot of the Lions fans. There was a thing that went viral. He pulled out a letter that he wrote to a teacher in the 4th grade, and I don't know if you guys have seen this.
Yeah.
But he thanked this teacher for helping him out a lot.
Yeah.
And he pulled that letter out and kind of put it on, pictures of it on his social media account and said, "Hey, this teacher I had in 4th grade made a big impact in my life, and thanks to all the teachers out there." He's a guy, and he did that maybe more than 10 years ago. I feel like he is a guy that has the same temperament, the same work ethic, the same kind of that like Amon-Ra St. Brown that is part of this team and why they took him where they took him.
It's funny, Dan, because we talk about the when you do the double dip and you take the same position in back-to-back rounds. The Lions did it with guard a couple years ago. They've done it here with the cornerback spot. The idea is at least one of these guys is going to hit. The dream scenario is that they both hit, that they found the elite corner in Terrion Arnold that fell into their lap in the first round. And they got a little bit aggressive to move up to make sure that they get him. And then maybe they get the next Darius Slay second round finding out of Enos Rakestraw. I mean, it's the kind of thing that used to be folly and fantasy for Lions fans, but with Brad Holmes in charge, it's possible. It's possible. So I'm not against it. Another one here. I'm on board with Davenport. He may flourish under this coach. I believe Houston will as well. Hey, Doug and Gator, I think Sione Vaki is going to be the Mr. Camp Buzz. The safety running back was, I think, the safety running back was and is going to be a special teams ace. That's from Rico in Belleville.
I think Sione Vaki is going to be very interesting to follow. Mm-hmm. Whether it's this mini camp they have or the training camp in late summer, he's damn intriguing because he can play all three aspects of the game. Yep. And he's going to be a special teamer. Without question, he's going to be on special teams. And right now they envision him more on the offensive side than the defensive side, but they're not opposed to it. He's just a talent. He's a football player, as they like to say. He fits the culture perfectly. He's multi-versatile. And as a running back, I mean, is he going to make someone like Craig Reynolds just render him off the roster?
It's
or Zonovan Knight.
Yeah, his who was the guy that dislocated his hip last year? The guy from Minnesota, running back. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think he's that guy. He's in that guy's role, play a little special teams, but anyway, yes. 248-539-9797. Let's go to D, who's next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, D.
DK Gator, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, D?
Hey, man. I am pulling and rooting for Donovan Peoples-Jones. When Josh Reynolds left, the whole state went crazy. Oh, man, we got to get another receiver. Not knowing we had one already in the house. Now, the guy's hungry, bro. I just took my little nephew to his football camp this past weekend. I spoke to him personally.
Oh.
And he said he got something to prove. He said he didn't feel like he got a fair shot in Cleveland. And everybody, just forgot about him. But he got something to prove, fellas. And I heard it in his voice. I saw it in his eyes. DPJ, baby, is ready to roll. And think about this, fellas. All our receivers, tight ends included, 25 years or younger. So they ain't going to do nothing but get better. I love it, fellas. DPJ, baby.
Okay, D, first of all, I'll give you a ton of credit because most people that will call up this show won't come in with the things like, I just spoke with him. I talked to him. I interviewed him about this, and here is what he told me. So, D, I don't know if this is new. I think it's kind of happened before in the 18 years we've been doing this, but it doesn't happen often. So, D, credit to you. I'm impressed.
Yeah, like I said, I was happy to see him, bro, because I've been rooting for this kid since he was at Cass Tech, Michigan. You know what I'm saying? So if I don't have no love for a hometown kid, I don't have no love for nobody. So I'm pulling for this guy, bro. I really am.
Well, I thought at one point his snap counts had gone up, but then I realized it was just the Minnesota. Was it the Minnesota game, the play out the string game?
Yeah,
game 17, where Some guys got more snaps than they typically did. I find him to be very curious. Big-time receiving prospect out of high school. Went pro, and I don't remember what round he went in to Minnesota, or to Cleveland. It seemed like he had a ton of potential, scraping the surface of that potential, and then Cleveland pulled the plug, came to Detroit, and didn't play much. Now, maybe expecting him to play much wasn't realistic on a team that was trying to win a Super Bowl, and here's a guy that parachutes in halfway through the year. He was a 6th-round pick. I don't think at any point during his career at Michigan were we saying this guy's going to be a 6th-round pick. I thought if he stayed another year, he could be a 2nd-round pick, 3rd-round pick, 6th-round pick. It's been a curious path. Seems to have a lot of talent. Seems to be a guy that hasn't really either on whether it's him or the opportunity, the team, whatever. I'd like to see him with this veteran quarterback. And maybe now's the time where they build the trust, because he'll get more reps now than he ever got in Detroit before.
Well, he may, but they got a lot of wide receivers in camp that they're taking a look at. So, I mean, they got their own draft pick from last year. Antoine Green, they're going to take a longer look at. The 2 wide receivers I mentioned earlier, that Isaiah Williams and Calhoun. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are in camp. They're going to try to get those reps too. So I don't know how they divvy those up, how you stand apart, but he does have, decent size, speed. There's a lot of talent there that maybe was not completely tapped out at Michigan for sure, and certainly not at the NFL level to this point. He had a great year at Cleveland 1 year, a really good year, I should say. Can he build off of that? But Jamison Williams is going to be the guy that I would imagine takes up all these second reps, not reps, but the targets that were previously given to the other receivers. So you get who's battling for 3rd? Khalif Raymond. Does Khalif Raymond deserve it? It feels like the team loves Khalif Raymond.
Yep.
The coach loves Khalif Raymond.
I think we love Khalif Raymond.
Yeah, I think we do too.
For what he is.
So I don't know where DPJ is on the pecking order, but because he's got that size, we don't want to take a look.
Notice when I picked a player on offense that starts to create some buzz this week, I went with a wide receiver, and it wasn't DPJ. Like I find his career arc from Cass to Michigan to Cleveland to Detroit to be somewhat curious, because I see a guy that I thought was going to be big time. And at times at Michigan, he looked big time. At times at Cleveland, he looked big time. And I don't know who it falls on. We talk about expectation versus reality. When Brad Holmes made the trade for Donovan Peoples-Jones, what he did in his time here, which was limited snaps, is that what he had in mind? Hey, we think this guy's going to help us. Not this year, but he's going to help us. Is that what they had in mind?
I don't know. I mean, I would imagine they did sign him. So
yep.
I don't know what my expectation level is of Donovan Peoples-Jones. It's not very high. If he exceeds 30 receptions on the season, is that better than I thought? It's probably around. Maybe I'll set the bar at 30.
You know what? It wouldn't be shocking, but here are his snap counts in Detroit in the games he was here: 3, 8, 12, 9, 11, 5, 3, 21. That was the Week 18 game. Then the playoffs: 2, 3, and 6. Another one here from Dennis and Graham.
And how many of those are special teams?
I think these are all offensive.
Oh, they're all offensive?
I think they're all offensive snap counts, but let me double check that. 248-539-9797. Another one from a listener. I go with Peoples-Jones and Ife Melifonwu. That's from Dennis and Graham Blank. One on offense, one on defense. He thinks starts to create some buzz in mandatory minicamp.
Well, I like the Melifonwu call because you're going to want to, hopefully there's a continued arc towards being a really good safety prospect, because there are plenty of good safeties out there still in free agency. So if you don't see improvement there, if you don't see anything you like, you have the money for sure to go out and get, whether it's Simmons or Diggs. One of those guys can be a Lion.
Certainly that could be the case. From an unnamed texter, if Davenport can produce 7 to 9 sacks, that's a win. Yes. Yes, I'd have to go. Isn't 9 his career high?
9 was his career high, and he did it in 11 games that season. Just like you look at Houston, he had, 8 and 7 games?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I want that side to get, however we just look at, maybe not even look at the player, but look at the position. Can the side opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, can that defensive end, whoever it is, can they get to double digits?
Well, if it's a collective group that gets to double digits, Pascal, Houston, Davenport, I'd take that.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Call your shot. Who is the player that creates some buzz this week at Lions mandatory minicamp? I just saw something on Twitter, Gator, that I would put into the oh hell no category.
I'm guessing I know what you saw.
Did you see the same thing?
Yeah.
Printed by CBS News in the last 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Get to that at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Dan Campbell spoke to the media today as mandatory minicamp kicked off. Here's what he wants to get out of it. The Tigers are hunting for their third win in a row in Game 2 tonight with Texas. Jack Flaherty heads to the mound with his .346 ERA in 11 outings thus far. A.J. Hinch said before the game yesterday that he expects rookie Justin Henry Malloy to start every game at DH this series. He's still looking for his first hit after going 0 for 3 in his debut last night. After betting on his own team last season while injured, now Padres infielder Tucupita Marcano has received a lifetime ban from Major League Baseball. Marcano placed 387 bets, betting upwards of $150,000. He's the first active player to be banned for such an accusation since 1924. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got people calling their shot about the player that will start to emerge and create some buzz at minicamp this week. And we'll continue to take your phone calls and feedback on that. Please, who you think it's going to be, 248-539-9797. Again, that's all going on right now as we've got more to get to. We just mentioned that there was something out there that is being reported at this hour that's got both Gator and I saying, oh, hell no. If you follow us on Twitter, it has been tweeted from the @DuncanGator971 Twitter account, X account, whatever the hell you call it. I'm going to read the headline, Gator, and you've picked out some of the scarier things from the story. The headline is giant, venomous, flying spiders with 4-inch legs heading to New York area as they spread across East Coast, experts say. They have a picture of these things. They are like a bright fluorescent yellow.
It's a yellow and gray on the back.
And then long,
the abdomen,
striped legs, black and like
gold,
a beige almost, or gold, whatever it is. They are giant. They are bright. They fly, and they are venomous. Oh, hell no.
What sets them apart, however, is their ability to fly, a trait uncommon among spiders. While not accurate flight in the avian sense, Joro spiders, which is what this is.
Do we think is it Joro or do you think it's Yoro? I don't know. Whatever. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
respecting the hard J.
Okay, I'm with you on that. Hard J. I'm down with hard J all day.
Joro spiders utilize a technique known as ballooning, where they release silk threads into the air, allowing them to be carried by the wind. According to one of the experts, it's a matter of when, not if, the spiders arrive in New York and New Jersey.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're native to Asia, but were introduced to North Georgia around 2010, and they're continuing to spread.
Blame the SEC?
Yep. Experts have warned that the spiders could spread to New York since 2022, but none have been detected yet. Story goes on to say that anyone that doesn't sort of like all the creepy crawly things, this has all the characteristics that makes them squeamish. Data show that a spider is going to be able to inhabit most of the eastern United States. It shows that their comfort area,
we safe here in the Midwest,
in their native range, matches up very well with much of North America. Much of North America, not just the East there, Doug.
Why are they saying just the East?
Because this is where it starts.
Just the East.
This is where it starts. People have reported seeing Joro spiders across much of eastern United States, including in Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, and Ohio.
Oh, Ohio. It was feeling very SEC, ACC.
Do your job, Ohio.
Yeah.
Do your job and keep them away. New York happens to be right in the middle of where they'd like to be. University of Georgia researcher Andy Davis told the New York Times in December he believes the spiders could pop up across New York and neighboring states this summer, a.k.a. any day now. He says they seem to be okay with living in a city, saying he has seen Joro spiders on street lamps and telephone poles where regular spiders wouldn't be caught dead in. Now, this is where we get important. This is the last part of it. The arachnids are venomous, but the expert says that they do not pose a danger to humans. That venom, he said, is reserved for the critters that get caught up in the webs, including butterflies, wasps, and cockroaches. They could also pose a threat to native spiders. Quote, we have no evidence that they've done any damage to a person or a pet, he said. Now, I like how they try to soften things up at the end here.
Yeah, that's the lead, man. Put that in the lead.
They soften it up at the very end by saying they're going to get the venom is used for the critters that get caught up in the webs, like wasps and cockroaches, because nobody likes wasps or cockroaches.
Well,
so if they're going to take care of that, then I'm all for them.
You know what's funny is, while that last part is very important, I'm not so sure that the moment one of those things lands on me, it makes me freak the F out any less.
Dude. I mean, you're running, right? You start swatting and you're not staying where you're at.
I've been to Australia, okay?
Yeah.
And one of our first nights in Australia.
By yourself, too.
Well, wasn't that time, but I was at the time 15, and we were renting a house, and there was a farmer spider in there as big as my hand, okay? It was huge.
It's not an exaggeration. Those spiders actually get to be that large.
And we freaked out.
As you should.
Called across the street where Paul Weston was. Paul, come save us. Paul, my dad worked across the street. That's where the research facility was. Walked across and said, what? And we're like, look at this thing. And he's like, yeah, it's a farmer spider. It's no big deal. They're completely harmless. And we got used to them. I don't know if I'd ever get used to this fluorescent yellow flying spider. 4-inch flying spider.
I think I can appreciate the colors and say that it's kind of beautiful. But if that thing comes near me, it's got to go. It's going to see the bottom of my shoe. Hopefully I get to it before it flies away.
Well, you have a rule about spiders in your house.
You can stay as long as you don't step to me.
But the moment a spider comes out, these ones fly at you, Gator.
Then you got to go. If you're going to fly at me, you got to go. If you're flying to get away from me, we're cool.
Well, based upon what they say about how they fly, it's
willy-nilly, isn't it?
It's they go with the wind, right?
Yeah.
So you got to stay upwind of them. I don't know how to determine how far upwind I need to be, but I got to figure out where upwind is.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is not something you find in your house, but outside.
Yeah.
I don't want to see these things, man. I did not need to see this story today.
Well, at least
4-inch long legs.
At least it sounds like they're more creepy than harmful.
Yes, and that is.
However, they have mastered the art of creepy. If you want to see him, go follow us on X at DunGator971.
Look, if I see a garter snake, I'm still going to freak out.
Let's go to Hunter. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Hunter.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, I just want to let you know I was talking to the screener. I studied entomology at Purdue, and I specialize in arachnids. It's nothing to worry about whatsoever. All spiders are venomous. There's only 3 arachnids in the United States you have to worry about. They are not one of them. It's all about the levels of toxicity. So there's many species that balloon, and all it is, they're not flying. They don't have wings. It's impossible.
No, they just kind of go with the wind because of the silk they spin out.
Right.
So what do we got to worry
Well,
about? Black widows, brown recluse, and what's the other one we got to worry about?
Okay, well, we have black widows in Michigan, but there are northern black widows. So you have to worry about a southern black widow, a brown recluse, and there's a hobo spider, which is in the northwest. Those are the only 3 that you really have to worry about. They're not an issue in Michigan. You can get hitchhikers from fruit and whatnot, packages like that.
Never eating fruit again.
No, you just wash it, but it's rare. I mean, there's like 7 recorded cases of a brown recluse in Michigan, and but you never hear where anyone died from a brown recluse or anything.
No, you just
like
hear
that.
of horrible
So,
tissue damage and
yeah, but you know what,
like that.
Gator, to be honest with you, you could get bit by one. There's only 2 venoms in arachnids. There's neurotoxic and there's necrotic. That's it. That's the only 2.
I don't think those are 2 good ones to have, though. If one's going to affect my nervous system, the other one's just going to, kill layers of skin. Right? Those good.
No, it doesn't. It's like a bee sting. Okay, bees are venomous, so you could get. All of us could get bit by a brown.
Right. No,
recluse
it's about how
and
people
have
react to it, and not everybody reacts the same. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah. And you'd have no issues whatsoever. So to me, this is no big deal. There's several species that balloon. They do it in Michigan. They have it's basically multiple spiders will have egg sacs. Other than a wolf spider, they'll have egg sacs.
Okay, hold on. I got a question. Hunter, I'm going to stop you because you obviously know a lot.
You're freaking me out.
Yeah.
What have you done with this knowledge?
I work for an elite pest control company, and I do a lot of volunteering on social media to help people identify arachnids and stuff like that. So,
gotcha. All right. Yeah, pest control sounds right up your alley.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for about 20 years.
Yep,
so
yep. No, I just want to make sure that degree was getting put to use, and it sounds like you are absolutely putting it to use. All heroes don't wear capes.
Right. I don't want to kill all the spiders. I just don't want them to step to me or fly at me.
Thank you, Boiler Up Guy. 248-539-9797. Back to Lions discussion when we continue. Who is the player that you think creates a buzz at mandatory minicamp this week? Call your shot right now, 97.1 The Ticket. You trying out for a spot on First Take or something?
I don't know, man. I just sometimes you see something and it just spurs an instant thought.
Yeah, Gator just during the commercial break, he went, I'm not a hot take guy. But then you smacked your hand on the desk and said,
Joe Burrow will never win a Super Bowl. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. They're already treating him with kid gloves. He already got there, didn't get it done, and then he's been hurt. And they're always going to have to treat him like that. They're talking about the plan right now is for him to have a second day off every week, designed to keep him from pushing too hard. It's part of the return process they designed. This is in practice for this year. I just think he's always going to be an issue, man. And you know me, I like Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I find this to be
celebrated
unusual.
His final year at LSU. I thought it was unbelievable.
So that news of him getting a second day off, that pushes you over the top.
Yep. Maybe I'm still hopped up on the adrenaline of talking about the spider, but yeah, not going to win a Super Bowl. Sorry, Joe Burrow.
Very interesting, and really
sorry, John Cooper.
Really random.
Sorry, Coop.
Our good friend Coop, big Cincinnati fan.
Yeah.
No, really interesting and really random.
Yeah,
that's
where they are random. The hot take is a random take.
Okay,
kind of.
Okay.
But when we do it, it's a random take because we don't do hot takes.
We really don't. But that was a moderately hot take from you and very random. And you are duly noted.
Thank you.
Yes.
You got one in you? I mean, they happen organically. I'm not going to force it. I'm just curious. Maybe you got inspired by something.
I do not have one. No, not at this time. But I will share one.
Not going to win a Super Bowl.
I feel like I'm letting you down. I'm sorry.
No, you're not letting me down at all.
I have nothing to offer. Okay. You're on Burrow, not winning a Super Bowl.
Not going to happen.
Can you get odds on that? Is that something you would like a futures bet on? That'd be a long-term bet.
That is a long-term bet.
Yeah.
Could take another, 15 years.
All right. He's on the record, people. Back to some of the texts coming in regarding who creates a buzz this week at Lions mandatory minicamp. Matt in St. Clair Shores. Broderick Martin causes a minicamp buzz. Okay, we see this every once in a while, that a social media workout post gets everybody all talking, and
that's right.
He looks like he cut his body fat significantly in the one video that was posted out there. You think that's what that led to this text?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that and when he says he did it with comparisons to Aleem McNeil and what Aleem McNeil did to his body, same thing.
Yep.
And Aleem McNeil got the results. We didn't get to see Broderick Martin play last year.
Nope.
Hardly at all. So the fact that they used a pretty high resource to draft him,
it is interesting.
And I want to see it.
Yeah. The question, of course, is why? Why? I think Michael Badgley creates minicamp buzz in a good way. So there's some talk of him maybe improving his leg strength. So that could be something to look for. Here's one. Somebody picked somebody who's not on the Lions. Dontavian Wicks. And I'm pretty sure, is he with Green Bay? 5th round pick of Green Bay. All right, thanks for sending that in, Packer guy. Hendon Hooker is going to light it up. That's from an unnamed texter. What do you make of that?
I hope he does.
Yeah.
I hope he's awesome. But I wouldn't count on it at a minicamp.
Yeah, minicamp's going to be tough to do. But that's going to be one to watch when training camp opens. And if it opens the same time it did a year ago, that's in 49 days? Something like that. So just something to keep an eye on. That backup quarterback battle.
I mean, I don't know how many reps he's going to get with the first team offense, if any. But he's going to get reps for sure.
You got to give him some.
Well, he's going to get a ton of reps. I don't know if it's going to be with the first team offense.
Yeah, but you got to give him some. In case you're just joining us today, earlier we were talking about the Major League Baseball betting bans. Tucapito Marcano, who was a San Diego Padre, although injured, placed 387 baseball bets, including 240-something on Major League Baseball. So I don't know if he's betting on college baseball or what. Wasn't it an Alabama baseball coach that got in trouble?
Yeah. Was it Iowa too? Or?
Iowa was a bunch of student athletes. And I don't know if they were betting on college. One of them was a college baseball player. This guy's banned for life because he bet on games when he was a Pirate that the Pirates were playing on. He's the first active player in a century to be banned for life because of gambling. We all know the Chicago Black Sox story. But, Gator, there were 4 others that got a year-long suspension for gambling on baseball, but not on games they were involved in. Marcano bet 231 Major League Baseball bets. The data that Major League Baseball has collected on this guy, he got 10 bets right.
10 right.
Out of 231.
May have pushed some.
May have.
But he only got 10 right.
It sounds like he should be banned from betting.
Yes.
But
protect him from himself.
Right? This is a guy who, I mean, I would have to be parlays, wouldn't it?
I would think that you could not possibly, I mean, just picking blindly, like letting your cat make the picks,
right?
You're still going to do better than 10%. Or I'm sorry, than 10 out of 200, or just 4%, right? 10 out of 231 or whatever it is.
4.3%.
Yeah. Yeah. Lois is going to pick better than that. And in fairness, Lois might even do better in parlay bets.
Yeah, he was really bad at it.
That's terrible.
And now he's suspended for life. I don't know if there's an appeal process. If you want the conspiracy theory, though, I mean, he obviously didn't have an interpreter that he could pin it all on.
No.
But I wonder if Major League Baseball would seriously follow through on this if it were a massive star player. You know? I mean, what if it is are they really going to ban a star player for life?
Well, they obviously with the Ohtani stuff, they did investigate it, and the interpreter, I think today, in fact, just today, has pled guilty.
Well, I know that Shoeless Joe Jackson had the most IG follows of any player in Major League Baseball back in 1919. Strong social media presence.
Yeah,
they banned him so they could do it, I guess, to a. I mean,
they banned the Hit King
after his playing days.
Yeah, but he was a manager, still beloved. He was the hit. They allowed him in the Hall of Fame?
Well, he still was a strong personality for sure.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer who's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
That's a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal, but
I don't think they would hesitate.
You don't think they would hesitate to ban a star
if they
player?
had the evidence that was there that said that this guy did bet on baseball?
Yep.
Yeah, they're going down. They have to, because they have to, Doug.
Yep.
They can't have the integrity of the game questioned. They have to act swiftly and strongly, and that's what they've done here. And that's why the policy is what it is. That's why you're more damned if you bet on a game than if you shoot up with steroids. Steroids is a suspension. No big deal. You're out for half a season.
Well, the other thing is, I do wonder if we hear this story. Jonte Porter, NBA, Toronto Raptors, same thing. Now we got Marcano from the Padres, same thing. These aren't massive star players, but are they significant moments in time because it impacts everyone in the league? Oh, yeah, let me go over the rules. Let me make sure I'm never, ever, ever doing this. Now, in both these cases, these are fringe players that might have been trying to supplement their income, and star players don't need to do that. But addictions are real, and the allure of this is real, and it's everywhere. And so, I do wonder if we'll see these stories like once every 5 years they resurface as a reminder somebody else got suspended for life, or if we only need to see it once. But for everybody, because I mean, it sounded like when J-Mo got suspended, there was a degree of carelessness that had something to do with it. And when The Athletic did that story and players were saying, yeah, I didn't pay attention to the presentation.
Right.
So
the whole policy.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action tonight following a win last night as Tarek Skubal goes out and does Skubal-like things. Tigers back at 500. I'm not sure that really moves the needle at all. But they've got to 30-30 once again with their win last night in Texas. We'll talk about that straight ahead here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. During the commercial break, Paul was filling in for Kang today. Asked us a question. We'll have you ask it to the audience, Paul.
If you're Marcano, are you more embarrassed that you got caught gambling and you're getting suspended, or that your record got leaked and everyone knows exactly how bad you are at betting?
Valid. Valid.
Very valid.
Humiliating.
I mean, you're a baseball player. You bet on baseball 231 times and you won 4% of the time.
You got 10 right.
Dude.
You got 10 right.
You just threw away your baseball career.
Yes.
On a 96% losing rate.
Yep. Unbelievable, huh?
That's pretty unbelievable.
Unbelievable. All right. So did you see the story about this 15-year-old in the Rocket Mortgage Classic?
I did. It was a kid's name like Miles Russell, something like that.
Let me look it up. It is Miles Russell
from Jacksonville, Florida.
15-year-old gets a sponsor exemption to play in the Rocket Mortgage Classic. What do you make of this?
I know that every golf tournament will have their sponsors exemptions.
Yep.
Sometimes they're of note. This is one of those times because he's 15, right?
Yep.
He's not the youngest to play in an event. That there have been, I think, a bunch of 14-year-olds have played. Michelle Wee famously played as a 14-year-old.
Yep.
But this is the latest one, so it's going to get some attention, and it's here. Is it done for publicity? To draw eyes to an event? I'm sure that's a big part of it. You know, it's a sponsor's exemption. Whoever decided to use it on that.
Yep.
But the kid can also golf. Now, can he golf at this level consistently? I highly doubt it as a 15-year-old. And that's the part that would, I guess if I were a golfer, I'd probably be pissed off because how many guys are out there humping it on the Corn Ferry Tour or these other tours trying to make it, and they're not going to get the sponsor's exemption because they're not a novelty like a 15-year-old kid.
So I'm trying to apply this to real life. Is there anything that in our line of work that is irritating as a professional? Oh, you're shaking your head. Yes.
Sure there is.
As I haven't given this much thought, but that's comparable to this. Like, what are you going to go with?
I would say nepotism.
Okay.
Somebody that hasn't paid their dues gets an opportunity based on a last name.
Okay.
You know, I'm sure. Well, let me just say this. First of all, I think Joe Buck does a great job. Okay.
Yep.
But I'm guessing when Joe Buck was early in his career and got opportunities,
doors were open.
The doors were open because Jack Buck was his father, or that Skip Carey, or from the Carey family.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee that those people when they got into the business, that everybody looked at them and said, "Okay, great, here we go. You're getting a chance. You're gonna call major league games as a 25-year-old instead of having to pay your dues like everybody else."
So, I think about events like this, and we were talking about Caitlin Clark yesterday. A 15-year-old competing in an event like this on a sponsor's exemption is basically being, you didn't have to qualify, you didn't have to do anything. Here you go, you're in. If I recall correctly, back when I was covering the Buick Open, there was a high school kid that qualified. It was like a kid from Grand Blanc High School who actually went through the qualification process and got in. And at one stretch up in Grand Blanc, like birdied a few holes in a row and brought the house down. Like everybody was cheering for him, and it was crazy. And I remember he ended up, I don't even know if this is when I was covering the Buick Open. We might have just been talking about it on the air. I think it was after my time at Channel 25 up there. And that kid got interviewed, and he's like, dude, I'm stoked. This is awesome. Like, he was just a kid.
Yeah.
But it brought attention to an event that is, I mean, unless you're the NFL or the NBA, I don't know that really anybody else is in a position to turn down some harmless attention. This is harmless. But there probably are pros that'd be pissed.
Well, he's the youngest player to ever make a cut on the Corn Ferry Tour. Not win, but make a cut. Not that that's insignificant. I think if you follow golf, I think it's significant to make a cut because it shows, okay, this is the direction you're going in. In order to make money, you have to make the cut.
So he's a Corn Ferry. He's already on the Corn Ferry Tour?
Well, I don't know if he is or if he just played an event. I'm going through a story from Yahoo.
Yeah.
He finished tied for 20th at the LeCom Suncoast Classic in April, which made him the youngest player to compete for a top 25 finish on either the PGA Tour or on the Corn Ferry Tour since they started keeping records back in 1983. He posted a 5 under 66 in the final round And that's quite a stretch. It had 7 birdies and 10 holes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like the kid is competing at the professional level at some level. So I have no issue with it.
Well, I don't really have too much of an issue either. And I think if it's going to bring more attention to the event that's here in Detroit, okay, great. It's another storyline to follow. We'll see what other names commit to this event. They did have a handful of names that had been announced as committing here earlier in the day. Look at those names. Who was playing? Chris Kirk, Minwoo Lee, Nikolai Hogard, Francesco Molinari, Webb Simpson, Nick Dunlap. Those are guys that have just committed. Obviously, Ricky Fowler's playing. But it's this 15-year-old kid that's going to get a lot of buzz, and I like having buzz about a tournament that's here in Detroit.
Well, gotta make the cut. Gotta make the cut. Get to the weekend. Okay, so we mentioned the Tigers before the break. Skubal last night went out and did Skubal things. I love Skubal starts. When they win on a Skubal start, it feels deserved. It feels part of the plan. It feels like, hey, an earned win by the Detroit Tigers, almost expected. And those are days where the Tigers look like, have the best shot to win. He started 12 games this year. They've won 9 of the 12. He did not get the win last night, but he did put them in a position to win. He gave up a leadoff home run to Marcus Semien and then settled down-ish. It wasn't his best outing, but it tells you how good he is when he throws shutout baseball for the next 5 innings after that. And, we call it not his best outing, 7 hits, 2 walks. And then Bo Brisky comes in, and when they went to Brisky in the 7th, I'm sure the plan wasn't you will go the 7th, 8th, and 9th, but he just mowed him down. He got the one visit from A.J. Hinch in the 9th when Texas got a runner to second, and Brisky took care of business. But the story is Skubal, and this guy is so good right now. I know that trade talk comes up with him, and that's we're to me, I would consider trading a star player when that player's timeline for them being good doesn't align with when the rest of the organization can be good. 500 baseball teams can get better quickly with a couple of shrewd moves. Doesn't have to be a free agent signing. It can be a trade. It can be a call-up. If you do something, 1 or 2 smart moves, because I'll give you an example. This team, all it is you put Skubal out there, and they look legit. Even though they got other pitchers that have great secondary numbers that are on par with Skubal, when Skubal pitches, I don't know if it's because the team thinks they're going to win, but they do. And I mean, yesterday they basically did nothing offensively outside of 2 swings from an unlikely source. Mm-hmm. But Jake Rogers hit 2 home runs, which is great. And Rogers did it last year. He checked 1 box offensively. He hit for some power. And now, the addition of 1 elite player goes so far. How do you get that elite guy? And you need one in the middle of your lineup.
Yeah, it's huge. And can you get that now in the middle of the season, or do you have to wait to the end of the season to make something happen? You can find them, but you have to get them. This team desperately needs to have that player, and they've got an opportunity now that they've sent Torkelson back to the minors. Mm-hmm. And you've got a position of productivity that should be at first base that wasn't because Torque wasn't productive. Can they get it to be productive, whether it's first base or it's whomever's being called up? Because, Urshela can move over to the first base, and it's, that changes things over third base. I'm just looking for the one more, the Torkelson's out, somebody comes in, you got to be more productive than Torque. Yep. Malloy gets the first crack at it. We'll see how long he stays with it. Akil Baddoo was brought up a week and a half ago for Kerry Carpenter. Those are 2 big bats out of the lineup that had an awful lot of pop last year. 31 homers from Torque, and I forget what Kerry Carpenter ended up with, 18 or 20 home runs, whatever he did, but he's their best hitter. Now you've lost both of these guys. You've got opportunities. People have to make the most of them. And I don't think this is going to be the end of it. I mean, we're going to see I think we're likely to see Jace Young make an appearance at some point.
Sure hope so.
I think Parker Meadows may be getting another crack at it. We might see one of the infielders come back up if they end up hitting at AAA. now that they're back and playing there with Kreidler and Leonard, that maybe they'll get a shot. But there are going to be opportunities, and someone has to seize the opportunity because Torque wasn't giving him anything. If somebody steps in and gives him something, does that give him the lift? This team the lift that push him over 500?
I don't know. It could, because if you're giving him something, you're giving him probably more than you're getting out of Spencer Torkelson. And the margin for error when you're a 500 baseball team can be one or two spots in the lineup. I don't know if you can expect to get more than Carpenter was giving you, though, from anybody that they've called up. Justin Henry Malloy feels like he is a prospect, but a second-tier prospect. Jace Young feels like a first-tier prospect. He's just, I guess, more seasoning is called upon. Look, they went into this year with two known prospects that they thought were here to stay. One of them's gone in Torque. He's back at square one in the minors. They came in with two prospects they were trying on for size to see if they could give him what they had in Parker Meadows and Cole Keith. One of them's gone, back at square one in the minors. And then they've got the unexpected Wenzel Perez. So as far as their everyday players, it speaks to how tough it is to hit as a prospect. There's a hit rate, and every prospect gets called up because they're showing promise.
Mm-hmm.
You're showing promise, you get the call, but it's a big jump. It's not a given that you're going to make it. And when two of them do, you're in good shape. I mean, right now, Spencer Torkelson trending in the wrong direction. Go to AAA. I was thinking about this today. Can you imagine being up at the bigs for as long as he's been and thought of 1-1? He's got to walk into a minor league locker room and not be in any way, I hate to say it, but like humiliated that he's even there or act too big for it. He's got to go down there and do work. That takes a mental toughness.
Well, it does, and he's going to have to go there with adjusting his swing. And A.J. Hinch talked about it, said that, look, he's not going down there to completely revamp the swing, but when he's going down there, he's going to have to make some adjustments. And he has to be willing to do that. And there was an article from Evan Petzold today in the Free Press about it, and it talked about, Torque's kind of unwillingness really to move on from what his swing is. He said his swing it's his swing. And he wants to work with that. Well, if it's not working, you got to change it. Otherwise, you're not going to be here.
Yep. All right, here we go. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. For years, we've been telling you about the Connecticut water softener that we have. It's been installed by CGC Water and has so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save thousands of dollars when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system like we have, and we love it. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navient tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We were talking earlier in the show about all the discussion of whether or not the Tigers would be buyers or sellers. They're in that weird position, that in between 5 tiers put together by Jeff Passan, the the guys at teams that are absolutely selling to the teams that are absolutely buying. The Tigers were obviously neither of those. The one right in the middle was called the tweener. They were below that in a group called the hinge group, where they could be buyers, they could be sellers. But right now, a little bit, it looks like a shade towards selling. The most interesting thing that Passan wrote was that for the second consecutive year, Jack Flaherty could be traded at the trade deadline, but this year he would get more. Last year when he went from St. Louis to Baltimore, he got the 16th and 18th prospects from the from the Baltimore system and a journeyman major leaguer. But they're looking at, the kind of season he's having. Others that could get traded: Mark Canha, Gina Urshela. And then the Tigers do have something that every contender is always looking for bullpen help, and the Tigers could unload some bullpen arms. I hope they're not selling. The reason I brought that up, though, Gator, is so yesterday they moved to 3.5 out of the wild card. If they're 3.5 out of the wild card in 7 weeks, can they justify buying?
I mean, that you do not want to be in that position, right?
No.
We have to make that decision. Because 3.5, I mean,
3.5 feels,
and it's who they're chasing, right? Because right now they're chasing Minnesota, who's in their division, so they'll have plenty of games.
Yep.
I mean, I want them to. I want them to go for it, and of course, you always want them to be responsible about doing it. What does that mean? Does that mean that you don't take players that are just rentals? You don't offer up trades for that? I mean, if you're going to give up a prospect, you better get something really good for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to give up one of their top 5 prospects to get a rental player.
No, but if you take Jackson Jobe to the open market, you're getting a stud back.
You would think, but are you getting a stud back? Are you getting a stud prospect back?
No, you got to get a stud player, because you're talking about somebody. Like, I'll give you an example. If I heard that the Tigers were trading someone, and in return they were getting the top pitching prospect in the minor leagues in Major League Baseball, I would go, wow, you'd have to think you're giving up a star player. So if the Tigers take Jackson Jobe, if they can stay close, and look, I know people don't want to, you don't want to trade Jackson Jobe, but they do have enough pitching right now, and they decide to go for it this year. If they decide, okay, and they take Jackson Jobe onto the open market, yeah, I think you're getting a stud player back.
Well, it was it 2007 when the Tigers missed the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
They were 88-74, the year after they went to the World Series. So that ends up being, a little bit above 500 there.
Yep.
Although technically it's 14 games, it's not really, but yeah, it is 14, whatever. They didn't make the playoffs. They decided to trade their top 2 prospects in the organization to get Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah.
Now, Miggy had a couple years of control left before they needed to worry about a big contract, and they went for it. And it took them a while before they got back to the World Series. They didn't get back there until 2012.
Mm-hmm.
But they did get to the playoffs shortly after that. That's the type of move that I guess you would consider, right? If you can find who's that next guy.
Yep.
Who's that 25, 26-year-old stud that you're willing to give up your top prospect in the organization for, or top 2 prospects in the organization for.
Yeah, so let's say Jackson Jobe and Jace Young get you the next Miggy.
Right, but yes, that's what it would be.
That's how that deal went down.
That's what happened.
Yep, and I mean, I don't even want to. Since we're workshopping this on the air, I don't even know where to go with it as far as what player you would get. But they now have the material in the organization that they could make a move like that. But there's 2 things about it. One is you have to find a trade partner and somebody who's got the star player they want to move. There's 3 things about it. 1, you have to find a trade partner, star player. 2, your team has to justify making the move. You're not making this move at 6 games out of a wild card. If you're in a wild card chase or division chase, you make a move like this. And 3 is you have to have what some people question whether or not it exists, and I'll bring it up, and that is commitment from ownership that you're paying that star player. And I haven't seen the most obvious move where they made a move just to be on the cheap, because I didn't love this free agent market. And to be quite frank, the player that I loved is terrible in Blake Snell. And a lot of the players that were coveted by fans wouldn't be worth the money at this point. Some of them are perking up a little bit, but it wouldn't be worth the money at this point that got spent on them. So it doesn't feel like a big miss for me. But Gator, I see why people feel that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned a team earlier when we were talking about this, about Tampa Bay, right?
Yep.
Now, Tampa probably doesn't want to give up prospects because that's just what they are. They're a team that always develops players and brings them up.
Yep.
But would they be willing to deal Isaac Paredes? And the Tigers get him back. I don't know what it takes to get him.
Parker Meadows.
Okay. You think of the other Meadows? And I think Paredes is a free agent at the end of the year. So you're looking at rental. But that's a type of player that could really help the Tigers.
Yeah.
It's a guy, he's hitting well. He's hitting 290 on the year, 291 on the year. His OPS is 871. He'd automatically be your best hitter on the team. Hits for power.
Yep.
Can play corner infield.
Yep. It's an example.
I mean, that's not the give up your top 2 prospects.
No, that's not. No, you don't give up Jackson Joe.
But that's a move more that I'd feel comfortable making if I were the Tigers, and you get a couple weeks out of the trade deadline, you're still 3 games out of the wild card spot, or maybe you're closer than that. A move that lets your fan base know you're trying to do something.
But you got to stick around. You got to justify it, right? You have to be good enough to say, okay, we can go make that move right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
If not, then there's no point in even talking about it. So baseball team, play well. That's our advice. So I get paid the big bucks, or that's why we're the midday show.
That's right.
We bring in Rico Beer, who has sauntered into the studio and joins us here on 97.1 A Ticket. Of course, Mike and Rico coming up next. How are you?
I'm not used to being at this microphone, so
is it all right?
I can't see you, Gator, but I guess you guys can hear me.
We hear you loud and clear. How are you today?
Hi, buddy.
Hey, I'm good.
Yeah. Anything exciting going on in the show that follows us?
Oh, yeah, you won't believe it, but
let me guess, Mike's mad.
No.
Oh.
Mike has something positive to say about the Tigers.
Okay. All right.
I thought he was joking.
Did you? So have you heard this something positive, or is he holding out?
No, I've heard it.
Oh, okay.
I've heard it.
All right. When are you doing that?
The positive spin right out the gate.
Okay.
Come on, man, Mike. The positivity will sour. It's like milk in the sun.
No, that's a good point. Yeah. It starts out that way, and
right. You gotta.
Then he starts arguing with himself, and the next thing you know, he's fire everything.
Oh, I get that all the time. Like, well, why didn't you say anything? I was like, I didn't have to. You were having the conversation by yourself.
Yeah.
It's like, Mike, sometimes I just have the best seat in the house.
To watch him debate himself. Right. What else you guys got planned?
Some Lions and also some Pistons as well. We're gonna hit everything.
All right.
the food groups.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Thanks, Paul. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Tigers and Rangers will play out Game 2 tonight in Arlington. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Dane Dunning takes them out against Jack Flaherty. First pitch at 8:05. Dan Campbell spoke with the media today, was asked if the fact that Terrion Arnold could play inside and out contributed to the Lions picking him. The Mavericks and Celtics are preparing for a Thursday night Game 1 in the NBA Finals. Kristaps Porzingis confirmed today the plan is for him to return Thursday. He thinks the couple-day gap will make a difference in his health. Finally, the 49ers have locked up Christian McCaffrey for an additional 2 years, which puts him under contract until the 27th season. McCaffrey has had nearly 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns last season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday, and we are dedicating this topic to Wojo. That's right, to Wojo and all the idiots who think like him. It's going to be exciting. Hooray. Good times are here again. We have a 500 baseball team.
I promised the people you'd be positive.
I am.
Okay.
We're absolutely mediocre. Come on, Rico. Next up, the penthouse.
Fun.
We'll take that. Come on. Fun. All right, let's get into this because I do want to see, all smarm aside,
All you need is the party favor now.
Cookies sent me Wojo's ridiculous vomit from last night. Oh, and they have a better record than the world champions. Yeah, who are down 10 players, you moron.
You could do Mad Lib. You knew that headline was going to happen.
What did I say on the air yesterday? The bought and paid for media would already have We're 500 commemorative T-shirts that they would be selling to the public tomorrow.
Dude, I'm surprised they didn't even go full 30. What if I told you?
This team was woefully mediocre 60 games in.
And still better than the defending world champion.
Boom, boo, 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 boo. I just have another gin, Bob. So let's do this, though. Let's live in this alcohol-infused world of Wojo. Let's pretend our BAC is 3 times the legal limit, and he's probably still at home in his underwear. Let's live in this world. The Tigers are 500. No matter how good or bad you think they are, no matter how enjoyable or painful you found the journey, or whether you're even participating in the journey, because they're not, most likely, not on your television. I gave you the pathway to positivity last week. I said, look, this is what it'll take for me to alter the conversation and think differently about the team. And it wasn't whether I thought they could do it or would do it. It's if they get to the following checkpoint. And it was 7 games over on July 15th. To then, in a good faith manner, talk about being a buyer at the deadline, not a seller. So with that in mind, The Athletic had a very interesting piece ranking the tiers of deadline and whether you're a buyer, you're in this weird vortex of the middle, or you're a seller. The Tigers are in the middle. That's just where they are. I think they were 19th. So the question is, what will it take for this team to be a buyer? To where all of us, no matter how they're winning games, no matter
how good or bad it is, we can all get behind chasing a wild card. We can stop talking about the Scooble debate. We can put away the conversation that's unfortunate but real that you got to trade Jack Flaherty. Yeah, I mean, it's just what's going to have to happen. How do we change that? Well, getting to 500 is the first step in that. You know, they were 23-27 10 days ago. They've gone 7-3 over their last 10. It's good baseball. It's great baseball percentage-wise. So the question is now, okay, how do we build off of this? I want to know from you guys, and certainly we're going to go around the room here, and I want to hear from Rico on this, David, Kenny. What will it take for them to be a buyer? What will it, and again, whether you think it's going to happen or not, you're free to tell me. Do I have doubts? Of course I do. I mean, last night is case in point. You get 2 home runs from a broke bleep catcher. You have like 3 hits all night.
Man, he had family in the stands.
I don't care. I hope they get a gift bag. I mean, Scooble is like prime Scherzer, prime Verlander, prime Jack Morris right now.
Shook off the early run. And,
right.
Yeah.
And you got a 50-pitch win, hold, and save from Bo Brisky. Oh, okay. Sure. That's sustainable. No, it's not. But they got it done. And again, I don't care who they're playing. There's going to be good teams, bad teams. In the case of the Rangers, a gutted team from injury. You play who's in front of you. Mm-hmm. The object with baseball is be way better than not over a long haul. Peaks and valleys aside. So I would like to know from you guys. Okay, they're 500. We're not going to throw a party like Wojo. I don't know who celebrates mediocrity. I don't. You know, hey, Kenny, that was a real mediocre shift by you. Congratulations. Like, we don't celebrate. You know, Rico, totally mediocre topic by you yesterday. Great work. You don't celebrate that. Hey, if you run a restaurant right now, ever celebrate a mediocre dinner service? Ever hand out bonuses for that? Hey, chef, absolutely quintessential mediocrity with that dinner service. No.
Great mediocre steak.
Right. But hey, let's all touch our chandeliers over a 30-30 baseball team. No. Not in this day part. So let's talk about it. How do we go from mediocrity to product we're proud of? What do we have to do to be a buyer at the deadline? What has to happen? What do you need to see? What players have to be a participant in it? Let's build a case for positivity that Wojo's too lazy or intellectually bankrupt to do. How do we do that? How can we essentially fix Bob minus rehab? How do we fix the issue here where we don't sell lies and false hope and intellectually dishonest things like better record than champs, burp? Bob, they're down 10 players. Just shut up. So let's just talk in real terms. What would you need to see as a fan to say, I'm not trading Flaherty, I'm not trading Scooble, and in fact, I'm trading for Pete Alonso. I'm trading for...
Wow.
Well, listen, he's turned the Mets down 3 times, and your first baseman's driving a milk truck.
Yeah, and I was reading, I guess the Mets realize they're not going to get a haul back for him.
Nope. But it was an example.
No. I get what you're saying.
Don't know that I want to, giving you name. Because unlike other people at this place, I'm not just ripping an opinion without giving you one of my own.
Right. See, I was thinking same organization, maybe going to get JD Martinez
all
and bringing him here.
All of them. Kenny, warm up the car. We'll pick him up.
Here's what I would say, and it kind of goes to what we talked about earlier this week. I need you to be at least 2.5, maybe 3 games from the wild card spot, which means with the staff that you have, if you could add just at least one more bat, you may have enough to sustain for the rest of the season to make up those 3 games to get into the wild card. Because I think with this team, making the playoffs will be an accomplishment. It's something that they can actually build upon.
I think getting to September and playing meaningful baseball is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
No smarm here.
No.
Now, the problem with that's what I want, and I'm trying to stay positive, and I'm positive it won't happen.
Oh, dear. The deflator strikes again.
No, Kenny Kenny actually changed my mind by saying it was something I was thinking, but when Kenny said it out loud in the pre-show meeting, I was like, okay, so I'm not the only one that thinks that. So I don't want to steal Kenny's thunder.
Okay.
I'm going to let Kenny tell you what he said in the pre-show meeting.
No, that's not what I said in the pre-show meeting.
Okay.
I was more talking about Scott Harris. I mean, we heard from him, last week on the MLB Network, and he basically outlined that, hey, we're not ready to spend on players right now. That, to me, proves his mindset is if we're a middling wild card type team, I'm not going to trade assets for players. I think you have to bridge that 9.5 game gap you have against Cleveland in the division, which to me seems like a mountain. It seems unlikely. So
Okay.
I don't think they're in that spot.
So to expand upon what Kenny said, Mike, once again, I'm taking Scott Harris at his word.
Mm-hmm.
Will the core be ready in the next 4 or 5 weeks? I don't think so, which means he is saying, don't look for me to spend any money. I've already told you. I mean, the year before, I'm not going to be a drunken sailor. This time I'm not spending any money until this core is ready. I would, if you're within 3 games of the wild card, you absolutely need to go out. It doesn't have to be Pete Alonso, but you have to bring in something to help this anemic offense because you are wasting. If your pitchers are all still here after the trade deadline and you did not go add a bat, that is criminal.
And you take him at his word because what did he do this past offseason? Not Kenta Maeda, and that's about it. And Jack Flaherty. I mean, great. One of those pitchers is good.
Having pizza bites. All right.
But he proved what he's saying is true. He proved he's not lying to you right now.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Based upon this and his history, it's not me being the deflator. I just have a hard time. I want them. If you're within 3 games, man.
Can we clear something up? This is one of the biggest misnomers, and I just think it's what dumb people do. Everyone wants them to win. No one at this station benefits from them losing.
Oh, no.
No one. So you and your 3 teeth and your limited brain cells, I don't know how you think anyone wins if they lose. We all want them to win. The difference is some of us live in reality. We're not playing with a rubber ducky in a bubble bath. And we also don't do a bunch of self-examination when we're 500, okay? You want to touch your grocery bag? Can we have a winning record, sustain good baseball, and God forbid be entertaining? Huh? How about a run differential bigger than the amount of fingers we have? I will give you the things that I think need to happen in order for us to hit the marker of pathway to positivity. I can give those to you next.
Oh.
Got him. Hey, by the way, shout out Doug and Scott who keep the studio at 86 degrees. I hate both of you. I hope you both have diarrhea. What professionals intentionally raise a thermostat on a day where the heat index today is 102? They are sociopathic, insane people. Sell them, Rico.
Wow. Okay. Planet Fitness is happy for that lead in. I'll just simply say this. I'll give you the judgment-free zone. That's what Planet Fitness can offer you, along with the squeaky clean gym. You also get you get to work in an environment that is, a lot of it is brand new equipment. Whether
It's not 86 degrees.
No, it's strength training and cardio equipment, brand new. Plus, if you are short on time, you get a full 30-minute workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training, no extra cost. That means it's free. That means they're there to help you achieve your goals. And guess what? Now through June 14th, just $1 down, $10 a month. You can cancel at any time, but once you get started, I promise you, you're not going to want to cancel. Now through June 14th, $1 down, $10 a month. You can join Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. And it's very simple. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $10 a month. Or you can go online and join at planetfitness.com.
Being number one is not easy. It takes experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it, of making the world's most comfortable mattresses. And they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Oh, it's a power surge. All right, so listen. We've asked the question. No one on this show is going to celebrate 30 and 30. Can't do it, won't do it. It's just not who we are. But this is your first step to the pathway to positivity I outlined last week. If you want this to be the good times hour, 7 games over, July 15th, which is a Monday. And this is the first step. Now, they've gone 7-3 in their last 10 games. What do you do from here? So, Rico, you said, look, I don't think it's going to happen. Let me at least tell you, because I think it's obvious none of us think it's going to happen, but let's be positive. Here are the things that I think are the non-negotiables for this team to hit the check mark. First and foremost, none of the things I list beyond this matter if this one doesn't happen. Absolutely nothing can happen to Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty, and Reese Olson. Nothing. Fabergé egg bubble wrap must make every start, every turn through, and have to maintain current level. You're talking about 3 guys that, while one of them I said to you preseason was going to be first, second, third in the AL Cy Young, all 3 of them are Cy Young-ish. All 3, bubble wrap. Number 2, and this one is less defined for me, but it is Riley Green, Colt Keith, and mystery. And whether the third portion of that is Wenceel Perez, whether it is Justin Henry Malloy, whether it is maybe Jace Young comes up.
It comes back.
No, okay. Sure, don't think it's going to fit the time frame. A third young player has to arrive on the scene, and in a big way. And I'm not asking for anything insane. But if we believe Riley Green's established and we believe that Keith is well on his way to doing so, probably a little early to say it, but let's be positive. Cool. I need a third guy. Why? Because that will lengthen a lineup that as Mark Canha just becomes Mark Canha. And as Vierling stops being Lou Gehrig and just becomes Matt Vierling, you're going to have some opportunities to be functional. There needs to be another piece in here. Maybe Parker Meadows comes back. I don't know. That's 2. And I really do believe the last piece to it is an unthinkable thing. They just need guys like Javi or the catcher batter. No. Or the catcher battery or anyone who wears a uniform to be as close to just woefully average as they can be.
Mike, I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm laughing because that wasn't even an option for me, and it should have been. But I was just like, wait, you're right. What if Javi just turned out to be average?
What? Just slightly below average. What if Jake Rogers all of a sudden becomes
average? Yeah. So those you don't have to hit 2 home runs every night, but
nothing can happen to your top 3 starters. It's your weapon. It's what's going to keep you in it. It's what'll absolutely damn near guarantee you're going to be a 500 team. Is 3 out of every 5 days you got a better pitcher on the mound than your opposition. That's a weapon. 2, if we assume Riley Green turns this around and we know he's got enough credibility to do so, we assume Colt Keith keeps developing. Who's the third part of the 3-headed young monster? And then for the rest of these low-rent players, I don't even need you to be good. Just get out of bed, put on your backpack, and say, I'm going to be average today at school. If these three things happen, they can be 7 games over July 15th, and we could talk about being a buyer.
Yeah, because 7 games over means that you're in the playoff hunt. You're in the wild card hunt. Yeah.
And it would put Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch right on Main Street. What do you want to do? Now, you don't like my ideas? Cool. What's yours? David, what do the ticket texters have to say today?
It would take a 10-game win streak for me to show any more interest for them to say they can make a trade at the deadline.
Okay, time out. Just, David, bear with me momentarily. What if over the course of 30 games, they went 20-10? See, you got to let go of the streak stuff. Streaks in baseball are really rare. Both good and bad. It's hard to lose 10 in a row. It's hard to win 10 in a row. Yeah. What if you just grinded your way to that level of baseball? You'd feel the same way.
See, that's what I was going to say. We talk about 7-3 in their last 10. Keep that going. Just be 7-3 in your next 10, David, and then keep going after that.
David, be 6-4.
Yeah.
Be 5-5. Be 7-3 again. Be 6-4. Play good ball from now to July 15th.
Tigers are 3.5 out of the wild card. The deadline for the moves is now. They need to harvest from the Blue Jays and the Mets and other sellers before everyone else gets involved.
I think ultimately the market's going to have to form in the next 3 to 4 weeks, and right around July is when real rumors begin. It's very hard to sell in June, and especially June 4th. Now, it doesn't mean a team won't do it. It doesn't mean, look, the Marlins out of nowhere traded Luis Ariz. I don't know why. Bottom line, would I be on the phone? Would I be canvassing? Of course. Of course.
Rick in Ann Arbor says we should only be buyers if we're 10 games over 500 at the trade deadline.
All right, Rick wants more than I'm asking for. Okay.
Unfortunately, I think buying for this team is just not selling and keeping Flaherty. Can't see Harris getting any rentals.
Okay, but time out. Flaherty is a rental. And the problem I have is what Rico said. If you keep Flaherty without adding, that is 2 years in a row you will have gotten nothing from a high-end, expiring starting pitcher. That's unacceptable. So if you don't believe enough to buy, you must sell. See, and this is the danger in the Athletic piece. You're in the middle. What I'm asking you to do is to determine whether they will buy or sell, because the middle is unacceptable. You must pick a direction. Status quo is never acceptable. Now, I know Kenny wanted to rap about National Cheese Day. I do not. I'd much prefer to talk baseball with you.
Ghost Pepper Jack.
Go to hell. 248-539-9797. We're going to go to Seth, 97.1. Seth, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys? Do you hear me well?
Loud and clear. What's on your mind?
All right. Just before I throw a couple names at you guys, just wanted to pretty much say I pretty much agree with you, Mike. You can't go out and do what you did last year and just let, a guy like Jack Flaherty just sit and not get anything from him. I think, to me, you got to capitalize on it. You cannot make the same mistake that you did with Erod. So, personally, if I were me, I would move him and a couple of guys in the farm system to just get something, like maybe like a Vladdy Jr. or Alex Bregman, or just like something that, because guys, let's be realistic. I mean, Mark Kent at third or batting third is not going to get us.
No, it's a complete farce. Let me focus on one of the names. They're just clearly not going to get a third baseman, and Young's going to come up, and that's their plan. All right, let's accept it. Let me work with the Vladdy thing you brought up, Seth. So, spitballing, I know he's got 1 year of arbitration left, and I'm willing to accept that he's never going to duplicate the wacky COVID year where he hit like 50 homers. Let's just figure Vlad's going to be a guy that's going to hit the better part of 300, have the better part of an 800 OPS, and probably be a 25 to 30 home run hitter. But he's a very good player, right? I don't have an issue with it because ultimately, outside of Spencer Torkelson going Rocky Balboa and working his way back to the top, you don't have a first baseman in the pipeline, And the free agent crop, if you want me to take you through it, it's Pete Alonso, 38-year-old Paul Goldschmidt. You want Roddy Tellez. Like, what exactly are we doing? Hoping that Ryan O'Hearn and the Orioles can't come to an agreement? Look, Toronto probably is selling. Bo Bichette's probably the guy they're moving, but he's been dreadful, and you've got Javi. The Vlad thing, I don't laugh at because I like to get creative. I like to get bold. I was raised at the right hand of Steinbrenner. Like, I don't laugh at stuff like that. And I think Vlad makes $20 million in arbitration. So if you accept that as, hey, that's what I'm going to have to pay him.
Right. You make the Jays say no.
Why not?
Here's a deal. And maybe you catch him on a good day, sweeten it a little bit here, and you can have him.
But why not?
I'm with you. I've always said,
does putting Vlad behind Riley Green make the 2-3 spot in your order dangerous? Or better yet,
the numbers you just, Mike, the numbers you just said pretty much makes him the best player on the team.
No, it doesn't pretty much. Oh, he is. The point is, what if the top of the order becomes Riley, Keith, Vlad? Now, what does it look like? What does it feel like? How is it different? Look, I'm not going to laugh at Seth. I don't mind it. If I see a report that the Blue Jays are liquidating assets, and this team's 5 game, let's say you read the report June 28th, and this team's 5 games over. Absolutely, I make the phone call and I find out what it takes. Am I going to gut my system? No. But Vlad would largely be a rental. Now, he's got 1 year of arb left. You'd have to give up some good stuff. I don't laugh at that. It's creative, it's interesting, and frankly, it's a lot better than a lot of what I listen to. Because at least there's an idea. You want me to be positive, you present the idea. The Bregman thing, no, I don't think it fits what they're going to do. 248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. Contractors, homeowners have bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason. All in their warehouse, all in stock, and they move in volume, which means you get the savings. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Deck season is here. You could be enjoying yours today. Just call Northville Lumber. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. So, guys, give me a minute here, because Seth brought something up that I think it's interesting. And we're talking about, look, the Tigers have taken the first step in this pathway to positivity I sold you, which is get to 500. Okay. Now, unlike some other blind drunk media members like Bob, we're not celebrating it. It's simply the act of getting out of bed in the morning. Congratulations. You don't get a medal for that. What do they have to do to be buyers at the deadline? What would they have to do to energize this city? What needs to happen, and what are the check marks? Well, we had a caller call up and go, look, if they can be 7 games over 500 July 15th, what about calling Toronto about Vladdy Guerrero Jr.? Well, they got 2 guys, and I pulled this up, and I'll read this to you, okay? And I think ultimately GMs have to say certain things, but Toronto's got 2 guys that could make sense. So this is from MLB.com. Just a day ago, in fact. Blue Jays season, payroll, competitive window have brought questions with it. 27-30 entering Sunday. The offense is struggling, which is inexplicable. They face an uphill climb. If the club can't force its way back into the picture, they're going to need to decide between making one big push with Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette in 25, where they expire, or moving on from one or both to extend their window. So the GM was quoted, and Mark Feisen basically told MLB.com that the Blue Jays are not opposed to trading those guys and have talked to other guys. So the comment is pretty simple, which is it just doesn't make any sense for us. That's what Atkins had to say about it. There'll be occasional times you're talking to other executives. They'll ask if you'd consider it. And we'll just say it's not something we haven't spent any time on because they're talented and they're great teammates. Here's the point. Until the Blue Jays jump back into contention, they are going to be sellers. So here was an interesting thing, right? Both Vlad he's got 1 year of ARB left, and then Bichette signed a short-term arbitration contract, meaning voided the last 2 years, signed a 3-year, $33 million deal. So you got a guy like Bo Bichette, who's having a terrible year, about a 630 OPS, but he's a guy every year in this league, he's had north of an 800 OPS, every year. Been an all-star multiple times. He's fringy MVP, 9th, 11th, 12th, 8th. But you don't have a shortstop. Now, this organization doesn't have the chops to go do that and just tell Javi to kick rocks. But I think it's interesting by caller Seth because unlike a lot of people, he brought an idea to the table, and I'm not laughing at it.
No.
If there's 7 games over on July 15th, and I'm still looking at Gio Urshela playing first base for me, and I know that the Blue Jays are selling, why would you not make an attempt? You'd have Vlad through next season, and you'd do everything in your power. Hey, I'm told Chris will spend when the time's right. Why wouldn't you invest in Vlad?
How about this? Maybe he becomes part of your core.
Maybe he does. And you just shell out the cheddar. Look.
Yeah, you
we
got the
all
money.
want him to win.
Yeah. No.
Get to 500 was step 1. Now, can you be 7 games, 8 games over July 15th? And I've given you the things that need to happen.
7 games over. Yeah, you're in the wild card hunt. You may be holding that final spot.
Maybe.
Or maybe a game or 2 out. But yeah, this is where all things hold true. Pitching staff sticks together. Yeah.
You don't have a first baseman, guys.
You got to add a bat, add a first baseman. There's so many different things you must do.
And you figure in arbitration, Vlad would probably get the better part of $20 million.
You have the money to spend.
Oh, how dare you. David.
Last time I checked, Miggy's contract came off the books, right?
Listen, why don't you just be happy with what they've given you, okay? We'll take that. We'll take that town. We'll take that. We may as well have a newspaper called the We'll Take That Daily. We'll take that.
Yeah, you could buy copies right outside the headquarters.
Or Wojo's house. We'll take that. All right. David, what do you got?
Right or wrong, I want them to buy a stud bat close to the deadline. Even if we don't make the playoffs after the transaction, it'll give the fans something to cheer for next year. We can't keep wasting this pitching.
Right. And outside of Jackson Jobe, Max Clark, and maybe McGonigal, who gives a damn what the Jays want? If you add Vlad Guerrero with the intent on signing him, and you know you'd have him for a year and a half, why not? How else are you going to procure difference makers? You don't have them. You don't.
Dave in Royal Oak says Scooble to the Pirates for Davis, Johnson, and or Rodriguez. We need to get somebody here.
No, none of that. That package is nowhere near good enough. No.
AC from Monroe, pull the trigger now and take any bats at any position.
Okay.
It will be an improvement.
Why did I bother?
Madden Clarkson says this Tigers team is literally Iowa football. Iowa's defense is our great pitching. Both offenses can't get out of a wet paper bag.
Yeah, and again, I mean, there are worse offenses. Guys, I just, when I hear that, whether it's this station or callers, we don't live in the same planets. So basically, your straw man is, unless you are the literal worst offense in baseball, we can't complain about it. Have a nice day. I don't want to talk to you. The idea is, what do we have to do to get to the playoffs? That's the conversation I want to have. Now, do I think it's feasible for nothing to happen to Scooble, Olsen, and Flaherty, and they'll all be Cy Young every night? No, I don't think that's feasible. I don't think it's realistic.
And positively speaking, they're a +3 run differential right now.
Wow. The Guardians are plus 76.
78, but who's counting? Yeah.
Apparently the Tigers aren't.
No, exactly.
The Tigers are 4th in the division right now and just all around bad. Nothing they do this year will help.
No, they're not bad. They are outstandingly mediocre. We'll take that city. Maybe Wojo should do a column, and the title is, We'll Take That.
Oh, my. I admit 500 ain't worth celebrating, but if AJ keeps this team at 500, he should be awarded a lifetime contract and league MVP.
Well, that's why I always knock when people rip him to shreds. Like, if you can question some of the bullpen usage, and I hate what he does some days with the lineup where it's like, man, can't you just stick with the guys that are playing well? Why do we have to use every roster spot? But if the result is the result and you're at 500 or better, and we know the reality of this, like, I'm sorry, like, there's some people here who think Matt Vierling is something special. Matt Vierling wouldn't start for a playoff team. So, like, if you end up winning 84, 85 games with this motley crew, you're right. Retire his number on Leland Day.
Chris in Heartland, I think it's safe to say the Tigers are on a different timeline than we are. They're doing things at their own pace. I don't expect anything to happen the way we want it to.
Agreed. But if they play their way into the tough conversation, I wanted to talk about it. Look, man, getting to 500 is where you begin the process. The next step is getting a record that is respectable, being 6-7 over. The last step is, let's look at the standings.
Because if all things break, and you're sitting here saying, well, we're going to do this. No, guys, you actually started winning more games. You put yourself in this spot. You got to be prepared to take the next step. You cannot kick the can. You cannot waste this pitching staff and everything that they are bringing to the table.
How good do they have to be not to trade Flaherty?
How good do they have to be?
Yeah, to where Harris would not be able to defend trading Flaherty.
I think I had to go back to the one ticket texter, and they would have to be like 10 games above.
I would take that.
Yeah.
All smarm aside. We'll take that. Maybe Wojo could write a book called We'll Take That. Lessons in Mediocrity from someone who knows. Costa never should have sent me what Wojo was out there doing on social media.
When did we put the Wojo pinata up in here?
When he wrote the most intellectually dishonest bubble bath back rub social media posting ever.
But technically it's factual?
No, technically, but you left all context out. We'll take that.
Most people just read the headlines.
Why can't that be his book? We'll take that. Mediocrity from someone who knows all about it. Brought to you by Penguin Books. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get a little football in the mix. Nice to see baseball bombed on a sunny Tuesday. Nice job, Rico. All right, the John Jantz.
You just wanted mediocre, right?
Yeah, we'll take that. John Jansen Weight Loss Club. He lost 40 pounds in 40 days, and you can too with Ideal U Health Center. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. You book that free consultation at idealu.us, and they are different than other weight loss programs. You're going to get the support, the coaching, the accountability. It helped John lose over 60 pounds and keep it off. And they'll teach you the same ways they taught John. They'll get you on a program and a pathway, not to positivity, but to weight loss. They got you covered. It's Ideal U Health Center. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Book that free consultation at idealu.us. All right, question, David. We got college football or pro?
We got pro.
We're doing pro. I got to talk to you. Hold on. Do we have a choice of college or pro?
We do.
Yes.
Can I have the college?
Okay, give me a second.
Just listen. Wow. Just listen. I don't want to talk
Good
to
night,
him
everybody.
right now. I don't want to talk to him right now. He's dressed like a James and the Giant Peach over here. I'm all set. Let's get a little college football.
When did the Rico Pinata show up?
Because Wojo's not here. You're beautiful. It's just a very bright shirt. Let's do college. We'll get to you later. Ha-ha!
So let's get to some college here. I have a few bold predictions, and then we'll go through some tiers for the college football playoff.
All right.
So let's start.
I was in the mood for this.
Let's start with the bold predictions. Year one is going to be the toughest in the Big Ten for USC. This is why they say that. They say they're going to have the least amount of wins from the West Coast additions because they have a roster that is in flux. 7-5 is what they see them at.
Did I write this?
I thought I wrote it.
You and I both agree with this. It's Oregon's built for the Big Ten. USC, this is their nightmare.
I think 7-5 may be a stretch for USC.
Sparty.
No. Having to play some late games outside of the sunny California weather in November. Good luck.
You been to the Coliseum?
Yeah.
Is it nice? That's a no. Okay, David, go ahead.
It's okay.
Oh, it's just mid?
Yeah.
We'll take that by Wojo. Maybe he could write a book on the most fabulously mediocre stadiums in America.
This next one is for you, Rico. Bold prediction. Clemson will reclaim its spot atop the ACC.
Oh, man. That would end you.
That would.
You would not be able to handle that.
And I don't think it's going to happen, so no. I don't think that happens, David.
If Klubnik becomes the guy we were promised, it's the only pathway to me. You know the defense will be solid. You know the home field advantage is a lock, and their conference is largely ass. Right. But Rico's right. Without a quarterback, they had quite a run from Deshaun Watson, and you had Trevor Lawrence. You've had major quarterbacks. Klubnik sucks. So either he turns it around.
Kelly Bryant was even better than Klubnik.
Yes, he was. Good poll by you.
Yeah, because I got to think, if anything, now Florida State's going to be on a mission because they just felt like they got slighted. And they did because injuries, but it won't be Clemson. No.
Next bold prediction. Liberty will be the first Cinderella of the 12-team format. They will win a playoff game.
I don't know about that. Making it, I've told you, no one has a bigger advantage financially, facility-wise, coaching-wise, and talent-wise in the group of 7 or whatever it is now than Liberty. Liberty, look, you know the drill. I mean, it's a very whacked-out place, but they're well-heeled, and they're just in a conference and at a level that other schools aren't. So, yeah, David, I think they could be favored by 7 or more in damn near every game they play.
But that means that they would be playing the 5th seed in the playoffs.
But here's what that also means, and this is why they say they can win a game. They'll be hosting that game.
Oh.
That's what they believe.
So they're saying that they just won't make it and be the 12th seed.
Correct.
They're going to be somewhere between 5 through 8.
Correct. And host that first game and win it because they're hosting.
I got to think that they probably still would lose because I don't know if the Liberty crowd is going to bring the noise. And then it's the additional pressure. You don't want to be the team that loses to Liberty right off the bat. So you have all your coach has to be like, guys, you want to go down in history? Then don't lose this game.
This next one is for both of you. This is hilarious here.
Why?
Because we know how we feel on this show about this guy. James Franklin has his breakthrough, and Penn State wins a playoff game.
I'll make the same thing with Clemson. I don't know if Drew Aller's any good. I watched several games last year where the longest pass he threw was like one of Kenny's sub sandwiches. I just have a very difficult time. Now, if he takes a major step forward, if the wide receiving room gets better, it's plausible. But Rico's right. They get into a big game. I can't trust them.
Now maybe. Here's what can help them, David. They're one of the 5 through 8 teams, and they get to play a game in Happy Valley, and it's not against a Big Ten school. Because take them outside the Big Ten, and they have some success. But when they got to play big games against Ohio State, against Michigan, yeah, you pretty much know the outcome. So, yes, if they can get a whiteout in Happy Valley, then, yeah, they could win a game. So, see, being positive.
So I'm going to stick with the bold predictions here and go to this one. Oregon and Texas will dominate in their new conferences.
Oregon, I agree with.
Okay.
I think Dan Lanning has built an SEC-style team. I mean, when I tell you Oregon's got 15 guys in that defensive line room that are of Alabama caliber, it's true.
Yeah.
The Texas one, here's what needs to happen. All Texas is back, jokes aside. A, leaving the Big 12 for the SEC, I don't know that they're ready for that. And Ewers still has a step he's got to take. He goes through long periods where his mechanics break down, his accuracy breaks down. The SEC is a wildly unforgiving place. Now, it's faster, it's more physical. I got to see. I'll know what I need to know about Ewers based on that Michigan game week 2.
And speaking of quarterbacks for Oregon, are you saying their defense can carry them whether Dylan Gabriel can or not? Is that what you're saying, Mike? That defense is so good that they can become basically the West Coast Iowa. We're going to win just because you're not going to score.
Yeah. Possible.
Okay.
Possible.
2 more here, and this one's about Notre Dame. They say outside of their first game, which is on the road, their other 2 big games are at home. They will go undefeated and make the college football playoff.
Rico.
Well, let me pull up their schedule.
Yeah, they have at Texas A&M. Their big game will be Louisville, week 5, and then at Florida State they host November 9th.
No, I think that may be the game right there. I can't see Notre Dame going undefeated because Notre Dame always just finds that one game where you're like, really? I thought this was going to be your year, and how did you manage to lose to them? Whether it was losing to the Buckeyes, at the last second, I would probably say it'll be that Florida State game.
Quarterback. Drawing a blank. Who's quarterback?
That's a great question.
I don't care. I'm asking you. I'm drawing a blank live on the air. I'm not too proud to admit it. Who the hell's playing quarterback Notre Dame?
I don't know.
Did they get a big-time transfer? Who
I
can
don't.
keep
They
up?
didn't.
No, I think they did get a transfer.
They got Riley Leonard.
There it is, Duke's quarterback. I
Yeah.
knew it was somebody. Look, he's really good. He didn't have a lot of support last year. If Riley Leonard is better, I think Riley Leonard is superior to Sam Martin. Sam Martin looks like a Marvel character. I mean, magazine cover, beard. But Riley Leonard's legit. Now, they could do it. They could do this.
And then the final bold prediction for the 2024 college football season, Alabama struggles without Nick Saban and does not make the playoff.
I am there because I think Milroe sucks, and I don't believe in DeBoer year 1 in the pressure cooker. I don't.
I think Milroe got better. And I think this was going to show how good Kalen DeBoer is. If he could take Jalen Milroe and get him to that next level. David, I think everything is leaning towards it's Mike's probably going to be right.
Wait, can you say that in my good ear?
No. You know what? I'll do it in the next blitz. The one you'll allow me to talk in. I will say this, David.
Oh, my neck is sore.
The second they lose a game, that fan base will turn.
That's right.
And they will turn quickly. So they have to. If they miss the playoffs, Alabama may be looking for a new coach next year.
Come on. He'll get year 2.
Okay, Mike.
Rico.
You know what? If they miss the playoffs, that means that they probably went 9-3. That's not acceptable.
Put it on the big board. DeBoer is back in 25.
Depends on how many games
Oh,
they lose.
my God.
Oh, my Lord.
God.
And that is your college football blitz.
Kenny. He's the SEC person.
All right. MLB Home Run Tuesdays, America's #1 sports book. It is FanDuel. Just bet your favorite player to hit a bomb, and FanDuel gives you $5 in bonus bets every homer during the game. Maybe Jake Rogers is going for another one tonight. Whatever. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the action. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Game 2 of the Tigers-Rangers series is coming up right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:05. Jack Flaherty starts for Detroit, coming off an outing where he gave up just a single run, or a single hit, I should say. No runs while striking out 9. He's pitched into the 6th inning or later in all but one of his starts this season. Clarissa Shields is moving up 2 weight classes to face Vanessa Lepage-Jonis at Little Caesars Arena. Shields, a Flint native, is the only American boxer to win an Olympic gold medal since 2004. This will be the 2nd year she's boxed at LCA. CJ Stroud was on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast and had this to say about Matthew Stafford. He went on to say that he'd have 3 to 4 rings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. If you wanted the positivity pathway for the Tigers, Odyssey.com Rewind, it's there for you, including a trade target if they work their way into being buyers. Scooble Electric again. He's unhittable. He's fabulous. Flaherty, who knows? He could go out and throw a no-hitter tonight. Their top 3 are as good or better than anybody in baseball. It's the only reason you're not 10 games under. Because otherwise, this team's pretty disgusting. But they got to play good ball, and if they earn the right to be buyers, we had a little fun. We had a little trade target for you. We were trying to be positive without lying to you. All right, here's Rico. Go ahead. Sell me this pen.
Oh, I'm allowed. Okay.
You son of a... I just didn't want to do NFL. I wanted college in the first hour. Now, why is that a sin?
That's not how I took it. If I had the drop board, I would hit you with a chair.
Hold, please.
All right, Mike.
Now, have you recovered?
I have recovered.
Or was it the comment about the peach-colored polo shirt?
No, that was just mean. I'm used to that. That's just a day that ends in Y.
It's just bright. All right, go ahead.
Man, it's nice out.
I know.
It's summertime. I'm feeling the...
Okay, I know. Very tropical. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. Last week, we did a blitz. And in the blitz, we did MVP candidates for this upcoming NFL season. And when we did it, we were naming off all the different people, but we didn't name any Detroit Lions in that mix. We named off let me pull up the list for you. And basically, no Lions was in the top 15 when it came down to the players of who's going to be the MVP candidates. You had Mahomes, Josh Allen, CJ Stroud, Joe Burrow. Hold on.
We lost him.
Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, and Anthony Richardson. Those are your top 15 candidates. Normally going to be a quarterback when it comes down to that. You finally get a Lion. It's Jared Goff at number 16. Which leads me to wonder, because Cookie's at a topic this morning, the Lions, and why is there a gap for the Lions winning the Super Bowl according to Las Vegas? This is not me, this is Las Vegas. Putting 2 and 2 together, it leads me to believe that can this Lions team win a Super Bowl without an MVP candidate at the helm? Jared Goff is not considered that. The Lions, according to Vegas, are not there. I think they have the 5th best odds. David and I were doing some pre-show stuff going back. I think Stafford, when he won with the Rams, was the last quarterback who wasn't a top 15 in the top 15 preseason MVP, but he also had Aaron Donald on that team. You go back to some of the Ravens team. Well, they had Ray Lewis on the team. So offensively didn't have the quarterback, but they had a Hall of Fame, certified first ballot Hall of Fame defensive player leading that defense. Other than that, in order to win the Super Bowl, you got to have that guy. You got to have him. You got to have somebody who's going to go out there and be that person. We did this list. The next day, I was just like, you know what? There was no Lions on there, and I wish we had brought it up, but I'm bringing it up now. Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Can this team win a Super Bowl without having a person in the top 15 of the preseason NFL MVP watch? Because history says, no, you don't. Unless you have lights out person on defense, and I don't know who that person is. Or do you buck the trend? But I don't see it happen. So when you see, well, we're being disrespected, I think this is why. Because they look at your players, and I think here in Detroit, we value the players more than what Las Vegas is valuing the players, what the rest of the NFL is valuing the players. I think they're 5th or 6th when it comes to winning the Super Bowl. But historically speaking.
So what are you asking me?
I did.
Can we get it done?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get it done.
Can this team win? Can they?
Yes.
They're going to buck the trend.
Yes.
And this is going to be the first team because you don't have the lights out player on defense.
They got a top 8 QB. They got a top 5 backfield. They got the number 1 tight end in football. They got one of the 3 or 4 best wide receivers in football. They got the best tackle in football. One of the 5 best O-lines. Defensively, you're going to win the argument. Now, maybe Aiden takes a big step forward and does what Myles Garrett did 2 years ago and really turns it on. And maybe that's our guy. But top to bottom, look, here's my argument. I didn't take it as disrespect that the Niners, privileged, are plus 550 to win the whole Super Bowl, and the Lions are plus 1,300. But I think it is kind of silly because if I stack the Niners roster with the Lions roster, it's really not all that dissimilar. It's not.
No. It's not dissimilar, but if you stack the roster,
and I'll take Goff over Purdy. Just wanted to state that.
But here's the thing: if you took it outside of this city, I think that you would get a fairer comparison. Because in this city, you're going to say stuff like that.
Are you saying I'm biased?
Yes.
Wow. That's 2 chairs, 1 segment. How am I biased?
No, Mike. I think you're biased because you bought into this Lions team. You bought into the Lions team before a lot of Lions fans did.
They don't remember that. I'm the negative bleep hole. Don't you get it?
So that's why. I'm not saying please don't take it as I'm not saying you're lying slap.
I don't at all.
You bought into this before they did.
I think my question would be, and I don't want to debate it because I'd rather involve the people, but like what portion of when I broke that roster down wasn't not true, but like not defensible? When I say they have the best tackle in football, is it not defensible to say that Sewell is in that conversation?
Yeah.
A top 5 backfield. I think that's defensible. I said a top 8 quarterback. Like Amon-Ra. I love it.
But here's the thing. You're saying top 8 quarterback. According to these Vegas betting odds, he's not.
Yeah, but also I think
he's 16th. He's double that.
Stylistically, he's not going to be asked to do those things because they do want to pound the rock. They do want to run it. Now, you're right in that, generally speaking, you need a Mahomesian type, a Jalen Hurts type, a Joe Burrow type to do it. I'm a little biased in that, look, I've seen the Giants do it twice with bum-ass Eli Manning. Yeah, I've seen the Ravens do it with a clipboard holder, Trent Dilfer.
Right.
You're going to have to be an outlier in that regard.
Right. And when the Ravens did it, you had Ray Lewis certified.
Where was the knife? What about the limo?
Women. You had that person. Matthew Stafford back in 2020 went with the Rams.
Yeah.
You had Aaron Donald. He was that guy. The defense kind of covered the warts.
I think you have the guys on offense. I think the best shot on defense, you need Aiden to take a big step forward. Yes, Kenny.
Well, you were talking about Jared Goff and the betting odds and all that, and I think, didn't we do this like maybe a month ago or 2 or 3 weeks ago where we went through the entire NFL and said, I'd rather have Goff. No, I'd rather have that guy. And I think we all ended up like either just inside or just outside of the top 10. I think we were like 8 or 9 or something like that. So Mike's position of, Goff's one of the 8 best quarterbacks in the league, I don't think is indefensible.
But see, Kenny, here's the thing. When I look at this, the one thing that I like about Vegas doesn't care. So Vegas, there is no bias. They're just going to tell you, hey, look, we think this guy is better. This guy is better. Here's the betting odds. Do what you want. There's no, well, but I saw him do this game, and if they didn't drop this pass, and if this didn't happen, Vegas is just pure numbers and stats and data.
So my question is different than his, Kenny. Mine is, why is there a gap? Why are the Niners at plus 50 in a completely different stratosphere than the Lions at plus 1,300? Why? Those rosters, while if you want to say the Niners are still better, by how much? Slightly at best. So why? Is the gap disrespect? I mean, I don't think Vegas specializes in that, but I also don't think they get all their numbers right.
No, they don't.
Especially he's got a rat for a quarterback. I'm not placing plus 550 on that. Goff's better than Purdy.
Not according to Vegas.
Well, you take Goff in a heartbeat. Go ahead, get up on that pulpit.
One's got 2,000. One is plus 3,500.
Which guy would you rather have as a Niners quarterback? Lie to the parish. Do it.
I'd take Purdy.
How do you function?
How? Because I saw 3 third down plays that he just broke containment and ran. That's something you're not going to get from the other quarterback.
Kenny, go ahead, help me.
No, that's exactly what I was just trying to say is Vegas might have Jared Goff in this place and they might have Brock Purdy in this place. It doesn't matter. It doesn't justify them and saying that's the order of quarterbacks that they're in because Jared Goff is much better than the 16th best quarterback in the NFL.
And better than a rat.
Yes.
Rats don't have opposable thumbs.
They're simply the same quarterback, about 6 years difference. That's it.
The disrespect is just large.
I know, but you keep throwing it out there.
248-539-9797. Hey, it's National Cheese Day. Or we could talk about your football team. Really, your call. We'll get the ticket text. More of Rico's Peach shirt. Lots to do today. 97.1.
Specs at LTU is the extension and bridge for the future of radio, TV, and media broadcast professionals. It's located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught at Specs at LTU by instructors like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? Not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one everything it takes to make it in the business that you choose. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. And remember, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, well, David just ignored me. Let me go ahead and tell you about David Femininio. It's simple. Summer driving in this state sucks. Lots of car accidents, and if you're injured in one, you need to call David. It's that simple. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now, and David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You want to speak to David personally right now, you call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll go to David for some ticket text, just rapping about the Lions a little bit. Some interesting Vegas odds. Why the gap between you and the Niners? I understand the Niners should be the favorite. They did beat you. They are the class of the NFC, but man, the gap does not seem to be wide at all. In fact, I do wonder openly if certain organizations would take your roster over theirs, especially the ones who don't like rats at quarterback. So it just becomes this question of why the gap, and then Rico's question of the top 15 MVP candidates, none of them are Lions. Do you put any stock into that? That, yeah, you have to be an outlier to win it. That you don't have that type of quarterback. I think you can be that team. And I think you are really good at the right stuff.
Yeah,
David,
or I was about to say, or maybe being in this city because they got so close that everybody get overvalued, and the NFL is saying, guys, not yet. You're not in that next class.
Or is it that the Packers have gotten a lot better and this division has gotten a lot better? There's a lot of factors.
That's what someone's texting in about the gap. Christopher Monroe is basically saying the gap between the Lions and the 49ers isn't based on the two teams, but it's based on the Lions division, and that it's better, and they may give some games away because of it.
I don't think it's giveaway. I think
it's better teams, and you may just lose but in this, Jordan Love, number 6 when it comes to NFL preseason MVPs.
See, stay right there for a second. I tried telling people that. Remember we did this? We had a conversation when Goff signed, and I just made the point. Like, there is a chance that as much as I like Goff, and I do think he's a top 10 QB, there's a chance that he could be the third best quarterback in this division in short order. And I know you disagree with me about the Chicago Bears. I think the Bears are going to be a pain in the ass. I think that's a team that could absolutely surprise people, win 8-9 football games. That's nothing to be a joke about. But what did I say about Love? People are sleeping on it. Mm-hmm. And the reality is the Packers played the same game you did against the Niners. It's the same damn thing.
Yeah, except for he threw a across-the-body interception late in the game.
And I think Jordan Love could be an MVP-type player. So maybe that plays into it. Go ahead, David.
The gap is because the Niners have proven they can get back there year after year. The Lions are still proving themselves.
What did you make of the Niners with newfound cap space, not paying Brandon Ayuk and handing Christian McCaffrey more money? I was a little surprised.
I was too, Mike. I thought it was going to go one of two ways, but I thought that McCaffrey was plan B. I thought that Ayuk would get taken care of and everybody would be happy. When I saw that, I was
now, do you pay Purdy and cheese? I mean, it is National Cheese Day.
No, he gets paid in money like other NFL quarterbacks.
Carry on.
Does he now?
He's not a rodent. Well, you have 2 quarterbacks, David, so you know.
Do you think NFL.com would allow me to order Rico a custom Purdy jersey that says rodent on the back? Because honestly, I'm ready to blow $200 doing that. Like, I want to get him one of the throwbacks with the patch on it, and it just says rodent. I hate Purdy.
Why the hate for Purdy?
Would you ever wear it if it said rodent?
No, I would not.
All right, then I can't justify it. There's just something about us being in Vegas opening weekend of the NFL, and I'm with the guy rocking a rodent Purdy jersey in the casino.
No. Now, first half of Green Bay game, I may have worn that jersey.
All right. David, go ahead.
He won me over.
The gap is because 1, Purdy is better than Goff. 2, they have a much better team. Our defense isn't proven yet. And 3, Coach Campbell, the most choke job in the NFL. That's why.
Whoa. Stop the clock, as Ronnie the limo driver would say. Listen, Kyle Shanahan has been to a Super Bowl three times and has choked 3 times.
The only good news, he's never made the same mistake twice.
No, he chooses new ways to F himself. He's very creative in that regard.
He never got to the overtime. Wait, overtime. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Do I take the ball? What do I do? What do I do?
Keep it moving.
What are the rules? I don't know the rules.
Help me.
You know what? Just go score.
Things.
I once saw Brock Purdy performing with an animatronic musicians at Chuck E. Cheese. I love these people sometimes. If Brock Purdy is an MVP candidate, then Goff has to be. This is a joke, and yes, the Lions can do it with him.
I think they can. Now, the pathway has to be different. I don't argue that. But I think the roster is so talented and so good in the right places. No, I don't think the gap should be that big. Rico, right now, with promo code KICK65, I can get 25% off this Rodent Purdy Edition jersey. Let me do this for you.
No.
Lucky number 13.
No. Now, but here's the thing. If you want to go value, your Jim Costa value, you go ahead and you take Goff to win the MVP. But when you look and see Anthony Richardson has better odds to win the MVP, he didn't play last year. And they're still saying, yeah, but we think he's going to be better. That may be one of the reasons right there. Jordan Love, we saw what he did in the second half of the year, but I was just like, man, Anthony Richardson has better odds than Goff. And I don't think you have that lights out person on defense. I'm just historically speaking, when I did the deep dive, it's like, yeah, to win the Super Bowl, you have to have one of these guys to lead your team or, future all-world Hall of Famer on defense. You don't have either right now.
This Rodent 13. This is striking. What if it's the Steve Bono era with the two-tone numbers?
How about this? Just reach over right now, give me $100, and I'll punch you in the face. And you save yourself $100.
Doesn't sound like a great deal at all.
You save yourself $100.
And for the right, Brock, is that you? That sounds him like he's checking the play at the line of scrimmage.
He's looking for one of those dangerous sandwiches.
Why am I taking straight?
Because you started this. You didn't have to play that.
Why am I taking it? It has nothing to do with my team or quarterback.
David, would you take a custom Russell Wilson jersey that says fake bleep hole on the back?
I sure would.
Because David, at least you care about your team. I can't say anything about his team. He hates his own
done.
team.
Yeah, all right, exactly.
He's cooked already.
So I have to get the straight.
Right.
I'm like Eminem in the rap battle at the end. I've already said it all. You can't. It doesn't matter.
There's nothing I can say.
I'm heartless.
Would you wear an Eli 2-time champion jersey?
No.
If I got you a Giants jersey that said Eli's number and on the back it said 2-time champion.
The 2-time.
Yeah.
I mean,
you do that, and I'll wear that.
Rodent 13.
The 2-time champion.
That's tough. That's a tough one. I hate Eli. All right, David, one more, and we'll move on. I do have a note. Jeff Passan had something to say about the Tigers and the trade deadline. I'll read it to you. You can tell me if it's truth or boola boola.
This is a culture of team-based play, not a team built around CMC or anyone else or another star. You have every necessity and every component to win the Super Bowl.
It's not built on privilege.
But see, here's the thing about the team-based thing. Team doesn't win Super Bowl. Star wins Super Bowl. Just saying.
I'm still struggling with Purdy over Goff, but all right. Man.
Mike,
I hate him.
They're very similar. But here's what showed me when he had to, he was able to break. He rushed for 52 yards. That was one of the biggest reasons why the Lions lost to them.
All right, it's time to talk about Victor's Home Solutions. Very, very simple. If you think you need a new roof or you outright know you do, you got to call Victor's. But you're choosing the right roofer. It's a massive decision. You're getting customer concierge team that will follow up with you, answer your questions, and keep you in the loop. You're getting installers who will install a perfect roof the first time. and a job site inspector who examines it when the crew is done. No mistakes, no nonsense. They'll protect your home and your landscaping, and they are so confident in what they do. Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. You see, Victor's, they just get it. So get it done and get it done right with the best in class. It's Victor's Home Solutions. You get the free, no obligation 21-point video inspection today when you call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. So Jeff Passan had something to say about the Tigers. And look, I told you the pathway to positivity, checkpoint 1, get to 500. They're 30-30. Unlike some, I don't celebrate that. That's the barrier to entry to like not just being total ass. Well, now, what do you have to do from now till July 15th to put yourself in a position where we get to talk about being a buyer at the deadline? Now, Jeff Passan has checked in on every team. Now, if you think Jeff Passan's half an idiot, that's fine. Your prerogative. But he checked in with every team and classified them. And now there are teams that are unloaders. Just the ass of the ass. Teams like the A's and the White Sox. I mean, just like ass concentrate. Awful. Then there's the...
You filling up that bingo card today.
Okay. Then he has these things called hinge teams. So the D-backs are there. The Red Sox, who stink. And you're there. Let me read to you what he said, and I want you guys to tell me whether Passan is more accurate than not, because I was surprised at what he wrote. Ready?
Yep.
He goes, no one would fault the much improved Tigers for holding on to all their players and aiming for a winning season. Then again, the baseball world is binary. Either you're a playoff team or you aren't. And if you aren't, then a team should do everything it can to maximize its current roster for the future. He writes, if that's the case, Jack Flaherty will move for the second deadline, and this time he'll bring back a whole lot more, because what he's doing this season is giving second half of 19 flashbacks, which is why I've said he hasn't been good in 5 years. Right. That's what I've been referencing. But he goes deeper than this. Ready? He goes, like Flaherty, Mark Canha will be a free agent the following year, and his on-base skills and solid glove can make him a desirable acquisition. Gio Urshela's versatility could make him a no-brainer to deal for a lottery ticket type prospect. And the bullpen is where the Tigers get interesting. Right-handers Foley, Lang, Vest all have stuff, and Faedo can go multiple innings. Now, this part, I'm like, have you watched Faedo? He stinks. And they all come with 3 or more years of club control. Passan is building it out that the Tigers are going to sell everything. I was shocked by this.
It's interesting how he puts it, Mike, because are they selling everything or have they just put up a for sale and they want everybody to just come window shop and tell me what you want, make me an offer. It's like a garage sale. Just make me an offer and we can make this thing happen. I don't think they're selling everything.
Look,
but he's saying, man, they got everyday players, they got starting pitching, they got relief pitch, whatever you need.
Basically, Urshela, Canha
come down to the headquarters.
Are depth pieces, bench pieces for a good team. You got Flaherty, who's a frontline starter. I mean, right now, obviously, you're a Braves guy. Braves could sure use a starter.
Yeah,
Yankees could use one. Orioles could use one. Anybody in baseball could use Jack Flaherty. The point I'm making is we spent the first 40 minutes of this show talking about we're finally back to 500. And what do they have to do to be buyers? And the tone of what Passan wrote is that they're not going to be. And in fact, you sell. Look, if you trade Flaherty, then you trade everybody. That's how I view it. You're not going to trade Flaherty, but hold on to Urshela and Canha and potentially one of the bullpen arm. You're just not going to do that. You're going to move them. I want to get to a point where this team's good enough that we're not selling anyone.
No, but they may just trade Flaherty just because they made the mistake last year. And they don't want to sit there and be like, we got nothing for Erod. We got to at least make one move. And that's just it. Just that one move. Man, I think that article says they have a lot of pieces that they could start building that core, but it still goes back to, I think back to what Scott Harris said. We're not going to do anything until the core is ready. It's like a catch-22 because your core is nowhere near ready, but if you make some trades, then maybe you can jumpstart this core so that we're not in the same boat come this time next year.
Mm-hmm.
Because unless, Henry Malloy and all your young players just start catching fire, I don't see where this core is at right now.
I think, look, Riley Green, Colt Keith is developing into that. And that's where I stop because, look, we don't know anything. Parker Meadows would have to come back up and prove it. Whether it's Justin Henry Malloy. I mean, Young needs to come up here, and we'll see. Rico, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I've said it. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. But let me say this, just so we can be clear for the people in the back. If the Tigers were to have an unlikely wild card run, they would be terrifying to face. Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen in a short series.
I was about to say, in that short, that
Enjoy.
wild card series.
Enjoy. Look, it's the only thing keeping you afloat. See, that's where I think, and again, certain people disagree, that's where I think they are fraudulent. You have this basically 3 Cy Young caliber guys in your rotation that were handed to you. All right. That's the only reason you're not 10 games under 500, because the rest of the team is nowhere close, including defensively. Mm-hmm. So it is one of those things where you go, okay, if the pitchers can just buck the trend and keep doing this, stay healthy. Look, the Rangers who you're facing, Eovaldi's been hurt most of the year. Max hasn't pitched an inning. DeGrom hasn't pitched an inning. And by the way, they got another guy who's hurt. Oh, my Lord, is it Tyler Mahle? Whoever it is. They're down 4 starters. Mm-hmm. They're down three guys in their everyday lineup. You've had no injuries. Oh, my God, Kerry Carpenter's hurt. There's your big reason to cry.
No.
So right. I'm making a point, like, you're going to have to defy the trend. But, man, I would be bummed out if they're above 500, and then the way Passan writes it, they're just selling it all. That would be very disappointing.
No, but I'm just thinking about that short series.
Oh, they'd be a nightmare to face.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Because honestly.
Hey, take it from a Yankee fan. I don't want to see you. I don't.
Okay,
your
because
top 3 are a nightmare to face. Yeah, no team would be pumped up playing the Tigers if they could somehow, with whatever voodoo black magic, make the wild card. No, because baseball is weird. Mm-hmm. My problem is the only pathway I can offer is nobody ever gets hurt, ever.
Yeah. I mean,
which is just because not how life works.
And I know we're getting way ahead.
I know.
Because you know what I would do? If they had to play that best of 5 series, I'd start with Olsen. And then I would come with Skubal, giving you the opportunity to have him go in 4 or 5. I know, David.
You're getting me excited here. I can't do this.
Right, but I'm just like, yeah, because if you win with Olsen, okay, Skubal, you know what you're about to get in that game.
And if you lose, you got Skubal coming in game 2 that can get you right back in the series.
And then he's ready for either 4 or 5 to close that thing out.
I'm just saying.
What are we doing? Come
on.
I
know. You know what?
No, and that's
being positive.
Again, and that's why I have no problem complimenting the Tigers and how they've developed pitching, how Scott Harris has put together a bullpen. There's no venom. What was the term Gov used in the morning last week? I thought it was absurd.
Was it venomous?
The venom. I'm like, well, what station do you listen to?
Well, we spoke.
No, there's venom about a team that showed no desire to put a respectable lineup on the field. I don't see how that's wrong.
Because we question the Tigers and we question Scott Harris.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you John Keating in a peach shirt?
Yes!
They say... 248-539-9797. Now, up next, a segment where...
MV?
Right. Okay.
That was my version of SEMO. Mike V.
Okay, stop. Dude, Red Wings playoff, like he was so intense, like his face and his head was like as red as the neon behind him. And Red Wings Live, you could tell he was really into the games.
He was.
All right, NBA playoffs. We got the finals coming up. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. That's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, championship futures, and a whole lot more. No better place to play than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I just had an ill-timed joke, and we may have lost Rico. David, football today. Now I'm ready for the NFL. Now we're ready for Rico. Go ahead. Oh, boy.
That wasn't fair, Mike.
I know. Now, what do you have to say?
Mike, I got some NFL questions for you.
Okay. OTAs.
You know what? We're going to start off. Philosophical question. Guys, Mike, David, who has to have a better season this year?
I love stuff like this.
Bryce Young, quarterback, Carolina Panthers, or Deshaun Watson, Cleveland Browns?
Oh, my dear God. Wow. All right. Oh, boy. I'm going to say Bryce just because you can't do anything with Deshaun. There is no movability. It's a fully guaranteed thing. Bryce Young was alarmingly terrible. And it's a terrible organization, which, by the way, shout out David Tepper. Your team is a train wreck. No one likes you. And now you want $650 million of public taxpayer dollars to build a stadium. Yeah. This guy really knows how to work a room.
That's about right.
I'm gonna say Bryce Young for me.
I'm gonna agree with Mike, but I'm gonna go a different reason or a different way and give you a Deshaun Watson reason. If you don't want the locker room to turn on you, he needs to have a better year because he's getting paid fully guaranteed. They have the defense that they have. So the the locker room will eventually turn on him if he doesn't do it this year. I think so.
Wait, so you're saying Deshaun Watson?
It is Bryce because his career's on the line here. The coaches didn't draft him. That GM didn't draft him. They're going to move on from him. Career-wise, he needs it. But for Deshaun Watson, he needs it or that locker room's going to turn on him. And he'll be stuck there because they have to pay him.
Oh, so basically Bryce Young turns into the next Marcus Mariota, where high pick, it just didn't work out. Now I know Mariota wasn't. I don't think he was.
Look, if the Panthers have the worst record in football and Bryce Young sucks and they're picking number one, they're taking a quarterback.
Yeah.
Versus the Browns, and look, David, you're right. The team has pressure on them. I could just make an argument that Deshaun Watson could be slightly above average and the Browns could go to the AFC title game.
That's fair.
Bryce Young looked helpless.
All right, guys. Question. First game, middle of the season, or none? Those are your choices. When will the rookie quarterback start? Easy one, Caleb Williams.
First game of the season.
First game.
JT Daniels.
First game.
Yeah, first game.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Drake May.
Middle of the season.
He'll be dead before the first game in preseason. No, but first game of the season for me, I think.
See, I would go with the first game as well because you're bad. You might as well just get everything and figure it out. Michael Penix.
2027.
So none.
None.
Yeah, not this year at all.
See, I'm thinking.
Oh, my God.
No.
Your love for this man.
Middle. If Cousins does not produce, that they may just say, you know what, let's see what we got. Cousins comes out. If Cousins does not, I think they're like week 8 or 9. If they're not sitting there like 5-2.
Do you want me to just get you a Penix jersey?
Yes. I will take that.
Is that what you want?
I'll take that.
I mean, I don't know that I like anything in this world the way you like Michael Penix.
No, Mike, it's not that. It's the fact I'm trying to think like Atlanta. Why did you take him? And are you really going to sit him an entire year?
Yes.
Knowing that the fans and everybody's going to be. Think about how much people talked about Hendon Hooker here last year, and he couldn't play. So imagine what the people in the ATL are going to say. J.J. McCarthy.
Wow. Middle of the season. I don't see a way he starts first game.
Week 1.
Really?
You got to go all in. You just paid Jefferson. You got to know if he's your quarterback immediately.
I think that's why you don't play him week 1.
He'll get him killed.
He goes out there and, he's 10 for 23. Jefferson's going to be like, no, we're not doing this. No, I'll give you back your money. I'm moving on. It's funny because I was looking and they're saying JJ actually, it's the middle of the season. His first start will actually be against the Lions. I guess it's coming off of a bye week. So.
Yes, it will be.
Bo Nix.
Week 1.
Yeah, I don't think they have anyone else.
Plus he's 30. Clock's ticking.
No, you're right. I think Bo Nix as well. Question for you. Mike, I think I know what your answer is, but can Caleb Williams have an immediate impact for the Chicago Bears?
100%. Yes. I don't even have to love him, but yes, the weapons are there. They've insulated him. They have a top 10 defense. Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
Oh, David, you were in pain.
It's because
saying that.
It's because of what the question is. Yes, he can. I don't believe he will. I think he'll be bad his first year, but
he
yes.
will.
Whoa.
I think I also know where you're going with this one, but can Jordan Love build off of the second half of last season?
Yes. Superstardom on the horizon. Yes.
David?
Yeah, he can. They'll win the division.
Now, this one may require some thought, but the Vikings have a ton of weapons. Will they be able to score this year with the weapons that they have?
Who, Minnesota?
Yeah. Because you got Darnold and you got JJ.
And you got Addison and you got Hawk.
No, right. I'm saying you have all the pieces around you, but your quarterback room ain't the best.
No, I think Minnesota's your last place team in this division. So that's based, that's based also, I do believe the Bears are going to be better than people give them credit for.
Yeah, they're going to struggle a little bit this year.
Okay. Finally, rounding out the NFC North, can the Lions handle being the hunted this year?
I'll answer that first. No. I already said it earlier. The Green Bay Packers are going to win this division. So it's not saying the Lions won't be good.
Right.
They'll still make the playoffs, but they'll have a little bit of difficulty being the hunted.
It's very hard to just stack miracle seasons together and ones where primarily you stay healthy. It's very hard. Then you factor in a more difficult schedule. And you're right. There is a different way of going about things about being the hunted. I'm not mad at what David said. I still think the Lions absolutely win 10, 11 games. Is that enough to win the division?
Right, because this year you won't have games where the Panthers and the Raiders are mixed in with your tough games. You may have 3 tough games in a row.
Yeah, and what if
you don't get that break?
What if real injuries hit? Not just Jonah Jackson. Wah. What if Amon-Ra misses 6 weeks? You know, what if you have tangible injuries the way these other teams had?
Amon-Ra will be out there in crutches.
I love him. And he doesn't get hurt. But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
The Niners just gave Christian McCaffrey a 2-year, $38 million extension.
So stupid.
Basically setting a new market for running backs. He's going to make $19 million per year.
You're an idiot. Wait, what?
Mistake, or are they just going all in?
Huge mistake.
Knowing that this is pretty much maybe the last dance.
Huge mistake. You still haven't taken care of Ayuk. You still haven't paid the rodent. You had to let Eric Armstead go to even create room. Why are you giving the highest paid running back in football more money?
You know what it feels like to me? The Scherzer-Mickey situation. All right, you don't want the money, Ayuk? We'll give it to Christian McCaffrey. That's what it feels like.
That's right.
Okay. And David, I'm going to round this off with you real quick. I haven't forgotten about your Steelers, Mike. I had nothing for your Giants.
Help me, I'm poor.
Is Russ the answer?
No.
And how do they handle 2 quarterbacks? Is it the old phrase, if you got 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks?
Oh, correct. We have no quarterback. I do believe Justin Fields can be the guy. They'll start Russell Wilson, sadly, but by week 5 or 6, it'll be Justin Fields, but it might be too late. It may be too late.
I was going to say, did you throw away your season just to satisfy Russ?
I am now arriving at, and I have a right to change. Let the record show I'm not committing to this opinion. I'm just telling you how I feel 90 days out. I'm starting to wonder if both guys just suck. And the Steelers have solved nothing. Like David's gonna be begging for Kenny Pickett.
No way.
I know. Largely unthinkable, but that's just kind of where I'm at.
All right. And that's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Jack Flaherty carried a no-hitter into the 7th in his last start against the Red Sox, but most athletes still have something they want to work on after a great performance. For Flaherty, it's likely getting ahead of hitters in tonight's start. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:05. Former Tiger Avisaíl Garcia has been designated for assignment by the Marlins. He's played in only 18 games this season while hitting .240 with 2 home runs. Garcia is in the third year of a 4-year, $53 million deal in Miami. Blake Dunn from Saugatuck in Western Michigan has been called up to the Cincinnati Reds big club today. He's Cincy's 11th overall prospect. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. First of all, Odyssey.com rewind. We open the show with Tigers, 500. Even Steven, it's at the 60-game mark. Last week, I laid out the pathway to positivity. Step 1, get to 500. The next step is, can you play legitimate baseball for a month? Can you do what the St. Louis Cardinals have done? Turn it all around and play really good baseball. Now, again, I don't consider last night really good baseball. In fact, last night was garbage. You cannot go out and expect to have Cy Young every night and a guy with 1 home run hit 2 in a game and have a guy who's really a 4A pitcher have a 50-pitch hold and save in Bo Brisky. I'm sorry. It's not.
Not
but
sustainable.
I will take that win. We'll take that. You take the wins because they can't all be works of art. But we opened it up. We talked about how can we become buyers at the deadline. So if you want that, go get it. Talk to Little Lions at 3. We're going to keep rolling and kind of touching the table on every team in town because there's a very important meeting taking place coming up later this week, as soon as tomorrow. And it's Yzerman and Kane. I want to go to a man sponsored by Pine Knob in a retro t-shirt today. Kenneth Cott, who's now just recovering from the Edmonton Oilers game. If you know, you know. Kenny, your thoughts. Where are we at? Kane and Yzerman.
So
what's happening?
There's going to be a big separation here, I think, that comes up in these negotiations. Because from the way I'm looking at it, Patrick Kane was using Detroit as kind of like a stepping stone to revitalize his own career, make a nice little comeback, prove, hey, my hip is actually working just fine. And he did that. And now he's going to want probably at least 2 years. And he's probably going to want at least, upwards of $4 million. And I just don't see Steve Yzerman doing that. I think there's going to be a massive separation because of the term and because of the price tag. I don't see this deal getting done.
So Kane's gone.
Kane is gone, yes.
You're reporting that.
I am officially not reporting that, but Kane is gone.
Any way they can bring him back?
No, I mean, he would have to come down in either price or term or both, and I don't think he does that. This was his goal the whole time, was to use Detroit, show everybody, hey, I'm just fine, I'm productive still. I'm not the Patrick Kane of old, but I can still play. And he can, and he's going to want to be paid like it.
So why not pay him? I'm playing devil's advocate for a moment.
Sure. Don't pay him because that money could be allocated to actual big splash player that's going to help you for longer than 2 years.
And who's that?
And I like Jake Gensel. That's my name, but you do what you want. Steven Stamkos. Ooh.
People hate him. He's not good 5-on-5.
Whatever.
He's old.
You know what I have to say? Whatever to that.
Okay.
So Kane could not be splash player.
We'll take that.
That is a very we'll take that splash player. That's actually a great pull by you, Mike, is because that would be very Ken Daniels. We'll take that.
We'll take that.
Bring back Patrick Kane, and that's your big splash move of the offseason. That's exactly like it's like bringing Jack Flaherty and only Jack Flaherty. I mean, it's nothing. It's helpful.
So are you selling a picture where it's a we'll take that summer? What are you selling me? That if Kane walks out the door and he was a point-a-game player and he was excellent in his 55 games, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And he was obviously a guy who you wanted to put with DeBrincat. DeBrincat just spaced out the last month of the season. But, Kenny, if Kane walks out the door, how are you better?
You're not better, but here's what it does. It tells you that they're going to spend that money elsewhere. So when Kane walks, this has to be a splash offseason for Steve Yzerman. And if it's not, it's a failure.
So who's that guy? if he walks.
I liked Jake Gensler quite a bit. He's a great playoff performer. He's a guy it's definitely a Steve Yzerman red ass type of guy. Steven Stamkos, I still don't hate the idea of trying to deal for Mitch Marner either. I mean, there's a bunch of guys you could go after like that. I don't think you're getting Sam Reinhart.
No, but here's your problem. See, we have fun once in a while tossing a name out there. Then the hockey elite gets all angry. Kenny, here's my question. Do you have to begin preparing yourself to be disappointed? Do you have to begin preparing yourself that the Yzer plan really is never going to be splashy? That this is simply, I got all the time in the world, be happy with what I'm giving you. We're getting incrementally better. The old Bally Sports 1-2.
Baseball on ice.
Yeah, and basically, we're going to bring up some young kids, might take a step back in year 6, but we'll be ready in year 7. Is that creeping into your mind as a Red Wing superfan?
No.
Oh, why?
Because no reports have been released about what Steve Yzerman wants or does not want to do.
Well, we're going to pay Mo.
Yes.
We're going to pay Raymond.
Yep.
That's where most of the money's going.
That's where a lot of the money's going, yeah. And
now,
then
Kane walks out the door. You still don't have a goalie. You still don't have somebody else who's established. I don't want to hear about Palika. We don't know yet. Evanson, we don't know yet. And you will be losing Patrick Kane. Doesn't it seem, fellas, there's more holes to plug than ways to plug the hole?
There's a lot of holes. There's a lot of holes to plug.
So I'm going to ask you again. Is there any chance in your mind, any fear, that youth will be the answer and with it, a step back?
No.
Okay.
Primarily because Steve Yzerman has seen how in a GM capacity rebuilds go. Not like Scott Harris as an assistant to the assistant to the assistant, but as an actual GM. Steve Yzerman knows how this league works. And until or unless he does something concrete or says something concrete to point me in any other direction, look, I'm not going to say Steve Yzerman's perfect because he's not. I'm not a Steve bot. But he's given me no reason to believe that he won't make a splash this summer.
248-539-9797. What is your faith that on a week, and Kenny Cott reporting that Patrick Kane will walk away, losing Kane, and we're setting up for summer, what is your faith that objectively you're going to enter the season knowing in your heart this team's better? That's the way I will phrase it. I don't want to corner the hockey elite into, quote, splash move or not.
And who that person's going to be.
I have no idea.
But will they be better?
But we know you don't have a goalie. We know you need help on the blue line because it doesn't matter who the goalie is. You give up an unbelievable amount of golden opportunities. And you need more high-end scoring. That's a lot.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm like, man, if you think about it, it's almost very parallel to the Tigers where they had to score 5 goals to guarantee a win. Tigers have to score 5 runs to guarantee a win.
Mm-hmm.
Youth.
The only difference is the Red Wings division
10-year plan.
The only difference is the Red Wings division is much, much harder than the Tigers.
Okay,
than
fair.
the Comedy Central.
Yeah, but they're not the Comedy Central really this year. Saying. But no, it's just kind of funny to me because I'm like, wow, there's some parallel. But yeah, 248-539-9797 to the hockey fans. Will this team be better next year?
Knowing, as Kenny Cott is reporting, brought to you by Pine Knob, that Kane is leaving.
Kenny, were you in the room when you got this information?
I have various sources.
Were you down at the headquarters?
I have various sources. I can't reveal my sources, Rico. You know
Kenny
that.
was in the headquarters,
That's
Mike.
right.
I don't care.
I wonder if that's where they meet too, because same ownership, same.
Right. That's what I said. You were in the headquarters.
I really would like to know, though. Kenny, you're confident they're going to be better.
Yes.
But yet you can't tell me how.
I can tell you that they're going to add. They're going to plug holes, and I believe what Steve Yzerman's going to do is plug them with the right guys.
Yeah, but okay.
He knows that this has to be a year where they have to take a step into the playoffs.
Does he?
He'd better, because if he doesn't, then I'm
then
upset.
You're going to write a strongly worded email.
I will. I will write a strongly worded letter. No, if he does that, then he's on my hot seat. Simple.
Oh, the Steve Bots are going to be after you, son.
You know what? I have to say this to you, Kenny, and I love you. I really do. But I think you have a blind spot here for Steve Yzerman.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm starting to hear it right now in your voice, the blind spot for Steve Yzerman. because you can't really tell me how they're going to get better. You just believe because Steve will make the move. What move?
I gave you Nate. What do you want? I told you Jake Gensel. Last year I told you DeBrincat. What did he do? He got DeBrincat. How well did that work out? We can debate that. But I'm telling you what he can do. What do you want from me, David? What has he done wrong to you?
Not made the playoffs.
I agree. That was a strike against him. We went around this room and agreed on it.
No, listen, we're in the back seat of the car and you two are fighting up front and it scares us. Listen, Kenny, see, this is the issue. This is like super personal to you. All I'm saying is I think as a Red Wing fan, knowing we don't have a goalie, we don't know how to get one. Kosa is the nearest, or Augustine even further out. Those are your long-term options. Now, we don't have a pathway to a goalie. How are you getting a big-time addition on the blue line and adding legitimate scoring when you got to pay Mo Sider and you got to pay Raymond? Kenny, I think I'm not married to the opinion, but I'm leaving open the possibility that, as you've reported, Patrick Kane's leaving, I am leaving open the possibility youth will be the answer. And with it, a step backward. Along with the fact that the bottom of the East is going to be way better. This was the worst wild card bubble in the history of the NHL.
Or teams could be getting worse, too. We're seeing Boston fall off a cliff. We're seeing Toronto maybe lose Mitch Marner.
Not to
Florida
you.
might lose Sam Reinhart. Tampa might lose Steven Stamkos. I mean, there's still room for this.
The old everyone's getting worse and only we are getting better.
I am saying that it's possible two things can be true.
Okay. And you want to reaffirm that you are reporting Patrick Kane's
I am not reporting anything. I just
right
have
now.
Inside people.
Right. Kenny Cott. So percentage Kane's gone.
95.
Oh, wow. My.
Yeah. I don't think there's a pathway to it.
So basically this meeting is just a formality.
This meeting is Patrick Kane's people going and saying, here's our offer. If you don't like it, then kick rocks.
I mean, at that point, why even have the meeting?
Just in case. I mean, it's a meeting. How many business meetings don't go the way they're supposed to? A lot of them. You know, it's possible. You don't not take the phone call, you know? You see what they're doing.
Tip your waitress. All right.
100%.
248-539-9797. Do you, Wings fans, you feel this team will be better next season?
95% Kane walking out the door. But yet Kenny guarantees team's better. All right. 248-539-9797.
Did he sell you that pen?
Sell me that pen. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 different levels for a perfect view at a big screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so we're just touching the table lightly with the Wings. The meeting between Yzerman and Kane is going to happen this week. Kenny Cott reporting Kane's gone. He's going to want the term and money that Stevie Y will not offer. 95% on the Cott-ometer. Kane is gone. And with it, I think you need to start asking some questions. Now, I don't have a problem. Okay, Kane's gone. But they have a lot of holes, and I don't know how they plan on addressing them when you have to lay out the better part of $20 million AAV to Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond. Mm-hmm. And they got a couple bad contracts on this team, which I know we're not allowed to say because the Lord Yzerman signed them. But like Andrew Kopp is a bad deal. You have some bad money. How are you going to get better? Well, Kenny's just assured because of things and stuff and splash and sizzle. I'm leaving open the possibility that there's no pressure on Steve Yzerman. It's an endless runway. The plane never has to take off. It can just go really fast. And maybe they have some youth on board, which could mean a step back. And then we're into year 7 and we're still getting yelled at by the Yzerbots. I hope Kenny's right. I hope it is a splashy summer. And I hope we know together collectively this team's better because they're going to have to be if they plan on making it. They can't be what they were last year and even come close because the bottom of the wild card picture is probably 6 to 8 points better. But I'm telling you, I've seen nothing from this organization that even remotely looks like urgency. Show me. Otherwise, I'm going to choose to believe we're going to see some youth and with it, a step back. And then we're on to year 7.
Yeah, because I think Kenny is in the belief that Stevie's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Yes?
Not necessarily a rabbit out of the hat, but I mean, you're losing guys like Christian Fisher, Patrick Kane, David Perron, Daniel Sprong. These are all very mid-level talent. It won't be hard to replace them and get better.
Really?
Yeah. I think a lot of these young guys, and especially you saw the year that Lucas Raymond had. He's a dog.
Yeah, right, exactly.
He's taking steps forward all the time.
But you don't have another Lucas Raymond. Danielson's nowhere near ready.
And that's what I say. You insulate your young talent by signing one. That's where you get to the Jake Gensels. That's where you get to the
I understand.
Stamkoses and Marners of the world.
Well, hold on. See, again,
I think it's possible.
Your hockey elite eviscerated your Stamkos idea. They hated the Mitch Marner idea.
They did.
They don't want these people.
Mike, if you give them any idea, they will criticize. That's how the hockey elite works. That's why Rico's still kicked out of the hockey people is because all the hockey elites say, no, no, no. Exactly.
Right. They just keep tossing me their keys. So.
I'm not participating in this. Let's go to Nick in Northville. He's up next. What's up, Nick?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
2 things. One, Patrick Kane, let him walk. He will not do anything for you in the playoffs. If he even makes it healthy through the first round, he'll have 0 points. If you watch the playoffs and how grueling it is, I don't think he's going to be any value to us. Number 2, Raymond is on projection to be like Kucherov or Pasternak. He could easily get 100 points next season the way his chart is going, as those guys did. And
there's no argument there. None of it. I think we all believe he's on the cusp of superstardom. No question. It's about what else can you put around.
Yeah, what other additions are you going to add to this team?
And the other thing that I think a lot of people are forgetting, the Edmonton Oilers started the year like 2-15, and you've got teams firing their coach halfway through the year and then winning the cup. It's the NHL. There's teams who don't do anything, and then all of a sudden they're contenders overnight. Vancouver Canucks was that this year. They didn't even make the playoffs last year. This year, they almost won the league in points.
Kenny, so, all right, now.
The Edmonton thing I can't co-sign because they have one of the best players.
And again, it was 3-9-3 or whatever it was to start the year. And Nick, your point is taken. I mean, they were awful in the opening, quadrant of the season. But they also have 2 of the best players on the planet.
They got McDavid. So that's the reasoning. Why haven't they won the cup in the last 8 years with them?
They're about to make a pretty good
run. They're in the
out.
Stanley Cup final right now. Nick, hold on. Nick, now wait a second. Nick, that's a terrible argument. So on one hand, you tell me they're awful, and I go, well, yeah, but they have the best player on the planet to help right the ship.
No,
and then you're grading it out that they
that
haven't won a cup, so it's a bad point? Come on.
No, I'm saying that you can't use the excuse they're in their finals because of McDavid. I'm saying, well, why weren't they in the finals before when they had McDavid? My point is it can change overnight with any of these teams. You can
All right, so hold on. So let's keep the conversation going. Hold on. So what you want me to do? Hold on. What you want me to do then is to just chalk it up to blind faith. We're going to treat the Red Wings like religion. That's what my approach is. Well, because Vancouver did it, maybe it could be us. That's what I'm resorting to.
No, but I'm saying is that it's the NHL and it's so competitive with the salary cap that all it takes is minor tweaks and you can become a contender because you put the right salt and pepper in the mix.
Nick, I really want you to be right, but all I'm hearing is hope here. I can't go off hope here for the Red Wings this season and just hope that, we get a guy and we can just become good. No, I need substance.
Well, like what Kenny said is, look, I want Kenny to be right, Nick, and I think you do too, is Kenny wants a splashy credibility summer. What you're selling is something a little different. I'm just trying to understand which side of it I'm on.
It doesn't happen in the NHL. If you think you're going to just make a big splash and go sign the best quarterback in the league like you can do in the NFL and then instantly you're a contender, it doesn't work like that in the NHL. Look at all the teams with all the superstars that continue to fail. Toronto. But then you got teams who just out of nowhere become contenders because they tweaked something and it works.
All right, well, listen, I think we are.
When they won it back in the day.
I think you're more than a tweak away, but that's fine. Nick, I'm not arguing that there's more than one way to skin a cat. The problem I have is I don't want to hear about salt and pepper. The team collapsed. They have no defensive chops. They have no support for Mo Sider. They have no difference maker in the goal between the pipes. I'm just making a point to you that it's okay for Kenny to say they need a splash, and it's okay for me to say in the absence of that, I'm a little nervous.
But if you get a splash, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, apparently.
I mean, nothing at that point guarantees you're going to win. The salt and pepper approach, the splash approach, I mean, all that I'm saying is the young guys are going to come up, and some of them are going to do well, some of them maybe not. You already have a young core that's getting much better year in and year out. Mo Sider actually had a better year than people think. Lucas Raymond had a terrific year. All I'm saying is you supplement that with players through not only free agency, you can trade. That's what we're talking about. People like not exactly, but like Mitch Marner. It is possible, people.
Okay. And again, I'm Nick. If you're still listening, I'm keeping the peace. I'm not mad at you. I'm there's a separation between what you're selling there. That's all. Let me go to Jeff. He'll get the last word. We'll move on. Jeff, what's going on, buddy? And Jeff.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, Jeff. What's going on, bud?
Yeah. I think the Red Wings are going to take a step back. I think everybody thinks just because Steve Yzerman is this general manager and his name's Steve Yzerman. I think they're going to take a step back. He's going to bring the youth in. He's going to bring the kids in. He's going to let Kane walk. He's going to let Flan walk. And this team is just going to regress, and he's going to be okay with that because he's bringing in his prospect and his guys, and it's just the way it's going to be.
I think there's a possibility, Jeff. I have seen no urgency. I wonder about from a financial allocation position. You're about to lay out the better part of $20 million. I mean, is it fair to say Raymond's $9 million a year? Everybody comfortable with that? Mo Sider certainly $9 million a year. Better part of $20 million. And if Kane walks out the door, I have to replace him with a point-a-night guy.
Also, well, hang on a second. You're not guaranteeing me that Kane's going to be point a game. I mean, he hasn't played a full healthy season.
Okay, but for 50-some-odd games, he was.
He's in his late 30s now. He's going to be 36 to 37.
Okay, Kenny, but bottom line, I got to replace what he did here.
You do. You absolutely do. And if what Jeff says is true, that actually happens, that we rely on the youth and we don't do anything.
We'll take that.
Then, yes, we will be taking a step back, and Steve Yzerman will be on the hot seat.
50 games played, 47
I still
points.
want to understand when we're going to get a goalie. So, can anyone help me with that? Or am I just waiting for Kosa?
I think we're waiting for Kosa, but I do think that Kosa is going to be up a little bit sooner than you do.
It's not about what I think. I'm ready now. Let's go. You got to understand, I'm an Islander fan. I watch the Islanders ruin a ton of 19 and 20-year-old goalies. There are no rules. Up next, Eric Fisho. What went wrong? All right. Distracted driving. It's an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Cars swerving, idiots checking their text messages. Bottom line, nobody wants to talk life insurance, but it's a must. Your family's dependent on you. Call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. He can help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is also affordable. Now, what makes Mike Purpura and NBP different? It's simple. He shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantees you the best possible rate. With over 30 years in the game, National Benefit Plans, they're going to get you to the top of the list, get you the best deal, and make sure your family's protected. Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, guys, the weather, we're ready. It's road trip season. It's time, whether you're an up north person or you just get the hell on the road. Hell, you're like David. You spend your weekends at the youth sports events. Moran Buick GMC wants to get you in the right vehicle. A 24 Terrain starting at $279, a 24 Encore GX $229. With new stock arriving daily, you can check all of it with the most seamless online ordering system in the industry at MoranExpress.com. It's simple, and yes, Yukon Denali's in stock. Make sure your current car is up to snuff for the road. Get in there and get that free loaner vehicle while they tell you when your car is ready. It's always fast and always easy at MoranExpress.com and Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of you. What am I doing with my words? It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Sorry, guys, I'm on the air all day. Or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. All right, we have now reached, I think, theater of the absurd with a local team. During the break, some news broke, and I kept waiting for Rico to get to the main point of what he was telling me, except there wasn't one. And it's not a shot at Rico. I want you to just report this to your listenership the way you reported it to me, and don't spoil it.
Okay.
I want to see if the people can figure out the problem with what you're about to say. Read that report.
All right. Well, according to Jake Fisher and our very own Vinny Goodwill, Skinny Vinny, the Pistons have hired J.R. Holden. He's joining the Pistons. Trajan Langdon is bringing him over. Holden played with Langdon for years. Looks like over in Moscow, winning 2 EuroLeague championships. And he was once he rose all the way up to the Brooklyn director of player personnel.
You know what Rico's not telling you? What the F job he took here. Because we don't know. Because we still haven't heard from the owner. We still haven't heard from Trajan Langdon. We still haven't had a press conference. And the report today is Pistons hire guy. Full stop. No idea what he's doing here. Is he the director of player personnel? If he is, wouldn't it be announced? Here's the takeaway.
Oh, no. Because here's what's happening. We found out every Pistons move via social media.
On the line.
The press release, I guess we'll have to wait till 5 o'clock on Friday to hear about this.
Here's my question to you, the fans, and I'm being serious about it. Even if you couldn't name a Piston to ever play for this team, I don't care if you hate basketball. It's all sports fans. Can you find me a comparative at any point in your life as a fan with any of your teams? Have they ever been run this way? You hire a new president of basketball ops, a new team president. He fires the GM. We don't know what he's going to do with the coach. The owner never speaks. You have cocktail hour with Arn Tellem at a policy conference. There's no press conference. There's no Zoom. There's no nothing. And then, as the president begins filling out a staff, we can't tell you what job these people will hold because that's not even being announced. Is there any comparative for it? Because I don't have it. I truly do not understand what the hell vortex I'm in with the Pistons.
It's almost as if, feels like, they're running this thing like the Spite store, like, well, we're going to just do this and show you. We're not going to share any information with you. We'll just hire some people and you'll find out when you find out. I don't know how that's good business sense. You would think that you would want your Piston fan base to feel good and to know changes are coming. We're doing this and we're doing that. And it's like they're going out of their way to just, no, you're not worthy enough to find out. You'll find out when we want you to find out. Okay, except for we already know. So since we already know, you help a brother out and just kind of tell us what's going on here. But
I've never seen a franchise operate in this manner, and I have never been more convinced of something in my life that Tom Gores right now, as it pertains to the Pistons, here's how I feel. He seems like one of these dudes who really didn't want kids but had kids and then checked out. I mean, I'm a dad in name only. The kids are throwing Project X Ragers at the house, and too bad, it's bowling league night. He doesn't seem interested. And it just seems like Arn Tellem's handling the Detroit operation. There's no one steering this thing. I don't know what the PR department's doing, and I don't understand how you don't have a press conference. You just hired a major figure in your organization, and we have not heard from him.
No, you're right. It's like, he just yells every now and then downstairs, you kids do your homework? Yeah. All right.
A cutscene. Everyone's doing a bunch of drugs. Like, what is going on
The
here?
look on your face when I told you this, and you're like, okay, are you going to tell me what? I'm like, I don't know.
What would you say he does here?
I don't know, because they didn't say. I just know that in Brooklyn, he was the director of player personnel.
My man, we are 3 weeks from the draft. We are yet to know the fate of Monty Williams. We are yet to know if Trajan Langdon is a real person or a ChatGPT creation. He is hiring staff. We don't know their jobs, and we haven't heard a peep from the franchise. How is that possible in 2024?
Mike, I'm almost convinced that if the draft wasn't on TV, we wouldn't know who the Pistons picked. That they would just show up one day like, oh, that's who you took. They aren't sharing anything.
They make the Tigers seem communicative.
Verbose.
Yes. I mean, look, I'm not expecting anyone to care because I know that the Pistons are full. I get it.
But see,
this isn't right.
No, but because of that, they are just plummeting into apathy where you want to care, but it's like, okay, if you're going to do us like this, fine. We'll just walk away.
I mean, what motivation would anyone have to care when the organization does not act like they care? How could you make Rico? I don't care if you're hiring like anyone from coach, GM, team president. You have a press conference. You get on your private plane and you sit up there and you answer questions. What are we doing here? Do you know how we knew that Trajan Langdon was actually hired, not rumored to be hired? David checked his social media, and Trajan Langdon altered his social media. Now, he didn't have a release. He didn't say, hey, 313, what's up? No. Just change title.
Right. And then shortly thereafter, I got a call saying, hey, by the way, they announced it in Mackinac if you happen to be one of the 200 people in the room.
Right, at cocktail hour.
Seriously?
Like, if you were one of 200 people, I don't know what the scene was like. I don't go to the policy conference. What, did Arn just grab the microphone, congratulate the bride and groom, and then go, hey, by the way, we hired Trajan Langdon?
Trajan, stand up. Stand up.
Come on. Round of applause.
Come on, yeah. The Alaskan assassin, everybody.
I just don't understand the win for the organization to operate in this manner. Because if Trajan Langdon's impressive, let him be impressive.
Brother, the look on your face when I told you this and you just kept looking at me, I'm like, that's all I got. You're like, what does he do? I don't know. I know what he did. I don't know what he does now.
All right, 97.1 has hired Kenny Klott. And you're like, oh, okay, and what does he do? Oh, we're not telling you. Wait, what?
Stuff.
And things.
But yeah, it's like, okay, is he the GM? Is he this? Is he that? Does he keep his same
Is he
job?
Hooper? They didn't hire him to play Hooper. I don't know.
Right.
No, but you can make certain assumptions. But my point is, why are we assuming anything? How has Trajan Langdon, who has now been on the job for over 10 days, how have we not received quotes and a press conference and the ability to hear his vision? And by the way, an announcement that Monty will return or won't return.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, you fired Troy Weaver, I guess.
Yeah.
Because all we had on that, all we had on that is, well, he was offered an outside scouting position, and he ain't going to be here no
And
more.
how'd you hear that, Mike? Oh,
you?
Social media, once again. Like, you have to scour the internet to get any news on this team. Doesn't come from the team. And then finally, after we all went home for the weekend is when David was like, hey, guys, by the way, they sent out a press release saying they hired him. So they hired Trajan Friday when we were all at home.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I've never seen it. And again, if you're proud of the person you've hired, put them out there. No, you don't owe us a thing. It's about the fans. You need the ability to have someone get up to that podium and not embarrass themselves. It's been a bit of a problem since Tom Gores has taken over. Meuving the community, Chauncey family, T-shirt cannons. It's been a problem. Or Troy Weaver. Look, we struggle with the Pistons for things like sentence structure, complete sentences, coherent thought, things.
Knowing the name of Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey family. Oh, man. All right. 248-539-9797. I do have a bit of Tigers news for you from ESPN.com. They're at 500. I want to talk about what it's going to take on our pathway to positivity. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. According to Vincent Goodwill and Jake Fisher, J.R. Holden is joining President Trajan Langdon as part of Detroit's new front office. Holden played with Langdon in Europe and most recently served as Brooklyn's Director of Player Personnel, still to be named what he will be here in Detroit. Dusty May was on the Defend the Block podcast and was asked what the strategy was to fill their final scholarship spot. The Tigers take on the Rangers today in Game 2 of the series. It's Flaherty versus Dunning at 8:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The 49ers have locked up Christian McCaffrey for an additional 2 years, which puts him under contract until the 2027 season. McCaffrey had nearly 1,500 yards last season and 14 touchdowns. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 5 o'clock, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Want to get back into the Tigers a little bit. They are an even Steven 30-30. It's step one in the pathway to positivity that we talked to you about last week. If you want to be pumped up, we want to be happy, we want to feel like the baseball team's headed in the right direction, well, first of all, you don't get a right to talk about that if you're underwater. They have now battled the last 10 games. And look, I have to learn to accept it's just going to be ugly no matter what they do. It's not going to be a work of art. Last night's another case in point. I mean, like a whopping 3 hits and 2 of them are home runs. And you win 2-1, and Skubal has to be Nolan Ryan, and Bo Brisky has to turn into Dennis Eckersley and throw 50 pitches. Fine. But here's my thing. Where do we go from here? They are at 500. Is this going to be the start of something good? Is this simply a tease? Where does it go from here? And what we have done today, and we started in the 2 o'clock hour, was this idea of, look, Monday, July 15th is kind of a check mark for me. It really represents a point in time where you have to make a determination, whether forward-facing or behind the scenes, of being a buyer or a seller at the deadline. And look, Jack Flaherty is going to be one of the most, if not the most, attractive starting pitchers at the deadline. I mean, a team like Atlanta could use him. A team like Baltimore could use him. Look, hell, everybody could use him. The point I'm making is, what can the team do between now and July 15th where we're not trading Jack Flaherty? Now, what will have to happen? We've taken you through a roadmap, but I think it's interesting is 2 notes. I want to kind of combine what we did.
Okay.
One is what Jeff Passan wrote, and then the other is this thought process of if they became buyers, who would you buy? Now, look, let's start with what Passan wrote. So the Tigers are not in the unloaders category. I mean, that's for garbage like the Angels, the Marlins, the White Sox. The Tigers are in this weird thing where they're hinge teams. It's the Diamondbacks, the Red Sox, Houston, Tampa, the Blue Jays. More on the Blue Jays in a minute. Then there's another category called tweeners. Here's what he writes about your Tigers. He says, no one would fault the much improved Tigers for holding on to all their players and aiming for a winning season for the first time since 2016. But baseball is binary. You're either a playoff team or you're not. And if you're not, then you should do everything it can to maximize the current roster for the future. If that's the case, Jack Flaherty, he'll be on the move, and he'll bring back a whole lot more than last year because of what he's doing. Second half of 19, the last time he was like this. How many times have you heard me say he hadn't been any good in 5 years? Here we are.
Right.
That's 5 years. So the point is, but he extends. He goes on to talk about dealing Mark Canha as depth to somebody else, Gio Urshela as depth to somebody else. He even talks about your bullpen. Guys like Lang, Foley, Vest, Faedo. Here's my question. If the Tigers followed what Jeff Passan is saying, let's say the Tigers were 500 on July 15th. Same deal. Let's say they were 80-80. Excuse me, that would be the end of the season.
I was about to say that's.
I am so sorry, guys. Let's say they were 40,
I had the bad math last
45 and 45. Let's say they were just dead even. So my question would be, if they sold and they were exactly where they were right now, would you be upset? I want to understand, I guess, what you feel about your team. Because, look, they're 3.5 out of the wild card right now, but it doesn't feel like 3.5 out. It feels like 7. They don't feel like a team that is going to sustain success because they just don't have the pieces. The pitching is unbelievable. But in order to sustain this, Skubal, Flaherty, and Olsen have to stay not only healthy, but stay completely dominant. No missed turns through the rotation, no slip-ups. It's your only weapon. Offensively, Tork's on the farm. Meadows is on the farm. You could bring Young up. Nothing's going to change. The Vierlings and the Cannas and the Baezes and the catcher battery, and it's just what it is. What is your viewpoint on this team? Are they buyers? Are they sellers? Because stagnating doesn't exist. You don't get to sit there and not deal expiring players like a Jack Flaherty, unless you're going for it, that you're trying to make the wild card. And can it put you in a bad spot? Sure it can. Can you make a bad deal? You could. But that brings us to what we talked about, Enrico. I could save it for 5:15. There's a player that was brought up.
No, we could save that.
Legitimately interested.
Because I want to say this. Mike, under your scenario, if they're sitting there at 45 and 45, then yeah, it's time to have an everything must go type of sale.
So what would it take to buy?
In order to buy, you have to be either in that wild card. You got to be within 2 or 3 games outside of the wild card, which means that you have a positive, you're above 500 and you're close. Everybody stayed healthy on your pitching staff, and you just need some bats that can really solidify this thing. And then you buy. And you don't have to go out there and spend and get ridiculous names, but you do have to bring in a bat or two in order to really compete and get into the playoffs because, yeah, September meaningful games and hopefully just getting and playing some playoff baseball and ending the longest drought in Major League Baseball, that's important to this team. It should be important to this organization. But if you're sitting there and you're still 500, it just ain't happening. It's not happening with what you have. And if that at that point, you got to go ahead and just let it go of some pieces and build the core that Scott Harris says that he wants to have before he starts spending.
248-539-9797. So it's an interesting look. I mean, obviously, the slant for passing is this team is probably going to be selling. They're at 500 today. I'm not interested in selling. I want to know what they got to do for everybody to get on board to go, hey, let's push a button here. For me, I'm with Rico on this. 5-7 over 500, middle of July. And I'd like to think in order to get there, in order to have that, it would mean Colt Keith continued developing. It would mean Riley Green bounced back and gave us more. And it would mean someone who's currently not doing anything is doing something. Whether that's a call-up by Young, whether it's Justin Henry Malloy, whether Parker Meadows comes back up and has fixed himself. The only person I can't throw in there is Tork because I don't think there's enough time.
Javi Baez just being...
Could Javi just be average?
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of pathways here. I would love to know. David, where are you at with it? Come on now.
I don't want to be deflator. I really don't, but I just don't see... Okay, I'll tell you what I need them to do, which is continue this pathway of a 7-3 last 10 games type stuff, which is what they are currently right now. So if they continue that 6-4, 7-3 type, and you just keep that through July 15th, then I can say, okay, all right, now we're doing something here. You can't be under 500 in 10 games. I don't need that. I need consistency.
Right. Well, that's also too is like I will never understand in this town, whether it's media or fans, this coronation about being 500. Cookie sent me what Wojo, and I have to forgive Wojo because he probably couldn't see straight and was 7 gins deep. But I mean, this idea, 30-30, they have a better record than the world champs. Hey, Bob, you going to add some context that the Rangers have been ravaged by injury? You want to add that little piece there? Nah, let the booze talk. The point I'm making is 30-30 ain't nothing. 500. Hey, Bobby, did you have a totally average day at school? Average report card? I mean, come on. That's the bare minimum. So now it's about what you do between now and July 15th.
How's my little C student?
How's my little horribly average student, huh? It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's, because you're comparing it to past teams where you were already 10, 15 games
Bro, you
below
are
500.
10 games out.
No, below 500.
Oh, my bad. I'll
so
take
that's
back the
why you're
yelling.
celebrating. Well, hey, it's June and we're 500. We're not, maybe we can just keep this thing going. It's purgatory. It's baseball purgatory,
Okay, but
which
that's-
ain't fun.
But that's why I'm asking the question. All right, we're in purgatory. What do we have to do to get out of it? To avoid the result you're talking about, which is straight up, they're selling. Because what Passan wrote felt like, guys, they're going to sell. That's what it feels like. So that's my question. 248-539-9797. Rico, tell them all about it.
Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows, including one called The Capture on Peacock, while I'm on the go. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. It means you can get out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity, latest injury updates, and you could also keep up with your fantasy teams. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, listen, companies out there offering BOGO deals on AC and furnaces. Nothing is for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, Tigers are 500. Where do they go from here? And what would they have to do to avoid what Jeff Passan seemingly wrote in ESPN about being sellers? Or do you just sell regardless? That you're not ready, you're not legitimate. Look, I'll tell you this. If they found a way, fake or otherwise, to creep into a wild card, they'd be a nightmare to face because your pitching could be good enough. Nobody's going to want to face in a short series. Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen. They just wouldn't want to do it. Now, your offense, pardon me if I just don't believe guys like Mark Canha are up for playoff baseball. But look, be 5-7 over on July 15th, and let's give ourselves an opportunity to have that conversation. Will they get there? I have no way of knowing.
Yeah, because if you're sitting there dead even on July 15th.
You got to sell.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, guys, thanks for having me. It's kind of a grueling topic for me because, I watch these games every night talking to my father-in-law, and here's what it would take. I need to see a couple more of these guys, kind of like what you said, Mike. I need to see them get hot, kind of like Torque did at the end of last year. Some of these guys that we brought up to light a spark against the offense because, let's be honest, when you watch this team, it is work to watch them. It is grueling.
Yes.
To watch him. I got to do a double take when I look at the stats, and I go, how in the hell does one guy have 1 home run and 8 RBIs, and it's June, and he's an everyday player. So it's tough. The pitching's great, but I got to see some of these guys get hot. And I want to say or try to tell myself or convince myself, well, hey, you know what? Maybe this team can kind of come out of nowhere like 06. Yeah, but we really don't have the Marcus Tims, or we don't have the Craig Monroes, or we don't have these surprise guys coming out offensively putting up some crooked numbers. It's just all equally bad 1 through 9. So I need to see some guys get hot in that lineup between now and the end of July to convince me not to sell.
Yeah, one guy who certainly has done it is Colt Keith. Clearly he's turned it on. He's developing. You're starting to see the extra base power. He's hit a home run. But I'm with you. Jeremy, I think you need 3 guys to kind of carry that. Riley Green's got to catch fire, and then you're right. We need somebody who is yet to be named. And whether it's Justin Henry Malloy, is it Parker Meadows on a comeback? Do they call up Young at third? Wensiel Perez? I don't know.
Right, but or even, as you said, Javi Baez, just be an average player. Not a superstar, just average. Hey, Jake Rogers, can you kind of give us what you gave us last night where you just become a consistent player? I count those in as well.
There's just so much bad at bats, and it's almost like they can't make up their mind. I don't know what it is. It's a deficit of talent as well. But, look, I'm hopeful. I'm surprised we're 500, and that's because that's some damn good pitching. I guess for me, I'd be
Jeremy, if you didn't have a top 5 pitching staff, you'd be so bad. I don't think fans realize how bad this team would be. That's the problem, and it's why people like me and Rico and Cookies and Rieger, that if they had cared enough to do something in the offseason, do you realize you'd be the Twins? You'd be 7 games over? We'd have a completely different tenor to this deal.
Does it feel to you guys that Harris already has predetermined what he's going to do no matter what? Do you kind of get that feeling? I know Passan talks about it, but do you kind of get that feeling? Because I do.
Yeah.
I do. And then I don't know.
No, Jeremy, you're right.
I don't know the.
No, Jeremy, I'll let you finish, but you're right because, he's come out and said, hey, I'll start spending when this core is ready. And I don't see the core being ready in the next 6 weeks.
Jeremy and Rico both. Look, if they're 5, 6, 7 over 500, they're within striking distance of that wild card. How do you sell to your customer base that you just sold Jack Flaherty? How?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much. And the thing is, the pitching that we have, if we really wanted to, with the money that we have to spend, we could control it for at least 5 years and still get great offensive at bats. So I don't know. It feels like I don't know what we're doing. I just watch because I love the game of baseball.
Sure.
The games are faster, but I got to tell you guys,
it's hard.
It does feel predetermined, and I'm just hopeful that it becomes something else.
Yeah, me too. And that's part of what we talked about is changing the conversation, that no one wants to be inherently negative about them, but they themselves have to forcibly change that conversation. Right. Getting to 500 is like getting out of bed. You don't get credit for a work day. Congrats, you woke up today. That's 500.
But you could sell. I'm not saying this is what I would do, but you could say we sold on Flaherty because we didn't want to make the same mistake we made last year. He's not going to be around, so we had to capitalize because his stock was high, and we brought in pieces for the future. Yes, we're on a nice little run here, but we're trying to build for a World Series win, and he's not going to be here for that. He's not a part of the core, so I don't want to make the same mistake twice.
That's where the clubhouse has got to make him change the way he's thinking. Let's go to BG. 97.1. What's up, BG?
Boom, bye, Mikey, Rico, what's going on?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing top notch. I was just looking at, obviously, a lot of things of the pieces that we need and what you're talking about. And like you said, our pitching's where it's got to be. Obviously, defensively at the corner, we obviously sent Torque down, horrible at first. Third base has been long gone. And I'm thinking, if we can be 5 games over in the situation you're talking about, Goldie's got a year left and Arenado's got 3. There's your cornerstone, old-timers that can still play defense, put the ball in play and get us some, and Goldie's contract's over after 1 year. You can solidify the lineup with those guys. They might not. Their OPS is right around 100, but isn't our whole team's, and we're still actually at 500. I think a change of pace would be good for them.
Oh boy, you're not crazy for the way you're thinking. Goldschmidt looks done, and Arenado just has not recaptured form. We mentioned a player, and I'm not telling you he's available yet. But, man, is it a mess in Toronto. And the conversation does center around Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Now, look, the Jays could easily catch fire, and this looks stupid a month from now. But on the odd chance that they are dead and buried, they've only got 1 year of ARB left for both guys. And pieces have been written that you can engage in conversation with them, despite what the GM says. Look, Vlad Guerrero at first base, $20 million in arbitration. He's always good for an 800 OPS. He's never going to be the guy that had the weird COVID year with 50 homers. But can he give you 30? Can he hit 300? Can he give you a 400 OBP? Guys, if you're sitting mid-July, 7 games over 500, I don't have a first baseman in the pipeline. We're told they'll spend when the time is right. That's the type of move I'm looking for. Goldschmidt, I'm not bleeping all over the idea. He just looks done, man. And maybe a month from now I feel different. But here's the other thing: the Cardinals have turned their whole season around.
That's what I was about to say. They're back in the wild card race
right
now.
So they had an unbelievable month. Now in the last 30 days, I think they've hit the most home runs in baseball. Yeah. Right. So look, there's time. We got to let it percolate. But I want to see this team play their way into this. 500, now the season starts again. And if a week from now we're 4 games under, it's like, that's the hard part. Mm-hmm. All right, good talk.
You're treading waters, what it feels
uplifting. Like. Let's go win another game tonight. All right, Hungry Howie's. It's simple. You're busy. Maybe you're running around with the youth sports. Get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. The mix and match menu starting at $6.99. It has never been easier, and they've expanded that menu. From the Howie breads to the flatbreads, the salads, and yes, medium one-topping pizzas. Guys, you mix and match, $6.99. Get it on the table, 20 minutes, and you are good to go. 8 different flavored crusts. The possibilities are endless. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight, only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Reports surfacing from Vincent Goodwill and Jake Fisher that the Pistons have hired J.R. Holden to join the front office. Holden played with Trajan Langdon in Europe and most recently served as the director of player personnel with the Nets. No, he has not changed his Twitter bio to let us know what his position is. After betting on his own team last season while injured, now Padres infielder Tucupita Marcano has received a lifetime ban from Major League Baseball. Marcano placed 387 bets, betting upwards of $150,000. He's the first active player to be banned from baseball for such an accusation since 1924. Tarek Skubal lowered his ERA to 1.97 after his solid start versus the Rangers last night. He's now the first Tiger with a sub-2 ERA through the first 12 starts since Jack Morris did it in 1984. Jack Flaherty's looking to follow up his strong performance from last week as well. Tonight in Game 2 versus Texas, you can catch the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:05. Clarissa Shields is moving up 2 weight classes to face Vanessa Lepage at Little Caesars Arena. Shields, a Flint native, is the only American boxer to win an Olympic gold medal since 2004. This will be the second consecutive year she's boxed at LCA. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or on 97.1theticket.com.
You got an attached garage. In most cases, more people come through your garage than your front door. Now, how's that garage looking? Concrete stained and cracked? You got a bad epoxy job? God forbid you did a do-it-yourself kit. Look, call Comer & Cross. Let the pros in there. Free and easy quote in one day. Move all your stuff out for you. White glove service. They'll strip, fill, and fix your concrete better than new. They imply a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It's the gold standard, and it is guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow. Guaranteed. No epoxy tire lift. They do patios and basements, too. For a quick and easy quote, just call 248-266-4443. That's 266-4443, or simply go to comerandcrossgarage.com. All right, it's got finished scolding Wojo for his nonsense. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. What, you're smiling. What's your problem?
What did I tell you a long time ago, Mike? Sometimes I just have the best seat in the world.
Bottom line, this is a 500 team that if they would, damn it, show some urgency and add a few bats, we could do a little something here. The pitching is so good.
Absolutely correct. That's why I said if they're sitting there at 45 and 45, but whatever the record is, if they're dead even at July 15th, just go ahead and start selling off pieces, but make sure you get some stuff back because you're just going to have to write this year off.
I know.
Because now you're just treading water.
I'm really hoping they can play their way into changing the conversation.
Yeah, me too.
Because, man, Skubal right now, you could comp it to any Cy Young season. I mean, whether it's a Verlander, a Felix Hernandez, a Roy Halladay. Look, obviously not with complete games because the game.
But here's the thing. Maybe
he's dominant.
Maybe it's Flaherty, and you keep Skubal and just say, you know what? You're on this magnificent run, and you haven't pitched this way in 5 years. We're betting that this will be another 5 years before you do this, and we'll just hand you off to somebody else, and they can have you for the rest of the season. Give us back a player. Give us back a bat. You're not going to get the haul that you're going to get for Skubal, but you will be able to get some pieces to help build your core.
Or you're 10 games over 500, July 15th. We trade no one and buy everything. I'm just saying, I want that.
Yeah.
I want a pennant chase. Let's see if getting to 500 can be a springboard versus a tease. David.
Oh, because I was going to say, because we don't really want to trade Skubal.
No.
We really want to keep him.
Right. The only reason why I said Skubal even a long time ago, because it seemed like it was going to be a waste. Like, he's only going to keep going and going, and by the time you're good, it's going to be some years from now, and it's going to be a lot more wear and tear on that arm.
And again, part of the whole conversation we've had is what he's done so far is largely a waste. They're 510 games out of first, and this guy's pitching like Roy Halladay. He's awesome. The only shot they have, these arms have got to somehow continue to just be nothing other than dominant, no injuries, if they would just add a bat. Mother of mercy. All right, that's it. David, one more while these two dopes plug in.
Mike, at this point, I would consider trading Skubal and throw in Jake Rogers and Torkelson to the Yankees for 3 top prospects and 2 everyday players.
Torkelson, what are you trying to do?
Got to take him. You want Skubal? You take Torque.
Okay, I'll take them.
We are not trading Gio Urshela. Don't even think about that.
Hey, guys, Wojo
off the docket on that one.
Wojo told me in the bullpen he wants to extend Matt Vierling long term.
Yeah.
Wouldn't shock me. What do you just go?
What?
This is all Rieger does.
I know, and I said it. And I said it in fairness.
How
Between
is this on me?
Cookies stirring it up and sending me his
You-
drunken blatherings, and then Rieger walking in, hey, buddy, and stirring it up.
How do you get sucked into the dopiness of Rieger and Costa?
Because I'm surrounded by it.
Rieger,
We haven't done anything.
Costa's a West Michigan dope, and you
Central
fall
Michigan.
but lives for the west side of the state, and you get sucked into that. Listen, here's my mantra, okay? Very simple. Make sarcasm great again.
Oh, God.
That's my goal. And that's what that tweet you said last night where I said, oh, and oddly enough, or whatever I said,
Yeah, they have the
Tigers
same better
as
record than the Rangers.
That is both sarcastic and kind of ironic that the world champs are only 500. That's the
Mention
only
they're down
pride.
11,000 players.
So, wait, who led you around by the nose today? Was it Rieger or Costa?
I didn't do crap.
Yes, you
Costa
did.
started this.
What we did today was the idea of last week we sold the pathway to positivity.
Yeah.
That by Monday, July 15th, can this team be in a position to change the conversation and get some urgency of adding some bats to where this pitching, if they stay healthy, they are dangerous.
No, I agree with that. But can we at least agree? Can we put Sir Smarmalot Costa on all of our hit lists now?
Yes.
Because he is a little crap disturber. And I'll even go this far. Ryan and Jansen in the morning. What do you think?
Whoa, you're replacing Jim.
Well, it rings. You could replace the Stoney Wojo song. Ryan and
Jen.
Bow, wow, 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 wow.
Sounds like the name.
Is that too dramatic? Would Jimmy go for that?
So where's Jim going to go?
He'll just sit
Right
and
now.
monitor Twitter all day long.
Honestly, he can go to hell for stirring the pot the last 24 hours. All right, what's coming up? No, I mean, look,
As I
we've
told you,
tried to be positive with the Tigers.
No, we're
Sometimes
gonna
I just
talk
have
about-
the best
I
seat in
know.
the house.
We're talk about
And the
Mojo's
best
tweet.
polo shirt.
Yeah, that is very bright, by the way. It's actually blinding.
It's called Neon Peach.
Brother,
We're going to talk about the Tigers. We're going to talk about the Twitter tattler twit with Costa. And then Rieger, the troll disturber.
He is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is not a me.
And I put a name out there that if they are in a position 7 games over July 15th, I think there's a way you could make a big move for the short and long term. We threw a name out.
Okay, but you're not trading Andy Ibanez.
Okay, we're done. You know what? These two morons are coming
Hey,
up
by the way,
next.
Wojo's very strong on Zach McKinstry. He believes.
Yeah. Make sarcasm great again.
Nice Red Fox shirt.
That's Harry Carey.
Whatever.
Let's order a Code Red. Can we?
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.